Oh, Allie's muted. Let's go. First
Ally
one.
Mike.
Oh
I love
no,
it.
oh no. All right, all right. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to day two. I'm Aliaris. I'm joined by Nuke Michael and CCP Jotun, both of whom are way more adept with their mute buttons. CCP Jotun, how are you doing today?
I'm doing well, Allie. I'm reporting here live from test headquarters on Fraternity's couch, where we're excited for a thrilling day of matches, no doubt. We have some really cool ones coming up, including Test Alliance Please Ignore here before too long. Looking forward to seeing how all these teams adapt after a handful of matches yesterday. Winners, losers. The drama is intense. Looking forward to seeing how today proceeds.
Listen, CCP Jotun, I know you were pushing for Test pretty hard in the Alliance tournament. I hope your Test appreciation here leads to blessings as opposed to curses, perhaps for all of our sakes. Nuke Michael,
Indeed.
welcome, by the way. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. We got lots of good. I enjoyed all the games yesterday. I'm looking forward to a lot of good matches. I've looked at who we've got for our start today, and it looks like there should be some pretty good ones.
Yeah, Lazy Piglets versus Shrimply Delightful is going to be our very first match. That is Lazy Piglets, of course, the Tuskers, this year's Alliance Tournament champions, playing against the Brave Newbies team. Brave Newbies, they didn't have an Alliance Tournament team this year. They a little bit of a rebuilding year. They've got the band back together. They're going to bring it home. They're looking to bring home a trophy in the tournament. We saw both teams play yesterday. Both teams, I believe, 1-0 so far. Speaking of yesterday, CCP Jotun, are there any matches yesterday that you think everyone should really, if they're going to go back, they're going to watch one thing, what would you go back and watch?
Which team was it who had the Vindicator pilot who gunned down a stork? I can't remember which match it was. These teams all have wildly different names that I'm used to, so you'll just have to bear with me. But whoever that Vindicator pilot was gaming. Okay, there's not a universe that exists here or in the next life or any other universes aside where a Vindicator should be able to approach a stork and kill it if the stork knows that it needs to not be killed by the Vindicator. But sure enough, it was able to do that. That Vindy pilot, elite. The Stork pilot,
Yeah.
got some stuff to work on.
Look, here's the thing about the Vindicator, right? The Vindicator, it's a large ship. Because it is a large ship, it has a large gravitational attraction. And as a person who's
Is that
been
how
a
it
pilot
works?
in the arena, yeah, it is how it works. It is how it works. You're minding your own business, and then you look up at your overview, and you're like, I am 10 kilometers from a Vindicator.
True.
And that's not usually a good time. Nuke
Shout out
Michael,
to
what about you?
before you go.
Speaking of, oh, go ahead.
Yeah, Queen Elizabeth in chat. It was them. It was Bless the Cranes down in Africa. So
Nice.
that match, very very good. Sorry, Nuke, go ahead.
Speaking of big ships, I also have the match I would say to go watch was the Caldari Intramural Space Laws Complicated Debate Team versus Only Need One Scrim, and Caldari Intramural brought a Babaroga, which is not a ship you see a whole lot of. And that was a very fun match to watch because they had a Babaroga and they had a bunch of bonus remote tracking computers from an Oneros on it, and it was doing work.
That is incredible. Yeah, I was there seeing it. It's Babaroga. We have Lashak at home, and it turns out Lashak at home is an incredibly powerful ship.
Yep, not bad.
So we've got just 5 minutes before this match. I have not yet heard anything about whether we have bans or not, so I'm going to hope that if I just wave my fingers here, we'll see bans pop up on the screen. If not, we can keep yapping about things. Ah, wonderful. Here we go. Shrimply Delightful versus Lazy Piglets. Our first bans of this day of the tournament. Carries, Celestis, Mollis. We've got some keep those damps out of here. We've got the long webs banned out. Nuke, anything jumping out at you from these bans?
I am a little bit surprised, I think, by some of these bans by Lazy Piglets. Normally, when I expect to see a team like Tuskers, which is a very, very strong team, who is going up against the Brave Newbies team, a team they should have an advantage over, right? This is a match they should win. You tend to see them bring these really tidy comps, like kind of where we don't ever want to give you even a shot. We don't want to brawl you out. We're just going to kite you to death, and you will never even get close to us. And normally they'll bring those with a Hugin, with a rapier, with a scimitar, or with a hyena, and they've banned all of those, which is the opposite of what I would expect from them coming into this.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta think CCP Jotun. Looking at this, do you think they're trying to do some sort of like fake out here?
Yeah, it is. I mean, bands are funny, right? Because I meme a lot that sometimes like the bands don't really matter, and they're mostly just for like removing best in slot for some things. They do put pressure on teams to force them into maybe less ideal comps, but teams are going to pull the comps that they want to pull 9 times out of 10. They'll just find ways to adapt around it. Like they're like the shield kite is not the only kite comp, right? There are other kite comps that they could use if they wanted to kite. And certainly this team will have plenty of different kite comps. That being said, shout out to the curse ban. It was so funny. We saw the curse get banned like I think like 5 or 6 matches in a row to start the day today, and then there were a handful of matches where it never got banned. And I don't know if it ever actually showed up on grid. So the curse ban, a solid ban. I like that one. It just takes so much new pressure off the grid, and so much new pressure, efficient new pressure off the grid. So I don't know. Maybe they try and go for something a little cap heavy. Maybe they go for maybe they go for a battleship comp. Maybe with like 8-Bach Navy sort of thing. Maybe they do Vindy. Maybe they do triangles. That'd be kind of interesting. So something like that.
There's tons of stuff still on the table. Nothing's really been wiped out by these bans.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean that's one of the things with the number of ships that we have in EVE Online these days. It's pretty hard to ban something out entirely. So speaking of the bans, we've got them up on the ground here. It's our first match of the day. We haven't talked about how they work yet. So Nuke, would you mind just giving Twitch chat a little bit of a rundown of how bans work in this tournament?
So in this tournament, we are using, we're not doing blind bans anymore, which is what tournaments used to do ages and ages ago. Instead, we are doing Team A bans once, then Team B bans twice, and then twice, and then once, and then they both get one at the end. And when you're doing your round of banning, you know what the previous team banned, and you have a limited amount of time, and you can see on the screen how much time each team took to think about these bans and consider them.
Yeah, both teams here, they were able to get things pretty well set up. I think the longest thinking was on that Hugin Rapier ban. We've got both teams that are now warping to the grid. Before we go to the arena, CCP Jotun, hot take, who's winning this match?
I mean, it'd be really, really dumb to pick against Lazy Piglets. I mean, Tuskers are the preeminent team of teams over the last couple of years. They are very good, even if they are kind of playing. I don't even know if they're playing like a B team. I think this is just sort of like they're just having a good time with it. So I picked Tuskers. I like Dujek. He's a homie, and the Brave / Goon Imperium-ish team has had success before. But man, Tuskers are hard to beat.
Nuke, you also going for Tuskers?
I gotta say the same, especially with Tuskers taking a bunch of the weird stuff being off the table. In a straight up fight, Tuskers is just has such an advantage.
Interesting comp.
Well, we'll see. Yep, we'll see who will reign supreme as we go to the arena for Lazy Piglets versus Shrimply Delightful.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am CCP Overload, joined once again by the indomitable moderator here for this match between Lazy Piglets and Shrimply Delightful. Fantastic name, by the way. Shrimply Delightful bringing what looks like basically medium gun spam here. Count them. That is 5 ships with medium guns. It is really just that Talia and Deacon there to rep them up. And what are they going into with it?
Yeah, they're going to be going into the primarily Armageddon Navy issue with those rapid heavies for damage, supported by going to be that Retri Vigilant for damage. A lot of control here on the ECM flavor, given that a lot of the damps and webs really have been banned, but Blackbird and Arbitrator here to try to control things at range. For Tusker's sake, I hope that they have brought tracking disruption and not guidance disruption on that Arbitrator of Toddle. If Otherwise, that's going to be a lot of points not doing anything.
Yeah, we'll find out. If they have brought tracking disruption, it's going to do pretty good work here against all these medium guns. Looks like they are going for the aggressive move of burning straight in, and I see 2 tracking disruptions landed. So that's not a huge amount from that arbitrator. So he's probably mixed.
Yeah, that would be a pretty safe bet. You usually will go something like 2 and 2 if you're not certain of what the other team could be doing. But right off the rip, we're already seeing that the Tuskers team is choosing to burn in. They're wanting to get tackle onto the Thalia here of River Geist, which makes a lot of sense if you're really going to try to break through that kind of core. You get those vigilant webs on top of the Deacon to the Thalia, really apply a lot of damage. I like that call. You're really going to need those webs in order to get the heavy missiles from Pandy's Armageddon Navy to apply damage. And speaking of applying damage, Arian already down to half armored, but Jacob taking substantial damage as well.
If that Talia has been jammed, he's not going to be able to rep his buddy in the Deacon. And of course, once you lose one of those 2 logistics frigates, you're almost certainly going to lose the other one straight afterwards. I see a heavy nuke landing on it as well, probably from that Armageddon. This is not great position to be in if you are Shrimply Delightful. You've lost your Logi, and they initially tried to shoot that Vigilant, but they were not able to break it. If you saw Jacob, he pulled away, he moved away back into range of his Guardian, made sure the reps landed. Meanwhile, they've lost a Deacon. They're probably going to lose this Talia unless although he's not tackled, he could just coast away. But I don't think it's going to be enough to keep them up. They need to kill this Vigilant ASAP.
Yeah, there's the heavy scram from that interdictor, the Devoter, onto the Vigilant. Right now, we see River Geist burning away, just being chased by the angriest cloud of drones you possibly ever could. River is down into Holt, will pop here. But however, the Zealot even, no assault damage control, it looks like just getting absolutely knocked.
Moderator, I think it might be Jover for the Shrimply Delightful team here. This is not what I would call Shrimply Delightful for them. This is probably whatever the opposite of that particular thing is, Shrimply Terrible, because they're going to lose all of their ships, and I don't think they're ever going to even break that Vigilant. Like, he is hick pointed by the Devoter. Fantastic. He's not going to warp away from you. But, you're not going to kill him either at this point, I think. The Absolution is just every single piece of E-War is landed on him. He is just eating shit now. Sorry, Dujek, but you're going to be next, I think.
The issue with this kind of 5, medium gun spam team supported by 2 logistics is that you really do need a ship to go into the backline and get on top of the Guardian and to eventually kill that and break that. And these sort of comps, just because with these reduced amount of damage that we have with less chips from the Alliance tournament, we see even times, without killing a Guardian or a Zarmzad or, some sort of a logistics cruiser, that if you don't break that, you don't win the match. And Scorch was just never really in any pressure this entire match.
Yeah, I mean, a team like the Tuskers, they know how to position, they know what to do when someone starts getting hit, and they don't just tunnel vision in. Like I mentioned at the start, you saw the play positioning that Vigilant. He would have run in, used his long-range powerful webs, slapped them onto presumably the Deacon. They put a bunch of paints on it as well. I guess that's probably coming from maybe the Magus, and that allowed them to just blap that Deacon while the Talia was jammed by the Blackbird. So excellent play there. Good use of control by the Tuskers team there to just kind of systematically control, dismantle the Shrimply Delightful team.
Yeah, absolutely. As you say, that is having played on the Tuskers team, that is pretty much exactly how they will dismantle teams and have done so for the past 2 Alliance tournaments, winning those last 2 outright. King Carnifex now going down. It looks like we're going to have, as you mentioned earlier, a clean 200-0 sweep for our first match of the day here.
I think they played it almost not as well as they could, obviously, but I think they played it pretty well in the sense that they didn't try and kite away. They recognized what they had to do. They probably loaded their short-range, high-damage ammo, and they burned in the Shrimply Delightful team, because they, in theory, can out-damage the other team if they get right on top of it and kind of neutralize the effect of things like the long-range Vigilant and stuff like that. But they weren't able to execute on it. The Tuskers team just too experienced in this instance. They probably had that Retribution scramming things off as well, keeping it at range. River Geist did a really good job in that Talia of staying alive that last little bit and forcing the Tuskers to kind of chase them around. But as we saw, when you don't have your logistics frigate buddy, it's kind of just a ticking time bomb to death.
Yeah, and I think that's a lot of value you get from ships like the Retribution. It's 8 points, but it allows you to execute on your win condition. And Tuskers will definitely play it against a medium gun spam, both in this tournament and the AT. and they executed very well. But that's all for us. We'll send it back to the desk to break that down.
Oh no, he's done it again.
Hey, this is because I thought there was ads. This is because I thought there was ads.
Okay, I
Welcome
see.
back.
Yes,
Welcome back. This is an ad-free stream. You are not being advertised to for tournaments. No kissy meow meow here. We only have Shrimply Delightful being Shrimply defeated by the Tuskers. Very well flown on both sides. Nuke Michael, was this over when they landed on grid, or was there something that Shrimply Delightful could have done to maybe pull that out?
Oh no, Nuke 2.
Oh no, we're all down. Good morning, everyone.
What have we done?
My bad.
Yeah.
Okay. I did too.
Okay.
It's first match issues.
I'll be next.
I do not think this was
next,
a comp loss. I do not think this was we landed on grid. There's no way we can beat this. Sure, the Blackbeard and RB are annoying, and I don't think the RB was fully into TDs, so it's not as bad as it could have been. The key ship in that was they needed to deal with that Vigilant before it dealt with their Logifrigs. The win condition for Brave was we need to either kill or pin down the Vigilant such that it cannot get to our Logifrigs. Because if it does get to our Logifrigs, we lose.
Yeah, that Vigilant, absolutely deadly. There's one particular bonus that makes the Vigilant so deadly. CCB Jotun, why do Logifrigs die when Vigilants get on top of them?
Because the webs are nuts. I mean, Vigilant is same vein as the Vindy. They don't have the long webs of something like a Balgorn or a Loki or a Hugin or a Rapier. But they do have good webs, strong webs. And the thing with Logifrigates are they're so zoomy. They move so fast that it's really hard to track them. Well, you don't need to track them, and you will have a much easier time getting your missiles to apply. In this case, because they did have the Navy Geddon, that you really want those things to be going as slow as possible. So if the Vigilant gets its webs on you, you're kind of cooked. But to Nuke's point, you're absolutely right. The Vigilant is. I've often called the Vigilant like kind of bait in the past during like the Alliance tournament, because the Vigilant has great webs, and it's you look at it and you're like, wow, these are great webs. Like this would be a great addition to the team. It is so squishy that you so much as look at a Vigilant the wrong way and it'll fall over. Now that's in the Alliance tournament, which is a 10v10 format. In a 7v7, the comps are a little bit more streamlined, and you don't quite have the same high-end DPS that you might have, but at the same time, they were running up against gun spam. I mean, gun spam is ideal for shooting cruisers and below, because you have a lot of damage that can apply well to things in that weight range, and so you have to be able to kill a Vigilant. I don't know if they just were confused or if they were like split priority or what the deal was here, but you have an Astarte and Absolution, two command ships on top of the Zealot, on top of the Devo, on top of the Mauler. Like you should be able to push over a Vigilant, and they honestly didn't really even get close, and that was critical, because Nuke's right. If you leave the Vigilant up for that long, you're cooked.
It's cooked indeed they were. So speaking of web ships, Nuke, maybe you can weigh in here. There's a little bit of a hot take request. We've got the Vigilant, obviously, CCP Jotun talked about. Maybe that's a trap. We've dunked on the Ashimu a fair bit in these streams before. Vigilant or Ashimu, are both of them memes? Is one of them more of a meme? What are your thoughts?
They fill two different roles. Obviously, the Ashimu brings long webs and the Vigilant brings strong webs, but I think more to the point is that the Ashimu, while it brings the long webs, compared to a Vigilant, it brings less in the form of damage, and it also brings, last time I looked at it, the tank isn't that much better, and the Ashimu is, hate to say it, love the ship, it looks great, it's fat and it's slow.
It is slow, yeah.
And the Vigilant does not have those issues nearly as much. So it's great that the web's longer, but if I can move my ship faster, then maybe I can cover that distance anyways. And if my web is then better and I do more damage when I land it, I think that's why you see the Vigilant more frequently. Not that the Ashimu doesn't have its place, but it has bigger downsides.
The Ashman did get
The-
a buff fairly recently as well to
did.
make it a little bit better, and so we did see it a little bit more during the last AT. But yeah, I mean, especially when you're talking about warp in ranges, the Vigilant really only has a short distance to close, and then it's on top of you with those really powerful webs. So
I have been completely surprised by Vigilance. When Vigilance want to move, they can move, man. That Serpentis technology will get you deleted pretty quickly. But we have to move on to our next match. Alphon TQ versus aggressively mid-tier. We've got some bans. Let's take a look at what both teams have to offer.
what the hell?
Hey, look, it's the Rodiva. The Rodiva's been banned.
Yeah,
Fascinating.
there's some different stuff here.
Yeah, go ahead. Tell us about it, Nuke.
I am the Drekavac. I haven't watched every single match, but I feel like this might be the first time we've seen a Drekavac banned, or one of the first. That's a very interesting ban because it's not a ship we see a whole lot. Normally, you just go for a Leshak if you need the big DPS, or you take a Draugr, which they also banned. But the Drekavac you just don't see a whole lot. So I wonder what aggressive mid-tier saw in their scrims that made them go, we can't fight a Drek.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, we've also got both the armor command destroyers banned out. CCP Jotun, what are they trying to do there?
I mean, removing armor command destroyers effectively reduces. It forces you to, if you want links, you're going to have to bring a command ship, right? So you're going to have to bring an Absolution, an Astarte, an Eos, or a Damnation, and all of those are kind of that does like remove big chunks of what you could, because you're not going to bring Kite, right? Because none of those ships are very fast. Are typically not very fast. You can still maybe do like a drone kite if you bring the EOS, but none of them are particularly speedy, so you're not going to run into that. You do obviously maybe force somebody into gun spam, and if you're forcing somebody into gun spam, then maybe you bring something that can tank gun spam, like a battleship heavy comp, or something that is weak to newts, right? But then they also have now Shield Kite open, and Shield Kite is arguably better than Armor Kite anyway. So, or not arguably better, it is better than Armor Kite anyway. So, I don't know. It's interesting. I don't hate it on principle. I think it's an interesting. I think banning the Zarm and the Rodiva both is a wild choice. I'm not ever going to pretend like I know more than Hydra. That's never. But that's very, very interesting.
Yeah,
to me, that
speaking
it's
of
not too
wild
surprising.
choices,
To me, it
Sorry.
says we don't have a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Potentially, and we don't want to risk not being able to break something, and these are the two logies that threaten that the most if you have a low damage comp.
Yeah, that's a good shout.
Speaking of wild choices, though, we are on grid. Both teams have landed, and there are some wild ships here. So CCP
Yeah, there
Overload, Moderator, tell us what's going on in this arena.
Good afternoon. I am moderator, joined by the excellent CCP Overload. We have essentially Rote Capel and the Truth Honor Light teams, for those of you who might be not familiar with who aggressively mid-tier and Alpha on TQ are. I'm excited to look at battleship, missiles versus what is going to be very much a... Sorry, which faction is this again? The Nightmare and the Phantasm? I should know this.
I mean, those are Blood Raiders. They're not Blood Raiders. We're all doing the wrong thing.
Sanchez. Yeah.
You suckered me in there as well. So actually, this is a bit of a throwback, I think, to a comp that the Eternal Light team ran sometime around Alliance Tournament 18. They brought this all of a sudden Nightmare and Phantasm comp, kind of right at the end of the tournament. These are very powerful ships. They have AB bonuses. The Scimitar can put out a lot of rep power as well, and then don't underestimate the projection from that Nightmare. So they're going to be hitting into the shields of 3 big battleships. They're going to hit very, very well. Both teams choosing to bring Outriders as well, which is, of course, as you know, is a mining command destroyer. It can fit links and it is low pointed by comparison, considering all the other command destroyers basically were banned. So we'll see what happens here as both teams are going to do the classic jockeying for position.
Yeah, so the Raptor of Iskander off the rip tried to get on top for a tackle, did get some catch, but immediately got kind of zonked by a combination of drones right now. All these heavy, rapid heavy ships are going for General Hungary. I actually really like that call. We see that this is going to be essentially what you might call a bit of a Flykiller or Kingslayer comp, using their medium heavies or rapid heavies to apply 3 clips from the the Golem, the Raven, and the Typhoon, just trying to break through the large ancillary shield booster, but trading the medium gun spam back on killing that Bantam, and then the burst here to fall quickly. The real trick is to see whether or not General Hungry will pop before we see the attack bar of aggressively mid-tier go to 0. When that happens, we know they're going to be on reload collectively.
Yeah, so he is right out now at 95 kilometers, so he's moved as far away as he possibly can. He's still getting painted, he's still taking some damage. He's going to be running out of his clips pretty soon. Meanwhile, of course, the aggressive mid-tier team are losing a lot of their low end. The Burst and Bantam, objectively, probably not the most important ships on this comp. I presume each of these battleships, yeah, you can see the purple in the defense bar. All of them are fit with active rep. So let me take a quick look. Are they cap feeding each other? Is this a pseudo tinker? Let's have a look. No, they are not. They're local. I can't remember if the rules allow it, to be honest, but they're going to be local tanked. Unfortunately, General Hungary has indeed survived, and now we enter. Moderator, once again, I welcome you to the cleanup zone.
Right now, we see that Rotan and Kibit, what they're doing, I really like, in the sense that they're trying to get close and newt through these hardeners. The Phantasms and the Nightmare are not known for being the most cap-scalable ships, but 5 mids is going to be what's on a Typhoon. You do not have an opportunity for a lot of tank, and General Hungary survived the initial, clip volley going through. They weren't able to get sort of any real tackle or a lot of paints besides what would be the local paint bonus from the Golem onto that Scimitar. And really, this match was essentially over for aggressively mid-tier when General Hungary never died on that first initial clip volley. So the only remaining damage ship being Kibit, and likely 100, or rather 200 to no sweep here for Alpha and TQ.
I think they did the right strategy, though. You're not going to break things like the Nightmare under the Scimitar reps. So they definitely had the right idea, and of course that Golem gets a nice boosted target painter effectiveness, so you're able to hit it all the way to pretty extreme ranges, but it just did not work out. This is an experienced team. And once when you're a 7v7 especially, once the ball starts to roll down the hill, it can be very, very difficult to stop it, especially if the other team is just standing still. I haven't lost a single thing yet, and when that Scimitar completely and utterly survived and you've lost at that point a Raptor, a Burst, a Bantam, and you're losing a Raven, I mean, these guys are smart. They probably could have sitting on their comms going, this isn't great, this isn't where we wanted to be right now. Lots of GFs in local as well, which is nice to see.
Yeah, absolutely. To your point, Rokapel in aggressively mid-tier, they did execute on their win condition. It just didn't, work for them. This is kind of the issue you can get into where when you put, a lot of your points into triple battleships, you don't have a lot of points remaining to get, tackle besides that Raptor, and that Raptor died essentially pretty instantly. So well played by Alpha and Tranquility. They will go on to be the victor of this match, and that'll be it for the two of us.
Hey, are you tired of being slow? Are you tired of losing the competition? Order your Quave Turbo today. Lab tested, velocity increase of over 5,000% guaranteed. Propulsion so hot you will explode. Used by all members of Exodus. Call now.
Guys, stop being casual. They're really bad. We should not lose anybody to this. Warp off. Warp off. Take the fleet warp. Everybody warp off. This is really, really bad execution. I'm very disappointed.
Ads are back. We're back. And what a wonderful job by Hydra there, showing to all of the Twitch chat voters that you can't count them out. Defeated aggressively mid-tier with what looks like maybe the first soul read of the tournament. Nuke Michael, what were they doing there?
Was an incredibly rough matchup for Rote. If you told me ahead of time that Hydra perfectly called we're going to be going up against Shield Kingslayer, I'd believe you because that's what they brought. They brought those ships. RHMLs are going to struggle so hard to apply to AB bonus ships. You have the great tracking, high damage laser output from both the two Phantasms and the Nightmares, which delete your T1 shield frigates. And they also, if they soul read Kingslayer, they can look at these bans and go, those 3 armor command ships we talked about that all got banned out, with all 3 of those gone, you cannot bring a 3 armor Kingslayer, 3 armor battleships, because you can't, the points will not work for 3 armor battleships plus a command ship to support them, and you can't do it with no links.
Yeah, just really, really well done and well flown by the Hydra team there. CCP Jotun, anything from that last match that you want to particularly highlight for the viewers here?
Yeah, I think Broat would have been kind of on the back foot either way. This is just such a hard, like, their comp was not even with the being pushed into Kingslayer or deciding to go into Kingslayer and getting red like that. They didn't have any of the things you need, either because they were banned out or just because they just didn't decide to bring them in this match. That they needed to grab literally anything from the other side. They had a single tackle ship, and that was the Raptor of Iskander. And the Raptor got smoked by the other Raptor straight out the gate. It was the first ship that died. Once that Raptor was dead, the match was over. Because at that point, all the Hydra team has to do is click in the other direction and go somewhere else. And there's not a thing that they're going to be able to do about it. There's the Golem, the Typhoon, the Raven are not fast enough to keep up with the Nightmare, and the Nightmare outranges them. So then the Nightmare and all of his little buddies and the 2 Phantasms and the Scimitar can just stay over here, way off in the distance, and then just shoot from range. And that's exactly what they were able to do. Now, granted, they were a little more aggressive, pulled the back end really fast, knocked down the burst and Bantam almost straight out the gate. Not that they really make that big of a difference in these sort of heavy battleship comps, but once the Raptor was down, they had no more tackle. That was the ball game.
Yeah, and really quite convincing victory there. We got a little bit more time. Yeah, we've got a little bit of more time before our next match. So I want to talk about golems a little bit. Nuke, and maybe you can help us out here. We've seen golems in the Alliance tournament often in sort of more tinker setups, but in this tournament so far, we've seen them breaking out of that mold a little bit. Why are people opting to bring the golem in these comps?
With the lower amount of ships you can bring, since this is a 7C7 format, roll compression becomes more important. And normally in these setups, you have a paint support ship. You'd want a Hyena, you'd want a Vigil, you'd want a Bellicose, something like that. It's not super expensive and brings those bonus paints, which will really help you rapid heavies. Now with 7 ships, dedicating a whole ship slot for that is more painful. The Golem has a paint bonus, so it can be one of your damage battleships and it can bring your paint. And its tank is good enough that losing 1 tank mid for a paint is fine, because they're going to shoot if the Golem's dying, you've already lost the match, so its tank doesn't matter that much.
Yeah, exactly. And in the 7v7 format, we're also not seeing, it's not like they have 10 rush ships to try to rush you down. They only have 7 rush ships, and really it's more like 6 rush ships. 5, you gotta, count your logistics in there some anyway. All right, our next match, Meta Reloaded versus Test Alliance Please Ignore. This is the moment that CCP Jotun has been waiting for. It is his opportunity to watch Test lose. I'm sorry, to watch Test play on the main screen. Yeah. So, without further ado, let us take a look at the bans for this match. And what do we got here? Well, Well, we have
Hmm.
some honestly fairly standard bands up to that alligator there. Nuke Michael, what are you seeing with why would you ban the alligator?
I'm not sure. I haven't been really impressed by what I've seen out of the alligator in this meta. In drone kite comps, I feel like there are better options, especially if you want to go armor instead. In a missile rush, I don't feel like it really gives you that much more over a Drake Navy or going up to a Nighthawk. It doesn't feel great. So I am very surprised to see it banned. I will have to say, I know Jotun's a big fan of them. I am not impressed by the test bans overall with this ban set.
Sure. And Jotun, care to defend your boys, your gals and guys?
It
here?
it is interesting. I mean, they've gone Curse Sentinel, and then Meta picked up the Ashmu ban, so they're removing a lot of newt pressure, a lot of potential newt pressure straight out the gate. They've removed the Zarm, so they're looking to avoid maybe some of the heavier armor setups. So they don't want they don't want to be neutered out. They want something that they can maybe they want something that can keep range because they won't be moving around and they're not worried about a Balgorn. So they get rid of the curse, they get rid of the Sentinel, knock out both of those options, and then they get rid of the Zarm. So they're forcing the other team into a lighter comp. I think maybe gun spam for this one. Then they do get rid of the Astarte. So maybe the knocking the Astarte out is a little bit bait. Maybe a little bit of a switcheroo. Say, oh, we're getting rid of the Astarte. We're definitely not going to bring gun spam. But like, there's so many different options for gun spam that are not the Astarte. Yeah, I think it's interesting. I don't know if it's good. And I agree with Nuke. The alligator ban, I think, is maybe not the right call to be as diplomatic as I can. There's no need to. There are better things you could ban there. You pick literally any other ship from the comp that you're in, and say, or that is within the meta, and say, okay, we're going to ban that one instead. Like, yeah, I don't know. It's an odd choice.
Yeah. It's definitely a little bit interesting. Many of these other ships we've seen, especially the long webs, are on the more banned side of things. Nuke, we can see the little numbers on the bottom of our little ban ticker there. How should we look at those numbers if we're Twitch chat looking at this?
I say it, but I'm not sure if production has fixed the numbers since yesterday, because the pick number has been 0 for every ship forever, so I would ignore the pick number and I would just look at the ban number and just treat them as relative to the other ships around them. If the Hugin has 5.5 and the Curse is 5.3, don't take that as the absolute go. Yeah, that means the Hugin's banned more often. Until we get those updated, that's how you probably need to read them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but it is useful. We can see, Hugin very popular, Astarte not as popular. We've got some interesting ships on grid for both sides here, and they have landed. So we will send it to CCP Overload and Moderator to break down this match.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen. It is me, CCP Overload, joined by Moderator for this potentially exciting match between Test Alliance, Please Ignore, and Meta Reloaded. And boy, let me tell you, on one side, on the blue side here, Meta Reloaded, we have but one Chad, just Chad Flame. But on the other side, on Test Alliance, Please Ignore, look at all those Chads that warped in right at 0 in the center of the arena. They're ready to brawl. I think this match might be over quick, Moderator.
Well, either that or it'll be a very long time with the Tank of the Damnation and the Balgorn Armageddon, known to be very beefy ships. However, we see that one side has brought logistics in the form of Oneros, and the other side has brought Guardian. So really going to be pretty key what both sides do with newt pressure coming from, of course, the Balgorn and the Armageddon here. Already we see the Vengeance and Heretics of Chuck and Hona burn in to try to get tackle and see if they get counter caught here by the Nurgle and direct fact Chadwick here. Could be a decent primary if they're able to get a lot of damage onto the battleship, or maybe just kind of screen it with some tackle.
I have to say, I think this Arbitrator is going to be doing some good work this time. They have that extra E-War, the Arbitrator and the Maulus on the Meta Reloaded side. I think that's going to be quite valuable. Of course, they're trading a bunch of DPS. They don't. The other team have the Vengeance and the Heretic. However, you can see the amount of control being slapped onto the test team right now. That being said, the Vengeance, if he gets the reps onto him from the Oniris, he should be able to ADC pretty much now and then survive. So the meta team need to decide whether they're going to just try and plow through him or whether they're going to pull off of him. Nope, they went straight for death.
Okay, so the Oniros of Dante has actually had to come into basically at 0, really in order to get any reps, and that was a little bit, of those damps coming in from Sven Blot required that close range engagement, but now we're seeing the damage get traded. Oh, and the Guardian is going down way slower than Dante, who is getting absolutely nuked right now.
Turn on your tank, sir. Turn on your auxiliary armor repair. There you go. Good job,
oh my god,
you gotta be ready.
There it goes, finally, and let's see if it's not a little bit too late here. We haven't seen a next up. That's going to be another instantly rep cycle here.
He's burning. He is burning through hull. Dante is in an inferno right now. He has to keep heating. He has to survive. This is not going to be a good trade for them.
Yeah, he did not even get half of his those cycles off. Meanwhile, Alexander has also been doing the same, but Alexander is getting sat on by 2 Nurgles and a Heretic. He eventually will drop here, but now that the Oniros is dead, the Nurgles no longer have any rep buddies. If I am Meta Reloaded, I am very, very happy right now. The Maulus of Sven Blot absolutely carried with his handful of points, really forcing that Oniros to come in. Maybe not quite as close as he did, but he did force him to come in close.
Yeah, the power of electronic warfare cannot be understated. The Guardian of Alexander Chorrigan is surviving. The Nurgle of Salatarium is going to go down. And, if this Nurgle goes down, the Guardian's easily going to tank, I think, and as long as he doesn't get caught out by a snap change, this Maulus may survive as well. And every time another DPS ship on the test side vanishes from the arena, it gets easier and easier for them to tank. Sven may go down. He's holding on for dear life. I bet you Alexander is heating all the reps. Oh, where are you, Sven? Are you burning away? If you're not burning away, you're doing the wrong thing, but I think he's going to survive. And, moderator, do you know what time it is?
Time for Test to lose another tournament match?
Well, that's a regular occurring time, but in this case I was talking about it is cleanup time once again, as one side sweeping the other out of the arena. Sven Blot saved in hull. The Guardian of Alexander Chorrigan doing great work. He survived as well. Tests now being slowly put back home into their stations.
Okay, so we were talking about a little bit of a damage swap, but here we can see that Meta Reloaded doing a pretty good job of getting webs now on, of course, on the Balgorn Damnation. Neither ship is going anywhere. The Heretic going to be what looks to be the Drone Prime, and then the Armageddon and these 2 Nurgles are now going to be closing range, getting on top of the Balgorn and the Damnation, respectively. So we have about 3 minutes left. They can probably kill one or the other, but likely not both of the Damnation or the Balgorn here. Which are you killing if you can? Are you getting rid of Lynx or are you getting rid of those webs here?
At this point, I probably don't care about the web, so I'm just going to roll right in and get that Damnation. There is a full new Armageddon, as far as I can tell, on the side of Meta Reloaded. So he's going to be able to turn off a lot of things once he gets in. He only has 2 ships to nuke now, so he is going to be able to shut them down. And you can already see that the attack bar, if you look at the attack bar on the red side, is minuscule. I think that is just drones, or maybe a few volleys here and there, because most of their guns are going to be off.
Yeah, that is going to be a 3 newt, we would presume, from Seldarius in the Balgorn. He does have 4 guns. The Damnation is going to have heavy assault missiles loaded, so they do have some amount of damage, but not the same as you would get from a direct vac and 2 Nurgles that are fully able to spool on you.
Yeah, I mean, Sheriff Seldarius, captain of the Test Alliance Police and our team, long-time captain, long-time tournament enjoyer. Always great to see him. He always brings a team and always puts on a great performance. In this instance, Meta Reloaded, they are a very solid team. I believe they went second. It was second, right, last year in Alliance tournament. So this is a very experienced set of people they've gone up against here, and I think really the Arbitrator and the Maulus just did such a huge amount of work at the beginning there. We saw him force Dante in the Oneros in way too close. Then the heavy nukes landed from Chadwick in the Armageddon, and then it was kind of just GG.
Yeah, we don't necessarily give Meta Reloaded the same flowers in terms of being a storied Alliance tournament team like some of the others you would hear from, like Tuskers or Truth Honor Light, formerly Hydra Reloaded. But I mean, they've got people that have been around even from when I was playing in tournaments like over a decade ago, and now they took some time off. They've come back in this, reboot of Meta Reloaded, and in every tournament they've played in lately, they've been absolute demons, like you said, making second place in the last Alliance tournament, and now making quick work of Test. Not to take away more from Test, we do beat up on them a good amount, but Meta Reloaded is a very good tournament team. Traditionally, got Sir Squeebles in it, old classic Eve streamer and former commentary aficionado. So shout out to him and Giga Chadwick here playing in that Armageddon, doing very well, executing on their win condition. I really like the plays from that Mollusk of Spien, forcing that Oneros to really not have more than probably 15 kilometers of lock range. He tried to get reps on his Nurgle buddies respectively. And with that, we're going to go to time here. Not able to kill the Damnation, but well played to Meta Reloaded.
Hey, are you tired of being slow? Are you tired of losing the competition? Order your Quave Turbo today. Lab tested. Velocity increase of over 5,000% guaranteed. Propulsion so hot you will explode. Used by all members of Exodus. Call now.
Guys, stop being casual. They're really bad. We should not lose anybody to this. Warp off. Warp off. Take the fleet warp. Everybody warp off. This is really, really bad execution. I'm very disappointed.
Hey, are you tired of being slow? Are you tired of losing the competition? Order your Quave Turbo today. Lab tested. Velocity increase of over 5,000% guaranteed. Propulsion so hot you will explode. Used by all members of Exodus. Call now.
Guys, stop being casual. They're really bad.
All right, welcome back to the desk where Meta Reloaded has reloaded Test Alliance Please Ignore, and CCP Jotun has reloaded the background to indicate perhaps maybe Jotun, would you say that is the mood of Test at this time?
I would never pretend to understand the mind of the dinosaur. It's cryptic and ancient. They came before us and they'll be here long after us. It was some odd decision making in there. I think okay. So the Drekavac is not especially tanky, and there was a moment early on when, as they were burning in towards the meta team, that the Balgorn was sitting right on top of the Drekavac. The Drekavac did not move. It just sort of sat there at the very beginning of the match, and I thought maybe there was like a DC or something. Turns out just a little slow. Just it had to get up out of the gamer chair a little bit, lean forward, and then get to gaming. But I thought there was a moment in there where they would go on to the Drekavac and try and kill it, which would have been advantageous to get it out of the way early on, because it was what killed the Oneros just a couple seconds later. They did not do that, and instead went after the Guardian, was not able to knock the Guardian down, and the Oneros had a bad go of it. Just a real bad go of it.
Yeah, speaking of the Guardian and the Oneros, Nuke, we've seen a lot of different cruiser logic. We haven't seen the Triglavian stuff so much, but Guardian versus Oneros, 2 Tech 2 armor cruiser logistics. We saw the Guardian appear to be way better than the Oneros there. Is that just, are they always better, or would you pick an Oneros over a Guardian sometimes instead?
There are definitely situations where I think an Oneros is the better choice compared to a Guardian. They are, in a lot of comps, they will be interchangeable. Lots of armor comps, you can look at this comp and go, if they ban Oneros, we can put in a Guardian and vice versa. They're not so different that you can't do that, but they do have their own strengths and weaknesses here. The Guardian tends to have slightly higher rep output and be a bit brickier, especially if you get a swarm of rep bots on it, it will be harder to kill. Whereas the Oneros, it has an extra mid and it's a little bit faster, so it can be slipperier, a little bit more resistant to E-War if you get the SIBO on it, or a bit more resistant to newts if you went for double injector. You get a bit more flexibility there, and it's generally the slipperier of the two of them. In that case, I would not in any way say the outcome of this match was down to Oneros versus Guardian. I think you could have swapped the Logi ships between the two teams, swap the ships, and the outcome likely would have been the same.
Yeah, no, it was well done. And if you, Twitch chat, want to see these bonuses, you don't want to wait for us to yap about these bonuses, you in fact can see the ship bonuses on your screen. You don't have to load up Pytha, you don't have to load up the Eve client. You just look at that nice little area that we have along the bottom, and you mouse over it, and you'll be able to see a wonderful overlay provided by Hoff Westchester, I believe the surname is there. But provided by Hoff, very well done, fantastic. You can also mouse over players, see their history. It's a good way for you to get that kind of context in the arena without, again, having to wait for us to yap. Speaking of yapping, we're about to go to the next match, so let's get our yap on about the bans. All right, and we have some bans. Rage Quit Cancel Scrims versus Yabby's Baddies. Nuke, we've got the Loki here, none of the other long webs. Anything jumping out at you from this ban line?
Nothing seems super strange here. I don't think we've seen an EOS ban in a hot minute, but it's not an uncommon ban. It's a very common part of armor drone setups, and if you don't want to deal with armor drone, you can kind of eliminate the whole thing by taking the EOS out. The rest of these bans look pretty standard. The Astarte ban jumps out just because banning Astarte doesn't really stop any of the gunboats. It's so the gunboat comps, you can swap out those BCs forever, right? But everything else looks very standard here. It's what I'd expect. Both of these teams are competent teams. They both know what they're doing. I'd expect bans like this.
Yep. Speaking of these teams, CCP Jotun, let's go back to Hot Take City. Hot Take City, who's winning this next match? No people.
Yabby's Baddies. Yabby's Baddies. I like the Rage Quit team. I like the Rage Quit team last year too. Yabby's Baddies, though, got that thickness. And shout out to my man Tom Harriet, who's on that team. I assume by me putting this energy out into the universe, he's going to respond to it, knowing that if he doesn't win this match, I'll just flame him incessantly for it. So, Gabby's Baddies, that's your Stone Cold, CCP Jotun Stone Cold Lock of the Century of the Week, is right, that one right there.
All right. Yep. We will see whether CCP Jotun has blessed or cursed Yabby's Baddies in this upcoming match, going to the arena with Mod and CCP Overload.
Good afternoon. I am moderator, joined by CCP Overload here. We have a heavy assault missile rush comp with that Drake Nighthawk Raven Navy issue against medium gun spam. Walk me a little bit through about some of the archetypes of each and what happens when you throw a bit of a Hound Raptor Tholos into that medium or rapid assault.
Well, moderator, you get a buttload of DPS coming out for that Hound there. Of course, it fires battleship-sized weapons, the infamous torpedoes. They do a lot of damage, but the problem is the Hound, kind of a squishy boy, and if your opponents have, let's just say, a Vigil that can paint it, then it's going to have to turn and flee for its life very quickly, as those long-range medium guns on the other side are probably going to be able to reach out and gently caress him from across the arena. We will see what happens here as the match is underway. Sure enough, the blue side starting to kite away from this rush. Is this a torpedo Navy Raven that they're going for? We'll find out imminently, I guess. But the Raptor flying in to get first tackle on something.
Yeah, the Raptor flying in and actually doing a good job of actually not immediately burning in. I say as he tried to get himself not tracked, and he did a good job of trying to break that transversal. But these medium gunships actually do just apply very well. Rage Quit Cancel subs scrims here does know how to play that through. Really liking their kiting out here. They're going to force the Thalos to try to burn in. The Thalos, being that destroyer, is not going to be known for being super tanky. And again, good call forcing a lot of these slower ships to burn into you. The ability of them to kite is pretty solid.
That Raptor going down there quickly. This is the second match in a row where we've seen a Dino get splatted. So that's a big loss for them. They still have the Hound, which is good, but the lack of tackle means that they're going to be just trundling around really slowly. There is confirmed Torpedo, Navy, Raven. Big brick of DPS there. It is webbed. So if it can get on top of something, it can just like vomit the DPS straight into the face of whatever it catches. The Mauler is scram, web, grappled, and painted. So the Mauler might be about to get torpedoed to the face with only a Rediva to keep it alive. We'll see how that goes for him.
Yeah, I really actually like the call of the Mauler going in actually to kind of screen. If you have to have anything get caught on your team, I would prefer it to be that, and it kind of did so in order to give some space for the debug in the Absolution and Grunt Kato. But meanwhile, at the same time, we see that the Osprey was just getting absolutely killed by the medium guns, and they're going to trade a Mauler for it, possibly. But again, that's... easy trade, I would make that all the time, but the Rediva, it's going to be continuing to spool its reps, and even if they do kill it, they're going to trade now for the Thalos going down into hull getting popped. This might be a clean sweep.
You know, moderator, I was just thinking that that might be where we are going with this match. The Rediva, of course, not quite as strong as the Zarmaz with its Spilly Boy rep, but it is pretty strong, especially if you are bringing, let's just say, torpedoes and trying to hit a Mauler and you don't have any paints on it. You know, a Mauler, although it's not the smallest ship, it's still kind of teeny compared to a Navy Raven. The Absolution now is getting hit. Now, the interesting thing is the Rediva has to now start its spool again on the Absolution. This is a much easier target for the big torpedoes to hit. That being said, they have lost the entire lower end of their comp. They're losing the Drake. So 07's in chat for the Drake as it goes down. They might kill this Absolution, but if this Drake dies, it might stabilize.
Yeah, and even if they do, break that Absolution, I'm pretty happy to do so at this point. Looking at the attack bar, the Raven Navy issue, like you said, it is going to be torpedo fit here, but the Absolution is now starting to stabilize pretty solidly, and Michael is losing a quarter, now a third, about to be half of his shield. And that's one of the things that you do get with a lot of this medium gun spam, is that you get a ton of links. Meanwhile, you're really only going to have the Drake and the Nighthawk for links on the side of Yabby's baddies. And Absolution of Debug is stabilized completely. The Rediva of Nightors has totally spooled, and nothing on that team is going to break.
I think the Yabby's baddies team hit reloads there, and it just was not enough. As you say, the Rediva fully spooled now. GFs are already appearing in local and moderator. Once again, welcome, my friend, to the cleanup zone.
Yeah, that's going to be where we're at. Just completely wiping up the grid, mopping away the remaining HP bar of Michael here. Hunter's now getting swapped on. Again, that's going to be Neaters having to play reflexively.
Come on, Tom Harriet, you can do it. Get something. I believe in you. I believe in you personally. I want to see first blood, and then maybe he claws it back. Doubtful, but maybe he claws it back.
I have missed your absolute enthusiasm and energy, where I have no hope or expectations that Hot Tom Harriet is going to do anything whatsoever than
he's hull tanked. He's going to be. Come on, Tom. The hull tanked, bait Nighthawk. Let's go. Take down Hunter. Hunter's not even being repped. You got it, buddy. You can do it. You can be the one to tell all your friends to get good. Oh well. I guess not. Oh well. He tried. So I guess CCP Jotun curses another team. Congratulations, CCP Jotun. Back to you.
Cyrus?
I know.
Okay.
I'm watching you. I'm making it exciting.
Cyrus, this is not funny anymore. I am in Hull, Cyrus.
Oh, you really are?
Yes.
again.
Rain, are you in the armor vagabond or something?
No, I've got XLSP.
And polarized guns or what?
No, I'm scrammed! Help!
Where are you?
Killer rats, killer rats, killer rats, killer rats!
What are you doing?
They suddenly went angry, dude. They weren't angry before. Kill them!
Which one's Grammy?
This one, the claw. Kill the claw, kill the claw. I'm gonna get owned by rats. Not like this.
No.
Kill the rats. Do it! Kill the claw!
Relax!
Counter-falling claw.
Relax!
I'm gonna
Relax.
die, dude. I was yellow to these.
It's dead.
Alright. Me, dude. They were white a second ago, and then they just got all angry, dude. What the f? Bullshit.
Rainbow includes 4, mate.
I've got a fucking Lader, I've got a Galente, and I've got an MR, and I've got an extra slot.
Did you seriously wanted to know if you need a prop mod?
I have fucking 6 mids!
All right, welcome back. We have CCP Jotun has done it once again. Rage quit, cancel scrims, taking the match over Yabbies Baddies. That was a rush comp. We haven't seen a lot of rush comps before, although rush versus gun spam has been one of those classic matchups in the Alliance tournament. Nuke, how'd it play out here? Was this flown well on both sides, or?
This was flown very well by Yabby's Baddies didn't fly it badly, but Rage Quit flew that very well. When you're running into a rush like this, you want to make sure you keep them spread out, kite as way as best as you can, and then when you have a chance, use your use your tanky, cheap, hard to kill Mauler to hold down the battleship. Because when you do a rush, if you do a ham rush with just hams, if one ship gets tackled down, it's not the end of the world. When you commit to doing that one battleship, if it gets tackled down, that Mauler screens it. You need that on your primary, so you're forced to primary the one thing you don't want to primary.
Exactly, and it's pretty devastating. And in terms of primarying, it wasn't just a ham rush. They brought the Navy Raven. The Navy Raven was a standout ship of Alliance Tournament 2021, or Alliance Tournament 21, sorry, in 2025. And it was so strong because it was discounted. But they're still here, and they're fitting torpedoes. CCP Jotun, torpedoes, are they good? Why are people using them?
You know, Allie, you ever sat and wondered about like what death is like? You know, you ever wondered just about like what the abyss will feel like in that moment just before you go off in there? Sometimes I wonder. Torpedoes are good. Yeah, I mean, they do big damage. You need application to apply to things. They didn't really have a ton of application after a while. I don't know. I mean, you get 80 good years in this rock and then it's over. Who knows, man?
I'm hoping for more, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, maybe.
Who knows?
If I get more years on this earth, it's just gonna be years I spend consigning poor teams in the tournament to losses, Allie. So maybe it's not a good thing. Maybe let's think about that. Maybe let's just have a little ponder about it.
I think what you need to do, Jotun, is you need to invert your predictions. You need to see if you can actually harness this energy to manifest what you want to see in the world.
I'm picking up what you're putting down. I just need to kind of. Okay, who do we have up next?
Who do we have up next? Well, we have Dishwasher University versus No Numbers. And Dishwasher University is a merger of some Deepwater Hooligans pilots and Eve University. No Numbers, meanwhile, Paper Numbers, relabeled for this fine Alliance tournament, or Anger Games, this fine non-Alliance tournament, which is what makes it so exciting.
Yes.
Let's take a look at their bands. All right, so looking at this band line, we've got our friend, the Armageddon Navy issue, as well as a couple other slightly less banned ships. Nuke, anything that you can see here that you want to talk about?
I think the Dishwasher University hatred for damps needs to be mentioned.
That's
they have
crazy.
spent every single ban on a damp ship.
That's generational.
Not all of them.
Celestis, Maulus, Latch, Carries, Arazu, every single one, they said, we hate being damped. I can guarantee there was a scrim where they ran into like a Latch Celestis duo and they just were like, we hate this. We never want to do this again. Ban them all.
They got down to the carries and they're like, actually, fuck the Arazu too. That's insane.
I think seeing an Arazu ban to ban out damps is wild work.
It's almost a bit. It feels like a bit. Like we'll just get out. We'll get all of them. Don't worry. Every single one of them.
I am 100% prepared to see this ban, and they went, wow, they really hate damps, and we're gonna load, and it's gonna be like, yo, triple Blackbird.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. We've been talking about this all throughout the tournament. With these E-War ships, it's really hard to ban all of them. You really have to commit, and it seems like Dishwasher University, they've committed. Otherwise, they could ban out 4, and then if they leave that Arazu open, who's to say that No Numbers won't say, like, oh, hey, an Arazu, we could fit an Arazu into this comp. CCP Jotun, the No Numbers bans, are these more normal, or...
Yeah, I mean, you pull out Scimitar, Rapier, Hugin, it's rid of that really powerful Shield Kite, and then they get rid of the Armageddon Navy, the Armageddon Navy, or Armageddon Nav. Get rid of the Armageddon Nav. Then also the Guardian, which is sort of the kind of a best in kite kind of battleship oppression. Not best in kite, best in slot. Jesus Christ, I'm cooked. I was looking too much into the Abyss earlier. Get rid of the Armageddon Navy, which has been very, very strong. Get rid of the Guardian, which is very, very strong. We already saw, that forces then, if you want to use an armor comp, you have to then use the Oneros, which is maybe a bit of a step down, or Frigate Logi, which is arguably a bigger step down because Frigate Logi in this format is worse in my opinion because you're already using a reduced number of ships, so you have fewer slots available, and picking 2 of your 7 slots just for Logi and just kind of subpar Logi at that, if we're being perfectly honest, is tough. So I'm not quite sure what this leads us into, but it is interesting. It's a little bit more standard, but it's standard in 2 different directions, right? You usually see them do one or the other, but now they're kind of covering both bases by hitting a little bit of each. It's interesting. Different, obviously, than Dishwasher, who has gone full in on their strategy here.
I spent this whole time trying to double check and make sure there wasn't a damp ship they missed, and I there isn't. So
I think they nailed it, dude. They absolutely nailed it.
There will be no damps.
There will be no damps. What will there be? We'll see that in a minute. By the way, before we head off, I just want to say, Jotun, Nuke, thank you very much for your time on the desk. We'll be having some new faces when we come back on. We'll send it over to the arena, where the casters will tell you what have the teams brought.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, once again to the arena with myself, CCP Overload, and moderator. Before us, we have on one side discipline, coordination, and a very hungry Zweeple, which may be about to feast on some hounds. And on the other side, we have a group of individuals who legally qualify as a team. We have a Rattlesnake, Nightmare, a Blackbird, and a couple of hounds. Moderator, this could be interesting.
Yeah, I'm hoping this isn't yet another cleanup clue. You would hope that the side of Rifison and Aethel would understand that they need to go put drones, get their Zweeple on top of these hounds, chew through them, and then go through the Ospreys. We see a lot of paints off of the rip already onto the Tholos of Arwen. I would understand that a great deal. You want to not get any of those dots, but meanwhile, the Zweeple is charging in at maximum speed, getting counter-screened off by the Stork of Rother Luke. That will be the Lynx for the side of No Numbers. And speaking of No Numbers, there might be no tank remaining on that Zweeple.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for him. Like, I thought he was going so fast. I thought he was going to get straight through to the Hound, but excellent job by Rothar. Look, they're in the Stork, screening him off. He knew exactly what he had to do. The Hounds now, they are free to do a lot of DPS on potentially those Sleipnirs. We'll see how effective this Blackbird's going to be. If he gets a couple of lucky jams in on the Osprey, the incoming damage on these ships could be just so huge that they will struggle to tank. The Blackbird itself is taking a little bit of damage, but, you know, it's still early days here, Moderator.
Yeah, so Jalfi in the Cinnable ran all the way to the back line to try to get tackle onto the Osprey, and he initially did, but then got caught down by Rothar Luke in the Stork. Again, like playing out of his absolute mind, getting tackle initially on that Svipal and again on the Cinnable. That's going to be like the two primary tackle ships really from No Numbers that could have swung the match in the favor, but now the Blackbird of Yggdrasil is dropping very, very low. Xenon doing his level best to keep that alive, but I mean, now that Xenon didn't die because Jalfi couldn't get tackle, Aethel and Rifison are just getting pounded by these Hounds.
Yeah, there's just so much damage on the field right now from both sides, actually. Like, these AC rush going down from the two Sleipnirs. Don't underestimate how much DPS that is. The Stork's about to go down. The Blackbird has no buffer left. If the Stork goes down... Oh, the Osprey just died now. Fantastic. That's a great move from the No Numbers team. Getting the Osprey down means that the amount of EHP left in the Blackbird and Stork was almost zero, so it's just going to be bang, 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 one after the other. Bang, wham, bam, thank you, ma'am, basically, for them right now. The Cinnable probably is going to be okay now. He can maybe stabilize.
Yeah, and I'm glad that we are in the danger zone and not the cleanup zone, but Jalfi's HP bar is very much going to be in both as he's getting down into armor in a shield chip. That's going to be Hounds onto Rebel Rico. I really like the call of getting some of that split. We see that the guns are solely focused on getting the main damage of Jason Flamrad out. Good call. You really can't do both effectively. Slave Matt wrapping in that ancillary shield booster, trying to get tackle. We have more tackle again onto the Rattlesnake. We see both Aethel, Rifison putting all their damage. The Hound now dropping to drones here. So anyone's match right now.
Yeah, the Hounds, because they no longer have the Osprey, they're just going to be vulnerable to these drones. You can see that blob now going after Drebin 679 in the second Hound, and there's nothing they can really do about it. He can't outrun those drones, so he just needs to put down as much DPS into anything as possible. The Cinnable is the only thing really that they got down, which means the tackle is gone. Well, obviously there's people that died earlier on as well. The Fleet Scythe just went down. The Tholos, I don't know if I bother shooting the Tholos now. Just kill that goddamn Osprey, and maybe the Nightmare, I mean, Nightmare's put a lot of DPS, they have a lot of mobility. A Nightmare, if it can kite away from a couple of Sleipnirs, if it can kill that Osprey, it might actually still be able to do something. Oh no, the dots have landed the Nightmares now. GG.
Yeah, so Young Renegade here has been playing like an absolute Giga Chad, I believe, hitting, a micro jump drive beacon earlier. Now the only thing that's within targeting range is a single Republic Fleet Valkyrie, as the Osprey is now closing at the very end of the match to try to get some reps on top of Aethel, who either reloaded his ancillary shield booster just now.
Yeah, that definitely is reloaded for sure. Look at the blue bar in the defense. That is active rep, local active rep. So that Sleipnir of Aethel managed to pull off the reload of his ASB. A rare feat sometimes in Alliance Tournament, but we love to see it. The Osprey of Young Renegade may still go down, but the damage really has dropped off. They're not regenerating any shield, and they're just kind of like flying around a bit of a scenic tour of the other side of the arena right now, as Lash tries desperately to do something.
I actually really like what Aethel did. She had actually burned out of range initially of that Nightmare when she was taking a lot of damage. I mean, Sleipnirs are very good to go against Nightmares just because they are going to have really solid EM and thermal resist with that Minmatar racial damage resist profile, are very good into the Nightmare. So that was excellent damage calling, choosing to get the Rattlesnake that can do whatever damage it wants. And with that win condition, No Numbers is going to advance 200 to 55. Well played by both teams. Glad to have a match that is the danger zone and not the cleanup crew. That's going to be it for myself and Ithaca Hawk, now CCP Overload. With that, we'll send it back to the desk.
Tired of losing the competition? Order your Quave Turbo today. Lab tested, velocity increase of over 5,000% guaranteed. Propulsion so hot you will explode. Used by all members of Exodus. Call now.
Guys, stop being casual. They're really bad. We should not lose anybody to this. Warp off. Warp off. Take the fleet warp. Everybody warp off. This is really, really bad execution. I'm very disappointed.
I'm gonna die, Cyrus.
I know.
Okay.
I'm watching you. I'm making it exciting.
Cyrus, this is not funny anymore.
I think it's pretty funny.
I am in Hull, Cyrus.
Oh, you really are?
Yes.
again.
Rain, are you in an armor vagabond or something?
No, I've got XLSP.
And polarized guns or what?
The pythographs. Like Jordy says, the comps might seem bad, but they work. But it doesn't. It only works in Pytha. Yeah, what about it? Stop shooting our Logi!
Makes me want to log in.
That's inspiring there.
That is inspiring.
Thanks, Rand. You guys feel loved and
Welcome back to the desk. What an exciting match just then there between No Numbers and Dishwasher University. Down to the wire, very interesting ships. And speaking of new folks, we have Deebs and GM Ren. Welcome to the stream. Glad to have you on.
Thank you, Ali.
So, in terms of the last match, what we just saw there, we saw a rush versus a fairly interesting comp, and it was not the more ham missile rush that we've seen before. Deebs, why would I pick this AC rush over a missile rush here?
So traditionally, the AC rush has benefits of speed over the missile rush. Also, a lot of the traditional missile rush ships, at least, have damage lock on them. That's less and less appropriate these days as CCP has removed a lot of the damage locks off of missile boats, particularly the Caldari ones. But they still do have some damage locks, so you tend to be slower. You tend to have damage lock stuff, whereas the AC ships, traditionally Sleipnirs, supported by some other sort of Angel or other Minmatar ships, you've got damage selection, you're very, very fast. You get a little bit more opportunity to sort of go around things, pick your targets better, whereas the traditional ham rush kind of has one setting, which is go in directly and hope that you overwhelm whatever you come across.
Yeah, absolutely. And GM Ren, we saw that match play out. Did we see those Sleipnirs able to use that sort of more flexible positioning in that matchup?
I like to think that we did. At the end, you see Aethel Inkara pull out of Nightmare range and run to her Logi Bro, wrap up to full before diving back in. That is not something you're going to see a Drake really do. at the start of the fight, you also see the Svipul and the Cinnaball, which sort of match that vibe of run in, run around, get tackle on things, and only through the heroic efforts of Rothar Luke do we really not see that to any effect. But otherwise, CCP Overload called the Svipul probably going to eat those hounds. The Cinnaball landed tackle on the Osprey. And if those things go down rapidly, you just, well, game's pretty much over. So that super high mobility, I personally really like to see, and I think we saw it to great effect here.
Yeah, and it was a very exciting matchup. One of the ships that we saw, by the way, in that matchup, the Rattlesnake, are those? We haven't seen those too much. How are they? How have they played out? CCP Ren.
It's a Garista ship, which means we have missiles, we have drones, a bit of both. They're very tanky. I would say they struggle to apply, having only larger weapon systems and larger drones. I'm actually not sure why we see it here. It's pretty much a bigger Florida man.
Yeah, and it's definitely didn't quite pull it out on that match, but will be interesting to see if we see it going forward. So speaking of going forward, though, let's move on to our next match. We have Only Need One Scrim versus Bump It Away. Let's take a look at the bans, and we'll see whether this is going to be some more cooking from these teams. All right. So our first bans of this desk, that is a lot of Minmatar bans. Deebs, what are you seeing in these?
Well, they don't want that extra mobility of the Sleipnir. The Scimitar, obviously, as well, a fairly hard logistic ship to catch and apply damage to. So if you're looking to do some sort of Logi assassination with crews, or even just run it down with ships that aren't quite as fast as a Scimitar, it can be really, really hard to do that, especially with the Hugin. So they're getting rid of all of that. They're saying we want to be able to catch and kill your Logi, and we don't want to get stopped by a curse while we do it.
Yeah, on the other side, meanwhile, GM Ren, we've got like the Tholos that's out of there. We've got the Zarm that's out of there. Why are people banning the Zarm so much?
The Zarmeth is eating a lot of hate. It is, I think it pulls up from just below a single Guardian worth of armor repairs to 2.5 Guardians worth of armor repairs if it's allowed to get there. So if you can't punch through a target quickly, you will struggle to do so later on. Banning it is quite common in general, but it could also hint towards a slightly longer range, lower damage setup that tries to grind or kite it out, which will have definite issues with punching through things rapidly before the reps pull up.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got both teams on grid, ready to go. So we're going to send it down to the arena where our new set of casters, Kevin Grumman and Wingnut, will break this down.
And welcome down to the arena. My name is Kevin Grumman. I'm here with Wingnut Cross, and we are currently looking at Bump Away versus Only Need One Scrim. On Only Need One Scrim side, we're looking at a very heavy metal composition with that Abaddon and Drekavac core. They're going to want to get right on top of this. What are we looking at on the other side, Wingnut?
I was just taking a quick peek at Typhoon. I'm like, hold on a second. This is a cruise Typhoon. They're going to try and kite with this thing? Let's go. This is very curious. A lot of triangles opposing him, though. A lot of damage.
Absolutely. We'll see if that Drekavac's able to actually get hit and the Abaddon are able to project far enough with that Celestis.
I'm sorry.
With the
Armor Orthrus. Armor Orthrus. What? Okay, hello.
I guess that's their screen. Rapier and Hugin were banned, so we'll just bring in Orthrus, we'll give it some links, and it'll be fine, surely.
Yeah, like 3 scrams in the mids or something.
That's gotta. I don't see what else the Orthrus is going to end up doing, other than, I guess, kill a Nurgle. That'll be nice.
Oh, yeah. Well, match will be underway in 10 seconds. We'll have to see how far these guys can run from a lot of triangles.
For sure. I think it is notable that we usually see a very similar comp to this with a Rapier or Hugin. With those banned, they've chosen to try to lean very heavily onto Dance with a Kyries and a Mollis to try to push that DPS off them. We'll have to see how that works out.
Yep. Okay, we see them charging on in. We'll see what they go for first, what they can grab. That looks like they're going to get a Shimu shot first.
Yep, that Ashimu is a gun Ashimu. So it is missing out on a lot of the newt power in exchange for getting a little bit of extra DPS. So that Ashimu is going to be critical for actually pushing through stuff. It does look like beams, not pulse.
They're also trying to get a bit of damage down to Nurgle. See, the problem with this comp is, like, obviously it kites quite well, but they need the damage to break through. And we have to see if they can actually get through Augur reps or if they have to try and take out the Augur themselves. Because with the Typhoon, with Cruise, they could hit the Augur from across the arena.
Yep, but it looks like the Cyclone Fleet issue is wandering way too close here. The Orthrus is not nearby to screen for it as the Nurgle catches it.
Oh no, that does not bode well for Bump.
Absolutely not. The Kyries and Mollis are very strong when damping something out at range, but if the entire enemy fleet is sitting on top of your Cyclone Fleet issue, there's not much they can do to save it.
Yep, they're just going to have to hope to break through the Ashimu before this Cyclone Fleet goes down, but it will be going down as there is a wave of DPS drones stopping them. Looks like they've actually advocated for all DPS drones instead of any Logi drones.
Who needs Logi drones when you just kill things, you know? Well, the Cyclone Fleet issue is feeling the pain of it.
Yeah, the Ashimu's following up, though they might be able to maybe trade it for the Ashimu. It's not the best of trades by any means, but it is better than nothing.
If they even get that trade, Cyclone Fleet issue, looks like they'll die at exactly the same time here.
Overheat belief and the guns, and please don't burn.
Please don't burn. Ashimu is contributing a fairly large amount of the DPS of this composition, and with those guns, Cyclone Fleet does drop before the Ashimu, which takes off a lot of the DPS pressure on this Ashimu. I wasn't keeping track of the Orthrus.
The Augur. The Augur is hard locked down as well. Trying to kite with an Augur is definitely an experience, especially without enough tackle to slow things down. Yeah, Augur is hard tackled. He's going to be gone in seconds.
Yep, I just double-checked. The Orthrus is heavy missile fit, not rapid light, so it's not going to be great at applying down onto this Nurgle, well, especially, and that Nurgle can just run around wherever it likes and just catch anything on this composition.
I feel like when it came to killing small ships, they were hoping to use hopes and dreams and not much else, because they basically had no application help beyond just shooting them. Yep, and look at it, the Nurgle just running in for the Orthrus. Like, what a world we live in when a Nurgle can run at an Orthrus and not get killed for it. But he's gone for the Typhoon instead.
The Orthrus doesn't even, scram the Nurgle off of them. The Orthrus must not have been paying attention there as the Nurgle runs up and scrams the Typhoon next. But there's nothing here that can kill the Nurgle, might as well. As the Ashimu is in low hold, but it's still alive.
Maybe, just maybe, they can get the Ashimu. Please, give him a consolation. He's on 1% structure. Oh, no, not like this. He's on 2% structure, not like this. Please, don't dangle it in front of them so close.
It looks like the Cruise has switched onto the onto the Augur, trying to kill the reps, but I don't know if the Orthrus got the message here, as the Ashimu's catching and the Augur is starting to go down.
Yeah, so the thing is, the Org could have been shot by the Typhoon across the entire match. They could have potentially broken through it by now if they decided to go after it. So they went for the Ashimu when their Cyclone Fleet went down, and just didn't matter. You're already kind of dead at that point, my man.
Yep, and you gotta remember that a ship that has 1% hull does just as much damage as one that has 100% hull. If you don't finish it, it still does everything it wants to.
Could you imagine if that wasn't the case? Oh, God. Ooh. But yeah, so Warhawk survives this completely. They're going to try and maybe cruise down Ladius and the Augur, but I'm going to say this is about 3 minutes too late.
Yeah, that needed to happen right off the bat, so the Ashimu dies, so the Vedmak dies, and he can actually hold up a kite here instead of getting caught by the Nurgle. Nurgle passes it off to the big heavy elements, and the Nurgle can go chase down an Orthrus instead.
Looking at this comp, I'm like, where's the paints? Where's a good web? How are you intending to hit the small stuff with your cruise and heavy missiles? And maybe I'm just blind and entirely miss it, but I didn't see nothing.
Well,
hold on, wait. Is it the Orthrus that's doing that?
It's the Orthrus that's doing the paints.
It's a paint thrust. Okay.
Which is curious because I haven't seen the Orthrus actually scram anything this entire match. So I think it has a 0 screen and is just paints. There's no screen in this entire composition that needs to kite to live.
He is being neutered, so I'm just hoping maybe he just got his scram neutered off. But yeah, that might be a paint Orthrus.
And as the Orthrus goes down, as Overload would say, we're entering the cleanup zone. The Nurgle's running around catching damp ships and not letting them use beacons anymore.
Clean up Arena 1!
Oh, not too much longer left here. Kyr's is all that is left, and we'll see if it gets an Edge of Glory here. Oh, it looks like it's running for it. MJD is activated, getting right close to the edge. We'll see if we set a high score here. 207.
I don't know. Not a high score, but you did pretty well. Well done, mate. And with that absolutely destructive victory from Only Need One Scrim, we're going to head back to the studio. Welcome back. Only need one scrim, more like only need one hit point. Well done to them for taking the victory in that last match. So, GM Ren, we heard the commentators talking about it. We've heard chat talking about it. The Armor Orthrus. Is there a good reason to do this?
Well, they brought an Augurer. That would be one reason. Basically what they try to do is something that we see in the AT with 3 of these typhoons, usually accompanied by heavy target paints and or web support, so they can actually hit small targets. We didn't see that here. Instead, they opted for an Orthrus, which had to match the rest of the doctrine. So it was armor, and it had to carry the paints as well, which are then unbonused and thus a lot less effective before they start stacking penalties. I think that all adds up to not winning this particular match.
Yeah, Deebs, were they, I think you said in the chat you kind of see what they were going for. What would make this kite comp actually look successful?
I mean, I think the biggest thing is that they needed webs, and we saw Hugin, Rapier, Loki, Hyena all get banned out. And honestly, I think at that point they tried to pivot. They had decided what they were going to do, or maybe they saw something else in the bans and went, no, we can still pull this off. But I think they really should have just swapped comps. They should have gone, okay, no, we can't pull this off. We've been banned out of the comp we want. Let's just switch to something else and do it. Because with a Hugin, with a Loki, potentially even better because it's got its own missile damage, there's a lot more power here, right? They can lock down the enemy Logi. They can throw those cruises at it. The cruises will have no problem slowly but effectively killing the enemy Logi if there are webs on it. Without those webs, it's just so much harder for the cruises to apply, especially from a single Typhoon.
Yeah, when you're looking at this type of thing, when someone bans a comp that you're planning to bring, how much worse does it get before you're like, all right, forget this, we're just going to switch to something else?
it's always hard to say, right? Like that's one of those big captain decisions of, well, we really want to bring this. We think that we made our other bands for this. You also get into a danger zone of, well, we wanted to bring kites. We banned out Rush. Now our kites banned out, but we also banned out our own Rush. What do we do? So making sure that you have a wide variety of setups that aren't just all slight variations on each other, so that you can actually bring something when it gets banned out, especially if enemies do some weird bans. They ban out, say, Magus Pontifex, breaking almost all armor comps. And you say, okay, great, we've got a bunch of different armor comps, but they all use a Magus. What do we do now? So having that wide variety of comps is really, really key in the tournament.
Yeah, it can be tough, especially when, if you don't pay attention to that, it's something that's going to get you in the match. So we've got another match coming up. It's We Form Volta versus Bright Sides. We Form Volta, by the way, we saw them on grid with one Ithaca Hawk. So he's gone from commentary. Perhaps we will see him in the arena. But before we do, let's take a look at their bands. All right. And we've got a band line. We have the Raven Navy issue appearing. GM Ren, tell us about these bands. Anything that stands out to you?
Something that stands out to me, basically across the board, is we've seen the Zarmazd and the Tholos, and in the Enger games, the Cenotaph is banned, and people treat the Tholos like the new de facto Cenotaph sort of horror of their worst imaginations, and it's constantly banned. And I understand that you're looking for a ship that can fill multiple roles. It's fast enough to get in there. It might have a mid slot to screen. It can do DPS while it's burning for the next thing. But honestly, are they that scary? Maybe it points towards bringing something heavy on the top end, but I honestly don't know. What stands out is that both the Volta team has the TDs they don't want to see, but I have no clue where they're going with this, I'll be honest.
Yeah, Deebs, what about you? What do you think of that Armageddon Navy ban there? Why are people banning that?
The Armageddon Navy has those very long-range newts and also quite a bit of DPS, and it's also got quite a bit of hit points. It's a very nasty boat to face. The long-range newts really mean that your Logi ships are in a lot of danger, especially if there's any damps on field, which we can see here. Damps not banned at all. So combination of damps, then your Logi has to come in to rep. The newts go on from the Armageddon Navy issue, and that's all she wrote for your Logi. They might not even have to kill the Logi. They just shoot through everything else while the Logi's neuted, dry, and doing basically nothing.
Yeah, and looking at the times at the top again, these times at the top are how long it took the teams to make those bans. Reasonably fast across the board. Volta did a little bit go into the tank with that Astarte. We've got both teams warping in, so before we see what they have on grid, GM Ren, care to give us a hot take prediction?
A hot take prediction? I liked what Bright Sides brought yesterday. They looked convincing. They swiped that match. I'll give it to them.
All right, Deebs, what about you?
I will be contrary for the sake of being contrary, and I will take Volta.
All right. As always, split desk. Who will be reign victorious? We will have to see in the arena with Kevin and Wingnut.
And welcome back to the arena. I think both teams decided to start screaming, Leroy! They're both bringing absolute rush comps. We have a full Mimitar autocannon rush, and I believe that is a Torpedo Raven. I have to double check. I did have a quick squeezy.
Yeah, I can confirm it is a Torpedo Raven. So we're looking at pretty near mirror here. We're looking at a full AC rush versus a more mixed composition with Clerical Navy, and Broadsword, and of course, as mentioned, the beautiful Raven for Bright Sides. Raven does have a fair bit of range with the torpedo, which is going to lend itself well to trying to pop that Osprey at range. One on each side. That might be an advantage that Bright Sides can leverage here.
Oh, look at that. Instead of running in, they're going, nope, we're just going to go the other way. Both teams have decided, no. Okay,
They have changed their mind. Not rushing. We're going to go home. We're going to back up to our beacons. We're just gonna chill out for a while, apparently. Yep, they're both committing to this.
They're both going to their beacon. Okay, guys, back to your corners. We're going to line this up. Like boxers coming out of their corners for the swing.
Okay, so which side do you think has practiced more beacon bouncing and is going to try to bounce all the way around the arena to try to get on top here?
I mean, look, the obvious answer would be Volta, but I feel like that's also a bait answer for myself.
Yep,
I'm just like, okay, are we going to both just sit on the beacons and stare? Are we going to wait until we get into like maximum like reverse tie-dye before we send it?
What's the end game of this strategy from either side right now? We don't have anything that applies.
Okay, hold on. Wait. Volta is jumping. Let's see where they're going. I think they're going from one beacon to the next. They are indeed. Yep, look at that. They're going to do a beacon bounce. Try and get up top.
Beacons. So these beacons are exactly 100 kilometers from each other, or if you're talking about the sides of the arena. This means that you can bounce directly between one to the next to get all the way around the arena in very, very quick time. And it looks like they're lining up to the next side, and they're going to be jumping down on top of it. The Osprey's already pulling away from the other beacon, and for Vitalik, he doesn't want to get landed on top of here.
To be fair, I'm kind of worried that he's kind of putting himself to be getting jumped on top of. I'm a little nervous for him. I'm watching, see if they're going to angle for him or for the team.
Yeah,
okay, they're jumping again. They're going for the next beacon. Okay, they're going to jump to the next beacon above them.
But
so
it looks like the side fleet was not lined up. It overburnt the beacon. It's going to get left behind here. Side fleet needs to reposition.
They're fast.
It's fast, but it is time that's going to be spent waiting as opposed to doing damage.
Hold on. Like the Osprey is now, I think, on a beacon of his own. Is he going to try and jump?
Yep. It looks like Brightsides is jumping away now. They've decided they don't want to fight that. The side fleet being missing here is going to be critical.
Oh, hold on. Has he pulled too far away from his team? Okay, his team is jumping in. There we go. Okay, we see an MJD from the Cinnaball now. Okay, they're jumping again. Let's see where they land.
Well,
I think they're going to try and get ahead of that Osprey. They actually might. Hold on. The Osprey is burning. They actually might be in a spot where they can get him.
This jump is a lot messier than the last ones, though. With 3 or 4 ships.
There they go. They're Leroying in for it. There you go. The Osprey made too much gap with his team, and they're going to try and jump on it. See if they can try and MJD on top, but their team is too scattered. Okay, this Osprey just sacrificed himself, I think.
Though a lot of the big heavy DPS is still left behind right now. It'll take a little bit of time before the Osprey goes down here. It does look XLASB fit as opposed to Buffer.
This might actually turn against Volta now, because you said the rest of the team isn't there yet, and they are jumping on the Osprey, but everything else is now jumping on them. But I don't see any damage down just yet.
Let's see. The Volta's off.
Where's the damage?
Osprey.
Where's the damage?
Where's the DPS?
Guys, please, you got to shoot them. They're right there. Please.
Looks like Caracal Navy is trying to chase down the Osprey, but it doesn't look like it has scram yet. The Osprey's going to slip away as the Sleipnir of Sangrad starts taking heavy damage. There's no reps for that Sleipnir left.
This is starting to not look good. This is going to start getting real bad real quick if this continues this way.
Yep, the Sleipnir is taking damage. They need to get this Osprey off grid as fast as possible. Howling Wind just needs to live. The longer Howling Wind is alive, the longer her Weaveworm Volta is ahead.
I'm most surprised there's not a single scram on it. That Osprey is still running around, but this team is slowly just dying. Oh no.
Surely the Caracal Navy has something. Okay, Caracal Navy has it webbed. That'll help out the Raven applying, but there's not a lot left to shoot it as another ship goes down.
Nope. Well done to Volta. You hopped around like a kangaroo. You got exactly where you need to be. And the opposing team just kind of hung out an Osprey for you to jump on top of, and it just gave you the free kill.
Yep, poor positioning on the Osprey, running a little bit too far ahead, letting them get that opportunity. And even if Weaveworm Volta wasn't the cleanest on the jumps, they did get what needed to be done there. Whereas the Raven is starting to bleed down into armor soon.
Oof, man! I honestly was worried that both teams were just going to sit on their beacon and kind of just stare for a while. But I'm glad that Volta took the initiative there and kind of almost made their opponents make a mistake.
Yep, they're forcing movement, forcing something to happen, and helped out a lot there. As he could move that Osprey around, force it to make a decision, and it happened to make the wrong one in this instance. And even though they couldn't take advantage, on Brightside side of that slightly split up MJD, it doesn't matter here.
Bright sides here. There is no bright sides here. That is a brutal way to go down with a full rush versus rush, and your rush didn't even get a kill.
Absolutely, and we also get the tragic re-entry into the cleanup zone.
Gotta love being in the cleanup zone.
Absolutely. It looks like the Stork's gunning for the edge of Beacon, and it's going to try to break our record. I have been informed that this year current record for furthest from the center of the arena is 209 kilometers. So that's the set record to beat. It looks like the Stork will be outrunning this Vipple while it's going.
Just for this year. It's not the all-time one, but something people to aim for.
Yep, it's going to be hard to break the path.
I don't think he's going to get a chance. I think they're trying to stop him. Hold on.
Let's see. It's just a web. It's just a web. He can still end it.
Just a web. Okay, hold on.
He might not get as far. The ultimate record is 231. 195. Respectable. Not awful. Not awful. Especially with the web going on. And with that, we'll throw it on back up to the desk.
I'm Nalio V, and Test Alliance, please ignore, is recruiting.
Oh crap. 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 Mega crap.
And welcome back. We have WeForm Volta taking that out over Brightside's very interesting kind of rush mirror there. It was a rush mirror that didn't involve a lot of rushing. Deebs, tell us about rush mirrors.
Rush mirrors are always so tricky. I mean, any mirror is really tricky, but rush mirrors particularly because you're running in, you are really dependent on getting all of your damage on while they miss something. So part of the big thing for rush mirrors is making sure that your screening ships manage to go out and stop the enemy before they get in range. With ham rushes, this is both easier and harder because you've got sort of a hard limit of range, like a Nighthawk's not really shooting much past 20 without Javelin, which really reduces your DPS. So you can sort of stop it at 20, but if it gets anything under that, then you're full damage from it. Whereas with a min rush, it's a little bit more flexible, which is both good and bad for you, right? So if you stop it at 20, great, you're doing less damage. If you stop at 18, it's still less damage than if it was at 12. But that's a really key bit, is you have to have all of your ships on the enemy while as few of theirs are on you as possible. And because it's a rush, you all have roughly the same ranges. So managing to pull that off is really tricky and is really the key bit of the whole thing.
Yeah, and that's why we see them jumping around there, is both of them are just trying to find their moment, pick their moment. Speaking of jumping around, we don't have the fancy graphic that we normally have, but GM Ren, can you just give us a quick rundown? What's the deal with these beacons?
Yeah, we can. Tournament micro jump units are basically your TQ deployable as well. You can interact with them within 5 clicks, and then they take 12 seconds to spool up, just like a normal MJD would, and then you're going 100 kilometers forward in the direction that your ship is pointing. And if you do this perfectly, you can jump from one beacon to the next beacon to the next beacon, sort of playing keep away. We've seen teams do that with cruise foons, just bouncing between the beacons while those cruises land anywhere in the arena. This time we saw it because they are, as Overload would call it, jockeying for position. And we see that that one team makes the call. They're afraid to be jumped on, and so their logi moves away from their team. And the other team, instead of jumping onto the other team and engaging in the whole rush, as Deebs just explained, they jump onto the now lone Osprey, and from there it's a snowball going against you. I'm afraid to say that the team I called to win lost this because I don't think they kept it simple enough.
Have you been taking lessons from Jotun in casting?
Yes.
Yeah, that's your first mistake there. We should have learned from the Dinos last year. So one match down, another match to go. We have Spooky at a Distance versus Post Pod Clarity coming up. Let's take a look at the bans for this match. All right, Loki, Arbitrator Curse, Hugin, Rapier. Deebs, I'm noticing a theme here. We're seeing a lot more today the Lokis getting banned with the Hugin and Rapier. Do you think people were listening to our stream yesterday?
I sure hope so. The Loki has less range on its webs than the Hugin and the Rapier, but it still has pretty reasonable range, especially when heated, and it has one thing that those two don't, which is a lot more damage. You can put some damage on the Hugin and the Rapier. They put out a couple hundred, maybe tops, but the Loki can put out far more than that. Or have far more range, or just generally be better at everything except for the distance on its webs. So seeing people ban the Hugin and the Rapier without banning the Loki felt very odd yesterday. So I'm glad to see people actually banning the Loki now.
Yeah, we've got all the long webs banned out. We've also got all the Tech 2 cruiser logi banned out. GM Ren, why don't we normally see the Basilisk in the ban area?
Aziz and in a certain sense the Guardian as well, they are set up to do cap transfers. They're bonused for that, and so they usually like to come in pairs so that they can keep each other fed with capacitor, so they can keep those large repairs running. So that means while they can have a lot more EHPS provided than Scimitar, a Basilisk will struggle to keep its cap alive under any kind of newt pressure, or it can't just fit all the highs with large reps as much as it would like to. So I think that's why we see them less often, because in tournament settings you can only bring one logistics unless they're frigates. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, no, fantastic. And we've got both teams on grid. None of those Tech 2 Shield logistic ships, but some other logistic ships for you to take a look at. So we'll send it down to the arena where our casters will break down the match.
And welcome back to me, Kevin Grumman, with my good friend Wignut Cross, looking at post-pod clarity here in a full drone comp. I checked that Armageddon Navy. There's not a single gun on it.
Exactly. Also, they have the sexy skins on their ships. I mean, look at that. The yellow and black. Oh, there's bees everywhere. Now, on the opposing side, I'm just double checking. Yet that is another autocannon rush comp. So we'll have to see how autocannon rush goes up against a drone ball.
Yep, what I believe will happen here is that Vexor and Vexor Navy are going to come up in front of her battleships. They're going to try to screen off the Hurricane Fleet and Sleipnir at least, and let those drones walk up forwards and keep as much DPS off of the backline as possible. Going to flex that extra range they get on their newts for the Armageddon Navy issue and try to turn off the Hardener. Maybe even throw drones back up towards the Osprey and turn that to dust before it can get too much work done.
Now, I'm going to be keeping an eye on Al Punchy because I get the feeling he's going to try and get to a position where he can run in and jump on the Osprey and try and nude it all the way down, hold it down so their team can win because they're going to have a boatload of newts and potentially even smart bombs on this comp. So if they can get that Osprey just turned off, they don't even need to kill it. They can focus on killing the rush then. So keep an eye. You already see Al Punchy actually burning off to the side there. So just keep an eye. I'm going to be watching him throughout the match.
Yep, Vexor's coming up forward here in Halb. Going to try to screen off the Hurricane Fleet, most likely. Get some of that DPS off of the main DPS dealers.
Here we go. Let battle commence. They have all dove on in.
Yep, tons of... all of the drones are dropped. It looks like Hurricane Fleet will be dying first here. Al Punchy not diving into the Osprey just yet.
Nope, he's just going to stay in the fight then. So never mind. And look at that. Oh my god, look at all the ECM drones. That is dishonorable. It's very dishonorable. So
absolutely disgusting. That poor Deacon.
Oh no, I want to vomit. So many ECM drones, but this battle is still ongoing. This Hurricane Fleet, I'm pretty sure he's XLA's beef it, I think, as well as the Osprey rep, so surely he's going to run out of juice at some point.
Absolutely. We did mention that there can be a solid number of smart bombs in this comp.
Wait, there he goes. There he goes. There he goes. Al Punchy's moving now. There you go. Punchback's got on top of the Osprey. Al Punchy's burning in.
Yep, go to get some newts on there, turn off the reps.
Drones are all going over there. You got the drone ball's jumping on the Osprey.
Unfortunately for the Deacon, it doesn't seem like the Dominix is going to be able to smart bomb off those wave of EC drones.
Sure, they got a smart bomb somewhere in that comp. Like they've got how many mids? Like 16 mids? Sorry, 16 highs. Sorry to play with, something like that. Some ridiculous number.
I would expect them to have done something by now, and to try to save the Thalia.
Boom! Osprey's down. There you go. Now they can maybe start killing things. The Hurricane Fleet should die in seconds once the drones get back.
Yep, the great thing about a rush comp is that it likes to ball up everything on a single target, which is great if your drones need to burn a grand total of 5 kilometers to get to the next thing, instead of 100 kilometers all the way across the ring.
So what are they going for? I thought they were going to go after the Hurricane Fleet, but it looks like... Where are those drones going?
Looks like the thrust is enough, though, as the Armageddon Navy bleeds into hull.
No. It looks like they're going after the broadsword now with their drones. As that cloud of horn ECs is just that Deacon, man, he's not playing anymore. So lock the targets, lose the lock. Lock the targets, lose the lock.
Yep, the Armageddon Navy catching just the teensiest bits of reps here, but it
he MJD'd off, I think, or that just burned away. He died anyway, so it didn't really matter. But he was on an MJD beacon like as far as he could get. But I'm willing to bet someone just barraged him.
Yep, barrage has a fair bit of range still. Oh, the drones don't care how close the mothership is.
Okay, well, this is still potentially interesting match because the Dominix could try and just start leaving basically, and just bounce from beacon to beacon while hitting them with drones. But I think at the moment, Spooky's in the driver's seat.
100%. The Spooky still has both the Stabber fleet and Scythe fleet available to them, which are very fast for cruisers, very good at getting on top of stuff and tackling it. So it's going to be very, very difficult for the Dominix to actually maintain range here as the Deacon finally goes down. The Vexor Navy very caught.
I was watching the Scythe fleet of God's Apple there shooting down that Deacon. It was lining it up almost perfectly. Probably actually perfectly considering they have way better piles than me. And Al Punchy going down next. He tried to do his job. They did very well, but unfortunately his team is being pulled apart. They did get the Logi. They're not empty-handed. Just didn't quite go when they wanted it to.
Yep, not empty-handed, but not quick enough for taking down the Osprey to actually be able to take down the ships that they needed to. The broadsword still holding up, but the Hurricane fleet still alive. All the DPS is still up. We're firmly in the cleanup zone at this point.
Oh my god, I'm just getting PTSD from how many ECM drones I'm seeing just on every single target. Oh, that hurts. That hurts my soul to look at. But very, very, very convincing win for Spooky here. As now got to hunt down a Space Potato.
Yep, Space Potato looks like it's might be lining up for the Edge of Glory. It would be very impressive for the Space Potato to set the next record for.
I don't think it's even physically possible for Dominic to do that. I don't think the math's there.
Perhaps there's only one way to find out. Maybe if the Dominix has a local MJD, he could get 2 off.
I don't think that works.
That would be very impressive. I don't know if that works either, but
But we get to enjoy his glorious skin while we wait, though. Like, look at that beautiful thing. He's jumping from beacon to beacon.
Yep, he just wants us to be waiting around for the rest of this match.
How inconsiderate.
Poor form for sure. We'll see if Spooky Action in it gets the memo, comes up to an MJD beacon to chase instead of trying to burn all the way around the arena constantly. They will be faster. There's the side fleet with the jump. Coming back in. Dominix will not get another chance to jump away. We'll see if it has a scram on it. It is a shield ship, so it probably only has one available.
I'm going to try and bump his angle. We've seen that last year. If he bumps the angle off, it just sends him out the arena. Nah, okay, he's going to jump into the arena. That's a shame.
Yep, Scythe Fleet does not have a scram on it, so Dominix will get to jump again. Dropping a new set of drones. Oh baby, he's going for it.
I think he's trying for it. I give him respect for that. He's not just being a pain in the ass. He is attempting to get the win, but those ogres are going to take a million years to get to target.
Yeah, he does have a local MJD. There is a local MJD, but there is also a broadsword, so he's not getting away.
Yep. Gotta love the older Hick scram.
No escape, no surrender.
And now he's ECM'd as well. ECM'd last and killed last. We got less than 30 seconds left. This match is about to be over. Dominix might survive just to, I guess, spite the opposing team.
Just to spite them, putting all the EC drones on it. An excellent match, though. Oh, and we will throw it on back to the desk.
Those folks from Slow, they got some cojones. You know what I mean? They got a little bit of chutzpah going on in there. Like that's a pro gamer move.
Keep this meeting actually super short by just talking about what worked.
Well, I mean, what doesn't work is also important because it means we can just stop going with it, right?
He didn't get the joke.
No, I didn't get the joke.
Because nothing worked.
The pythographs. Like Jordy says, the comps might seem bad, but they work. But it doesn't. It only works in Pytha. Yeah, what about it? Stop shooting our Logi!
me want to log in.
That's inspiring there.
That is inspiring.
Thanks, Rand.
What's
You guys feel loved and appreciated right now?
Welcome back. What a match. We've got the Dominics attempting to survive and jumping around. Very interesting drone choices from both the teams there. We heard Wingnut raging about the EC bots, but there are some other drone choices in there as well. Deebs, how did the drones shape this match?
So one thing about drones is you can get some pretty good DPS out of them, but they have travel time. They're kind of like missiles, except not, because the travel time happens once and then they stay on and then they've got their DPS. But that means that if you're taking out things that are spaced far apart, you've got all that travel time as the drones go across the map. So you saw this happen twice. They tackled the Osprey, got the drones on it, great, it died, but that took them 10, 15, 20 seconds to get those drones across to start applying that damage. And then once they do that, now the drones have to go 50, 60, 70 kilometers back across the grid in order to get onto the next target. And that takes a lot of time, especially with heavy drones. We saw some Fed Navy Ogres out there. Ogres, very slow. I believe the slowest heavy drone in the tournament. So it just takes a long time for them to get over there and do that damage. And when you add that up, going over a couple of different targets, that comes a minute, 2 minutes, and out of a 7-minute match before overtime, that's a long time.
Yeah, meanwhile, in those 2 minutes, it's not like the other team can't shoot you, right? Like, they've still got Sleipnirs on grid. We've got not very long before the next match. I can see actually both teams have been teleported in already, so we're going to sort of head on to the bands for Kick Zoot versus Wormhole Hobos. I saw some requests in chat to know who these teams are, by the way. Kick Zoot, they're kind of a tournament super team headed by Toastbrat. They've got members from Rage Quit, other prominent teams. Wormhole Hobos, they've got Evasive, B-Sod members on them as well. So again, we've got, if you're looking on a computer, you can sort of mouse over and see the team history. But we've got some bands. GM Ren, give us a look at these bands.
I see a lot of the very standard stuff. The long-range webs come out again, the Armageddon gets some hate, the Trekking Disruptors get some hate, the Tholus and Zarmast get their standard hate, and then we get Alachisis. What does Alachisis bring that you do not want to see? And it could be damps. It could be that they suspect a long-range cram, question mark? I have no idea what you could bring where Lachesis is the thing that breaks your neck without it also being a Keres or an Arazu or...
Both of these teams, they've got a lot of tournament experience between them. Possibly some overcooking happened, but maybe this is something that's been showing up in top-level scrims, and we'll see it unveiled on a future weekend. Either way, we've got both teams on grid now, so we'll send it to the arena where the casters will break this down.
Welcome back to the Arena. I am Kevin Crumman here with Wingnut Cross, as we are looking currently at two very heavy metal compositions on Wormhole Hobo's side, and we're looking at Leshak Oniros Legion in very heavy metal composition. Looking at that Legion, there is no guns on it. That's going to be a full Newt Legion, and along with the Newts on the Leshak, there's a lot of Newt power, or if they can get it on top of this enemy fleet.
And they've picked the right E-War for their job because they're versing two Apocalypses. We are going through two Armageddons at once. Or Apocalypses, not Armageddons, but whatever, it's a different thing. But yeah, a lot of Amarian lasers, they love their capacitor, and the Leshak and Legion are going to try and remove that.
Well, the few times you really wish you brought an area is to bring more capsticks, because they're going to be chewing in cap boosters this entire match, as the Legion and Leshak are going to just sit on their capacitor or make sure they can get as few gunshots off as possible. Oh, as the Apocalypse Navy and Apocalypse are quickly caught by those front-running frigates.
Yep, and they're going to just go on in with the Leshak, and yeah, with all that nuding power, they can basically turn one Apocalypse off for most of this match. And we'll have to see what they can do from there. Hopefully Leshak can get on top and just kill them, but the opposing team's going to want that Leshak anywhere but near them. But what can they really do to stop it, to be fair? Like, they have nothing besides maybe a crew with a bit of webbing to try and stop that.
Yep, and it doesn't look like it succeeded, as the Leshak rolls right up on top of that Apocalypse Navy, can load up its short-range ammunition, and just start going to town on it.
Yeah, I think this match was immediately lost on the comps. Like, you brought two laser Amarian battleships, and there is a Leshak sitting on your face. They're trying to go through the Legion, but they're nearest repping it. I do not see what they can do. I've been proven wrong before, but I don't see what they can do.
It looks like the Celestis stamps are currently on the Leshak, which is quite a confusing choice. They might want to be swapping that to the Oniros soon to try to break the lock to the Legion, force the Oniros to get in close, and they can apply more DPS onto it, as DPS seems to be going on it now.
Yeah, damping the Leshak is doing absolutely nothing. Also, Leshak, buddy, please control space. Yeah, they should be trying it on the Oniros and trying to either rip through the Legion or maybe just start pulverizing through the Leshak.
It looks like they're trying to break the Leshak here. Her Dams are still on it, though. Oh, if Dams were swapped to the Oniros here, they'd at least have a chance at breaking the locks. Leshak taking lots of damage here, getting chunked out of it. The reps are landing. It'll have the cap it needs to be able to run a local rep as well if it needs it. There's no enemy dams against it other than the crewer, and the crewer doesn't mean much here.
Also, I'll just kind of realize as well, the Legion is not just a Newt Legion. I believe it's also a Link Legion.
What?
According to the subsystem, please. I'm not good with T3C subsystems. It's a black spot of my knowledge, but I believe it is also a Link spot.
Nor am I. But it looks like the Leshak is smart bombing off the drones, trying to clear some of the DPS off of it, so that it can sit right on top of this Apocalypse Navy and keep spooling up.
That Leshak is actually getting hurt pretty bad. Where's the Oniros? Hold on, wait. Why is the Oniros that far? Is that... Okay, never mind. He's closer than I thought, but still, he's pretty far away.
Damps are switching onto the Draugr, confusing.
Oh, the crew is going in. The crew is going in to try and get onto top of the Oniros and maybe start nuding it out with this Nosferatus.
Yep, and that is for the Oniros, the crew's nudes is significant.
Wait, Leshak's not looking healthy. Hold on a second. I thought this was going to be entirely on their side, but no, this is starting to look real bad for the Leshak. They're going to get some reps in ASAP.
Yep, those Damps finally... Nope, Damps are still on the Draugr. The Leshak is bleeding whole, though, and they might be able to just straight up push through it still.
Yeah, seeing the reps coming in from the Oniros, but that Leshak is starting to bleed. I wonder if these guys are overheating their lasers just for the absolute max. The Leshak is still crawling through hull. This is not looking good.
Very close. There it goes!
Oh my god!
Without that Leshak, there is no DPS against this other than a Draugr, a Vengeance, and an Enyo.
I thought they had the newts. I thought they had the comp. I thought they had the position, but Amarian Battleship said, hell no!
Both the Apocalypse and the Apocalypse Navy do get a bonus to the activation cost of the lasers, which helps them a little bit, but it was clearly enough as they were able to keep the guns running long enough. They were able to push through that Leshak, even through the
Natalie's
Oniros
just
reps.
falling. It's all falling apart.
With no dudes to push on that cap and try to turn off the guns, there's nothing that could hold back these two battleships from ripping through everything left on grid.
Man, I was so excited. Leshak was kicking ass, and Zoot's like, no, we're taking this one. This is ours.
Just hit the cap button and don't get capped out. The game is easy. Just kill the Leshak. Man, if this was anything like a Zarma has Logi, that he 100% lives, but the Oniros just could not hold it together. I'm not sure if the visual was bugged or something, but the Oniros just didn't get catching damps, but it still wasn't able to hold.
Yeah, he was definitely repping as hard as he could, but I'm only bet they were firing like conflag on heat and everything.
Oh yeah, conflag, he just ripping into that Leshak. It was not enough to survive. As the Draugr goes down, anything that the crewer wants to catch, it'll kill. Well, it looks like the crewer died at some point. I must not have been paying attention.
Yeah, the crew I think got killed by the Draugr just after the Leshak went down. So they didn't come home empty-handed. They did get a scalp for themselves.
Not a fully clean sleep, but pretty close to it as the Enya follows suit. Vengeance, Maulus. There's no DPS left on this grid to try to push through anything here.
Yeah, this is brutal indeed. Well done to Kigzu on that one. I was not ready for that match. I was not ready for that result. I was so confident they were screwed. They could probably make sound bites out of me for the rest of the year and enjoy it. Like I honestly thought they were done.
That Leshak, it just wasn't enough. That I keep harping on about this because I have no idea how they were able to push through that Leshak. I want to see a fit or something. Maybe they were greeting that Leshak fit and it had less resist mods than it needed or something like that. That Leshak shouldn't have died there.
That's what I thought. I was honestly thinking, like, hey, he can't die. He's got this. But apparently, I do not know my numbers, but they sure do.
The numbers do not lie, and they have spelled disaster for the wormhole hobos as everything's just spreading out, trying to live for as long as possible. It looks like the Vengeance might be gunning for the edge of glory here, but it will not make it before the end of the match. And with that, we will throw it back to the desk.
The pythographs, the pythographs, the pythographs. Like Jordy says, dude, the comps might seem bad, but they work. But it doesn't. It only works in Pytha. Yeah, what about it? Stop shooting our Logi!
Makes me want to log in.
That's inspiring there.
That is inspiring.
Thanks, Rand.
What's
You
that
guys feel loved and appreciated right now?
No, I'm scrammed! Help!
Where are you?
Kill the rats! Kill the rats! Kill the rats! Kill the rats!
What are you doing?
They suddenly went angry, dude. They weren't angry before. Kill them!
Which one's Grammy?
This one, the claw. Kill the claw. Kill the claw. I'm gonna get owned by rats. Not like this.
No.
Kill the rats. Do it! Kill the claw.
Relax.
Claw.
Relax.
I'm gonna die, dude. I was yellow to these.
It's dead.
Alright. It's dead. Me, dude. They were white a second ago, and then they just got all angry, dude. What the bullshit.
Rainbow includes 4, mate.
I've got a fucking Lader, I've got a Galente, and I've got an MR, and I've got an extra slot
Did you seriously
Put
wanted to
an-
know if you need a prop mod?
I have f***ing 6 mates!
Welcome back. What an exciting match and well played there between two quite good teams. That was a very exciting moment on the Leshak where, as Kevin said, it did just disappear. Now, in the studio, we have a little bit of an advantage. As the casters, you have to both look at the screen, and it's you don't actually have the effects on your screen. We have the effects on our screen, and so we can kind of break down how that Leshak died, and it died because the team did really well. Deebs, tell us about the demise of the Leshak.
Sure. So what you saw there was the team was shooting the Leshak, shooting it. It's getting lower. It's getting lower. The Onirios is in a very happy place. He's 50 clicks off, repping, totally out of danger, doing exactly what he's supposed to do. So they send the crewer over, web the Onirios, throw some newts on him too for good measure, and then hard swap heated damps to the Onirios, pushing it from happy place, out of danger, repping fine, to, oh no, I can't lock anything, and my Leshak buddy just dies now because my reps that were keeping him up, holding him there, are now gone.
Yeah,
just an excellent play.
Yeah, it's absolutely brutal when you can make your damps into like a completely deterministic jam. And it's a real fun time as a Logi who's been out there. GM Ren, on the other side, how did the Deacons look for the Kick Zoot team?
Honestly, they didn't just look fine. They were fine, and they made it look easy. That Navy APOC was the only target that got shot. So the Deacons didn't have to do a lot of target juggling, and especially with armor reps needing to cycle before they repair and such. There are sometimes shenanigans you see with just quick target switching, which we didn't. There was one thing that was dealing damage, and it was dealing damage to that Navy APOC. And we imagine it has a reactive, and we imagine it fully spooled up against the occult L-type damage. Off the top of my head, that's explosive and thermal. And we see a Leshak fully spooled up for a few minutes, and it's not doing anything, not chewing through anything, and the two Deacons are just happily repairing it and keeping it alive. And that also brings me to I think it was an NEO Vengeance Draugr on the other side, that you would imagine those going after the small targets, land tackle, land a scram, or at least force them off, force them to move, force them to repair each other. If they have to repair each other, then they lose half their repair power on the main target that your Leshak is shooting at. And we saw none of it. And honestly, I think that's where they lost the match.
All right, so we've got the two teams landing on grid. Let's take a very quick look at the bands. We're just going to pop them up. I'm not going to ask you about the bands. I'm just going to ask you for your 5-second hot takes. Deebs, 5-second hot take prediction. Who's going to win in this match?
I'll give it to Deteriorated.
All right, and GM Ren.
I'll go for the 3 a.m. Epiphany because they banned the long-range webs and the Zarmast, which are
nice.
pretty good.
Yep. So for our last match before the break, we are going to send it to the arena where we are going to see, I don't know what, but it sure as heck won't be a Sleipnir.
Welcome to La La Land. We have a very interesting comp versus another Amarian laser spam comp. We have a Widow Nighthawk triple Manticore comp. Okay. And of course, we have the Apocalypse Appel on the other side, which is pretty reasonable.
This is certainly a comp that is in the arena.
This is a comp of all time.
The Nighthawk is ham fit. It's not heavy missile, so it's probably going to try to just not die, I guess.
I'm also going to say as well that potentially this Blackbird of Ash Torp might end up being the most valuable Blackbird in existence if he can get any jams on the Widow to force the Widow to jam him back. So we're going to have to see how this one goes. This is going to be curious.
It's going to boil down to how many Caldari jams did this Blackbird bring? Because if it brought 3 Caldari jams, it's going to have a great day today. If it brought 1, it's going to suck.
I honestly just hope that the Draugr of, oh my god, Caldari Daddy 69420 is just going to go around murdering Manticores.
That if it can ever be unjammed, that's certainly what it's going to do. But the question is, will the jams be enough? There is a Widow, and if the Widow gets jams, then everything lives. If the Widow dies, nothing does.
It looks like the Blackbird threw every single jam it's got onto the Widow. I see no other jams on their team. So the Widow's spreading him, the Blackbird is focusing every single jam to try and make the Widow break lock on their friendly battleships.
And I will note for the people at home, on the fancy UI, the jam symbol does not mean a successful jam, that means an attempted jam. The only way we can know if it was successful is if things stop dying, and it looks like the Manticores are dying.
The one way to see if the Blackbird gets a jam off, you'll see the jam effects on Deteriorated vanish, because the Widow will be now jamming the Blackbird. So that's how you see if that one particularly worked.
For sure. All right, and it looks like the Widow is still unjammed. It does have a jam on the Paladin and Apocalypse, trying to protect the backline from the DPS that's forcing it onto itself.
The Drone Ball and the Draugr are just chasing down like the Manticore and the Outriders.
Yep. As the Outrider gets demolished in second, hence must have failed to jam there.
Wow, hold on, wait. The Draugr of Caldari Daddy again just tackled down the opposing Scimitar. They've got the Scimitar of Dai Hati, and that is not going to look good. Wait, did he just pull off? Okay, I think he just pulled off. Okay.
Yeah, it is possible that it might not have been timed well with the rest of its DPS actually able to shoot it if the jams were successful there.
Meanwhile, they are ripping through the Apocalypse. That's potentially under Augur reps. The Augur is not being jammed, just cannot rep through this apparently.
Yep, T1 Logi Cruiser does not have as much rep power as the T2, and the Apocalypse is just getting absolutely shredded by this Widow and Nighthawk together, and the 3 Manticores doing so much damage.
I doubt it, but this is definitely a comp of all time. I am a fan of big DPS, and they brought 3 Manticores to make sure they have the biggest. And it's so far going well. They're killing off the Dragoon as well because style points, I guess.
Yep, with one of the battleships off grid, it's going to be a lot harder to push through the Widow, and the Widow has one less thing to jam out, and it looks like the Widow with that free jam. Wow, that Paladin dies.
Whoa, buddy, you're in a Marauder. That's not polarized. What the hell? That thing vanished.
Absolutely destroyed in seconds. I'm not sure what happened there. It doesn't look like there was a jam effect on the AUG. It should have caught reps at least. I can
give you the answer. We know what the answer is. There are 3 bombers that are just throwing like city-destroying missiles at them. Just absolutely obliteration. That is so cool. I love this. I'm actually in love with this. I thought this was a weird-ass comp, but honestly, it's kicking butt. I love it.
It's working. If it's stupid, but it works, it's not stupid, I guess.
I wasn't going to call it stupid, because that means I could be proven wrong. But they've done really, really well. And I was hoping that the Draugr will be able to be a bit more like aggressive against these Manticores, but I think he's being pushed around and pushed off at the moment, so he did not get to do what he wanted.
Yeah, without that big battleship DPS on grid, there's not a lot that Deteriorated can do anymore. They might be able to get Magus and Draugr on like a Manticore and Alpha through it after the Draugr spools or something, but with the Scimitar's full attention on them, even that'll be a hard sell.
Ay, 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 ay. That is a wild fucking match. I am very happy to see that one.
A little bit of bad luck, Blackbird.
I do
never
wonder,
getting a
like,
jam.
This is a thought, right? I can see an effect on Nighthawk. It does have at least a invulnerability field. I kind of wonder if it's like a max DPS Nighthawk, just focus purely on just maximum DPS to kill things. Because he gets to just run around shooting whatever he wants to shoot, and nothing can stop him.
It might just be a full rush Nighthawk. Just your standard fit, just stick it next to a Widow, and the Widow keeps it alive. Who cares? The Widow jams the DPS, and then nothing shoots anything else.
You haven't got an outright for extra link, so yeah, maybe this could just be like the most aggressive Nighthawk in existence. Like, if nothing is shooting you and nothing is scramming you, just might as well just run around burning around killing everything.
Looking closely at it, it looks like it's missing 3 of its missile slots, so it probably has 1 extra link on it so that it can provide the extremely strong T2 bonus links, but...
I do see this now, yes.
So, not quite full DPS, but hey, it's leaning heavily on the Widow and 3 Manta Cores to destroy stuff, which is a mountain of DPS for a comp that has this much control of a full Widow. My goodness. And
okay. Apparently the Nighthawk did get screened off by the Dragoon for quite some time, so never mind. He didn't get to run around killing things. My bad. I gotta say, this team's name kind of fits. It may be 4 a.m. where I am, but I'm definitely having a 3 or 4 a.m. epiphany about this team.
Absolutely. I'm looking at bans. I'm like, I'm wondering how the jam setup on this Blackbird is right now. I'd love to be able to see the fit. They didn't ban Bazzi. They didn't ban Osprey. So they probably would still want to be bringing in Kaldari jams. I guess it just wasn't enough. The Widow's too strong.
Oh, Blackbird is jumping away. Is that to his death? Or is that just for fun? That was just to another beacon. Okay, fair enough.
Yep, doing what he can. And it might be that the Nighthawk might be running double info and running both hardening and superiority, which means that every ship in its fleet gets extra sensor resistance, and every ship in its fleet gets stronger E-War. There's exactly 1 ship that cares about stronger E-War, and it loves having strong jams.
I'm just amused by the idea of like, hey, we brought 3 Manticores, but how do we keep them safe? Let's bring a Widow and jam everything off of them. And honestly, yeah, fair play. That does seem to work.
It turned out that's all you need. You just need a Widow to land jams and never let the Manticores die, and the enemy brings battleships, you're just going to rip them apart.
Yep. All right, looks like we are down to 5 seconds remaining. Very well done to 3 a.m. Epiphany. You have very much surprised me there. Congratulations. And with that amazing victory, we go back to the studio. Welcome back. 3 a.m. Epiphany, they woke up cooking. Great job with that. GM Ren, I think that is the most bombers I have ever seen in a tournament match. Tell me what they were doing for that comp there.
I think Wingnut there summed it up excellently. Bombers bring a ton of DPS, very much big number, but they also bring some very little numbers, which is their HP. So there is a definite trade-off with stealth bombers. They bring torpedoes. They are bonused for those. They're frigates that can have battleship-sized weapons, and so they will hit battleship-sized targets and up extremely well. And anything that moves and is slightly less big than a battleship will just not die, as we saw happen here on grid as towards the end of the match. They simply can't catch and kill those moving cruisers and destroyers. What it did for them here, well, you saw it with a paladin, and the torpedoes land, and it's just volleyed. It's just volleyed off grid. It had no buffer. It seemed to have been active tank, and before the augurer could even assist it in repairing, or before it could cycle its own local tank, the bombers just volleyed it completely off grid.
And that was definitely inspiring to see. In terms of those cruisers, they were just flying around, bouncing beacons, trying to stay alive. Deebs, why do you stay alive when the match is lost? Why not go for a record?
Because if you are 1-1 in your group, it goes down to tiebreaker, which comes down to match points as the first tiebreaker. So keeping your points alive, preventing the enemy from having those points, is actually really important in your group to make sure that if it comes down to a tiebreaker because you lose another match, you're still up.
Absolutely, and we are in the group stages of this. Once we get the winners of the groups, we will proceed on to the more familiar elimination matches. But for now, we are going to actually send it to a very long break. I'm going to sign off as our Deebs GM Run, I believe, is going to still be on the desk when we come back. But I will catch you in chat and see y'all later.
I'm Nalio V, and Test Alliance, please ignore, is recruiting.
A crap. 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 Mega crap.
Coming from the wormhole, quick roll it!
The pythographs, the pythographs, the pythographs. Like Jordy says, dude, the comps might seem bad, but they work. But it doesn't. It only works in Pytha. Yeah, what about it? Stop shooting our Logi!
Makes me want to log in.
That's inspiring there.
That is inspiring.
Thanks, Rand.
What's
You guys feel loved and appreciated right now?
No, I'm scrammed! Help!
Where are you?
Killer rats, killer rats, killer rats, killer rats!
What are you doing?
They suddenly went angry, dude. They weren't angry before. Kill him!
Which one's Grammy?
This one, the claw. Kill the claw, kill the claw. I'm gonna get owned by rats. Not like this.
No.
Kill the rats. Do it! Kill the claw!
Relax!
Counter-falling claw.
Relax!
I'm gonna
Relax.
die, dude. I was yellow to these.
It's dead.
Alright. Me, dude. They were white a second ago, and then they just got all angry, dude. What the Bullshit.
rainbow includes 4, mate.
I've got a fucking Lader, I've got a Galente, and I've got an MR, and I've got an extra slot.
Did you seriously wanted to know if you need a prop mod?
I have fucking 6 mids!
But I'll tell you what, those folks from Slow, they got some cojones. You know what I mean? They got a little bit of chutzpah going on in there. Like that's a pro gamer move.
We could keep this meeting actually super short by just talking about what worked.
Well, I mean, what doesn't work is also important because it means we can just stop going with it, right?
He didn't get the joke.
No, I didn't get the joke.
Because nothing worked.
Hello and welcome back to the Anger Games. We've got a new set of folks on the cast here. My hosting will be me, Marian Rothbardo, and we have a familiar face who's been with you all day today, GM Ren. Ren, hello.
Yes, hi. Sorry. I thought you were going to introduce our other host.
And I just wanted to say hi.
Hi.
And then we've got Nova Terra Ren.
How's it going, everyone?
Hello. And I know both of you have been watching a bunch of matches today and yesterday. Ren, talk to me a little bit about, what's been your favorite thing to see so far, what you've really been enjoying.
I think that last match with 3 Manticores was a pretty good one. They are such an underdog ship. They are so squishy, but they bring so much damage to the table, and we don't see them often in tournament setups. They are very niche on Tranquility, but boy, oh boy, if you can make them work.
Excellent. And what about you, Nova? What have you been seeing so far?
Yeah, I've been enjoying the overall comp diversity. It's actually been really nice. I mean, of course, there's some of the typical gun spam setups and a lot of that in a lot of cases, but teams are really branching out. I was particularly excited seeing a Nightmare and Phantasms on grid earlier today. I thought that was really fun. There was even a Rattlesnake. Like, things are a little bit crazy here in the arena, and a lot of these comps are winning too. So I'm really enjoying watching all that.
Lovely. All right. And with that, let's look forward to our next match here between Lazy Piglets and NPSI.rocks as we get the bands up for them. Anything stood out to you watching these teams so far?
Lazy Piglets did manage to get a win, but they looked a little shaky. But, I mean, they're Tuskers. They know what they're doing. And in the AT, they've had a similar sort of pattern where they start a little shaky, but then they pull out in the end. So I'm expecting the same. And on the other hand, NPSI, Nova.
I honestly don't have too much to say about that. What I can say though is seeing these bands pop up, I'm immediately like eyes open. Guidance disruption, tracking disruption, none of that. Lazy Piglets do not want to see any of that. That's pretty interesting. Also saying, okay, no Sleipnirs. They don't want to see autocannon rush. Maybe they're planning on bringing some sort of gunboat. I could imagine different kite. But yeah, a lot of application potentially gone there. Some more standard bans that we've seen overall, a bit of a broad brush, I'd say, for NPSI rocks.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think calling out the TD-GD bans is a really good thing to flag. Sometimes it can be a very interesting strategy to just say, look, an entire archetype, we know no one can bring this, and maybe they're very familiar from their practices, whatever, in playing underneath that ban set. And so they can use that to their advantage, understanding the landscape that they've created. But with that, I see both teams on grid and ready to go. So let's head over to the arena with our casters to see how this ban set makes the ships on grid look. Welcome to the arena. I'm Deep Spar, joined here with CCP Jotun. We've got 2 comps on grid that almost look like variations of what we just saw before the break. For blue, we've got the Raven Navy issue Golem Raven, supported by Manticore Nemesis, and then a Bantam and a Burst for Logi. What about red here?
Yeah, we Piglets have brought double APOC and APOC Navy with Ashmu support, VNI for damage, and then 2 Navitoses for Logi and a Magus for Lynx. This is interesting. This is one of the more battleship heavy comps we've seen so far on both sides. 5 battleships total on the grid, but different doctrines entirely between these two. It'll be really interesting to see how this plays out.
Yeah, obviously, from the blue side, they're going to be throwing a lot of damage that's going to apply perfectly well into the APOC and APOC Navy. No worries about applications there. So it'll be rough for them.
I believe we've just had a DC. Indeed, we just had somebody warp off, which is not ideal. In fact, I don't know if you know this, Deeps. One of the things you don't want to do if you're trying to win a match is to leave. In fact, that tends to accomplish the opposite of what you want to do in a fight.
I have heard that the best way to win a fight is to, in fact, be in the fight.
Indeed, yes. So we're going to wait for this fellow to get back in. In the meantime, let's talk for just a second here real fast, Mr. Deebs, about these two comps. What is, when you're looking at this from the point of the position of Tuskers, right? You're looking down the barrel of, again, a ton of DPS. The Raven, the Golem, and the Raven Navy all will apply very, very well to these two APOCs, the APOC and the APOC Navy. So what's your strategy if you're Tuskers? How do you mitigate some of that incoming damage?
It's really tough. The best thing you can do, well, it really depends. First of all, you've got to look. This is where the skill of looking and seeing what weapon system is. So as soon as you land on grid, you've got to see, is that rapid heavies, or those torps, or those cruises, because then that informs how you're going to play it. If it's torps, send that Ashimu in, web them down, keep them at range, keep them from getting those torps on you. If it's cruises, pray a lot.
I believe this is torps. I'm zooming. I'm zooming. Let me see here real fast. I'm going to double check. Yes, in fact, oh, sorry, this is a cruise missile launcher. The Raven, at least, is a cruise missile Raven, which is very interesting. Let's check the Raven Navy as well. You don't often see cruises used in this setup. I mean, you can. Sorry, I shouldn't say you shouldn't. Yeah, they're all cruises. All right, so Cruise Ravens, Cruise Golem versus APOC Navy. We're seeing links go up. We got time on the board, and we are afoot. Take it away, my friend.
Yeah, so, okay, instantly right away, that Manticore getting evaporated by those lasers. Reps try to land, does not matter, but that's not going to happen to the Raven and the Golem. So those bombers going away. The Nemesis now catching reps a little bit faster. The Bantam Burst a little bit more on the ball with that one, but they just don't rep enough, I don't think.
Yeah, the benefit really of this, and you can see already as the Raven and the Raven Navy kind of pull away, while the Golem just sort of meanders there in the middle. The benefit to this cruise missile doctrine is the cruise missiles apply out to the opposite side of space. From you could hit Earth from where they are right now with these cruise missiles, and it does not matter where that APOC goes, and the APOC is doing his best to try and get away. Every bit of this damage is going to apply to him the entire time he's in this arena.
Yep, and now we see the damage switch to the Raven Navy. The Nemesis has taken range, or just got enough transversal. They said, okay, it's not worth trying to go for it anymore. Now we're going to try and go for this Raven Navy. And if you see here, the Bantam and the Burst, because they went to go keep that Nemesis up, the Raven Navy has gone to the other side. So now the Bantam and the Burst are long out of range for getting that Raven repped up.
Yeah, and they're not even reapproaching. The Burst just now pulling back towards that way, but the Bantam is burning away from the Raven Navy. The Raven Navy needs all the help he can get at this point. It's still a lot of damage. I mean, between the Vexor Navy and the two APOCs, obviously, there's a lot of damage they can put into the Raven Navy. Now dipping below half shield, they are going to try and take. Somebody's taking a shot at that Nemesis again. Probably, maybe the Magus drones, maybe just some drones on there. But you can see now that the burst of Gladius Humanitatis burning desperately down to save his Raven companion. He needs to keep the Raven up. That being said, though, Deebs, if they knock the APOC down of Jakub, which they will, I think that's it. I think that's the ballgame. There's nothing left that you can't. They just don't have the DPS now to break through anything, and they have 3 cruise battleships worth of damage to put onto the APOC Navy.
That is true, but that Burst just lost his Bantam buddy, so presumably the Burst will follow soon after. That Nemesis now very vulnerable because, again, the Burst is now on the other side of the arena again, meaning that if the red team here, bothers to, they should be able to just erase that Nemesis with really nothing to be done about it. The Raven Navy issue, MJDing away, leaving his Burst behind again.
Oh, no.
Who was about to get tackled and die horribly.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, that Bantam was just sitting behind before. There's some. I'm curious about that because Predagos could have followed the Burst over towards the Raven Navy. Maybe he stayed behind, just thinking he could. I'll be over here if I need to keep the Nemesis up again. But the Raven Navy is the bigger. It worked out in the end, I believe, because the Raven Navy will live. But I do wonder if he would have been better off pulling back because when he finally did get primaried, he didn't have his Burst companion to keep him up, and then now the Burst goes down as well.
Yeah. Despite that early lead, I don't know that this is over yet entirely, given that the 2 Navitoses are still up. Certainly the APOC is struggling, but now there's nothing to rep that Raven Navy issue. If the APOC can keep damage on it, it's possible they could turn this around, kill that Nemesis, and then kill the Raven Navy and tank with those Navitoses.
Here's the thing that here's kind of what I'm thinking though, because the MPSI team from the start didn't really have a whole lot of application outside of what they have on the Golem, right? And with cruises, you don't need quite as much application as you do with torpedoes. Not that it necessarily makes a difference. All they have to do, one, is not die. Important, just don't die. I hope, and I do believe they'll certainly have rep drones and probably a local rep as well. They just need to kill the APOC Navy. If they kill the APOC Navy, they win outright because there's just not enough DBS. They'll just go to time after that, right? But if they can't kill the APOC Navy, or if the Navitas are able to keep the APOC Navy up, we kind of have a ball game going here.
Yeah, notably the Raven Navy issue trying to make it to that MJD beacon, the Ashimu coming up on it, but the Ashimu is just going to have webs most likely. It probably doesn't have a scram, which means despite chasing it down there and tackling it, it's just going to be able to MJD away whenever it wants to.
Yeah, and he's going to put damage on the Ashimu as well, just kind of push him off. I mean, the Ashimu, we talked about this a little bit earlier on the stream. The Ashimu is great and recently got a pretty decent buff, but still very squishy. The Raven Navy does get the jump off. He is going to just boosh away. Now the Raven looks like the Raven is tackled. I think the Raven is maybe the better target here anyway. The Raven not as tanky as the Raven Navy, or certainly not as tanky as the Golem, and that seems to be where they're putting their attention right now.
Yeah, trying to take down those Navitoses, putting pressure on them with some drones, it looks like. Mazik dropping very low. Scorch needs to throw some reps at him, but I think Scorch might be deciding that keeping the APOC up is the better choice. I don't know if that's true. They've got a long ways to last. There's a lot of damage left on grid. There's a lot of HP for that APOC to chew through.
Yeah, I wish the audience could see the perspective I've got right now. It is just so impressive. Like, I love cruise missiles for this reason. You could be sitting here looking at a target and then just watch missiles just flying 100 kilometers across the grid. Estimating all the way from where he's sitting right now. The Raven Navy of Su Li is hitting the APOC Navy of Pandy. Like, that is easily 70 kilometers away. Like, it's nothing. Just flinging missiles all the way across the grid and pushing Pandy down and now into low armor. Listen, though, Iska in the Raven looks like he's going to drop. In fact, he now is in structure. That'll put them at 2 battleships left. And do the 2 battleships have enough damage? They will kill the APOC Navy of Pandy for sure. Missiles in flight will be enough to do that. But now, I guess what do they have left now? Just the Vexor and the Ashimu?
Yeah, I think that trade came just a little too late there. If they had managed to take that Raven down while the APOC still had even a sliver of armor left, then the APOC stays up, and after that it's won. And now I think that despite that loss, Blue's just going to be able to coast to victory here. However, no, it will not go to overtime either. They have enough points now with that APOC down.
Yeah, a comfortable win. Got a little sketchy there at times, but a really interesting win. Obviously, anytime you win with only 2 of your ships remaining versus 5, very fun to see. That'll be it for this one between Lazy Piglets and MPSI.rocks. We'll throw it back to the studio for some analysis of this match.
I know.
Okay.
I'm watching you. I'm making it exciting.
Cyrus, this is not funny anymore.
I think it's pretty funny.
I am in Hull, Cyrus.
Oh, you really are?
Yes. Again. Rain, are you in an armor vagabond or something?
No, I've got Axel SP.
And polarized guns or what?
Hello and welcome back to the studio after a solid upset by NPSI Rocks, bringing some powerful cruise missile gaming to the arena. Nova, talk to me a little bit about just kind of how difficult this cruise missile and bomber comp is to deal with for Tuskers.
Yeah, I mean, I think actually NPSI Rocks read the ban sort of perfectly there. The sort of guidance disruptor, tracking disruptor thing that we were talking about earlier. Yeah, if you're trying to bring a bunch of, conflag L as your ammo type, it's going to be really rough if you run into ships like that. So I think there was maybe a situation where they realized, like, hey, if they do bring these battleships, we want to be so heavily advantaged against these slower ships. We can pull range in a lot of cases. Like, if you're someone who's been watching a lot of Alliance tournament, you've sometimes seen these very slow cruise ships with no prop mods or anything, just orbiting around each other in the middle of the arena, or you've seen something like a rush with torps, but this was very different. It's almost more reminiscent of some of these Typhoon fleet issue comps that actually go kiting out with these cruises and are so reliant on application. You have some bonus application with the Golem, which was a really nice choice thanks to the bonus target painter there, but in this case they didn't need a bunch of low end to help support that, largely because they were just applying into these battleships. And the other thing that was so cool for them as well is they actually got their Raven Navy free from Scram at some point, and I believe they were able to actually local micro jump away, and that kept all three battleships alive for so long. They could just apply at massive ranges. They were so far away from one another, so yeah, it was just sort of a perfect storm, I'd say.
Absolutely. And we are on a tight schedule, so we're going to get to talking right about the next match here. We'll pull up the bans as we are getting ready to see Alpha on TQ versus Alabama Redacted. What stands out to you here, Ren? I see the long webs, but anything else in these bands sticking out to you?
Well, earlier today we saw Phantasms paired with a Nightmare do work, and whatever Alabama cooked up is something that they don't want to have to fight some slippery cruisers there. So either they're having a high end that couldn't project to it, or they're having a low end that doesn't want to deal with it. And the same goes for that Gila ban, I imagine.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially with those long webs out, it can be very hard to grab ships that rely on those afterburners. The Geddon Navy issue, another interesting one. I feel like we haven't seen too much of it, Nova, but what does that tell you about the bans?
Could be that they don't want to see like rapid heavy clips from a Geddon Navy issue. I think it's a little strange as well. They have banned out Hyena, Hugin, Rapier, but we notably don't see a Loki ban, so potentially they're looking on fielding that themselves. But yeah, I don't know. Gila ban's pretty interesting, and yeah, you're touching on Phantasm ban. That's super neat. I think that's maybe an underrated ship, but some really good teams are looking heavily at it.
All right. Well, without further ado, I see the teams set up in the arena, so let's head to the casters and see what exactly they brought in store for us.
Well, howdy everybody, it's me, CCPO, and one of your casters here today. I'm here with Deb Spirey, and we got, boy howdy, we got Alabama Redacted versus our very good friends in Alpha on TQ. Now, Alabama Redacted bringing here a bit of an interesting competition. This is a control comp with Widow and Scorpion and Armor Logi. Now, Deeps, what we got over here in the Alpha on TQ team?
Well, I'd say that we've got a gun spam over here. We've got Vedmak, Rediva, Exec, Omen Navy, Prophecy Navy, and Brutix Navy. Notably, no actual command battle cruisers there, but still quite a lot of damage.
Lord have mercy, Deebs. That is fascinating. No command battle cruisers in a gun spam comp, but a lot of DPS in those in the Prophecy Navy, the Brutix Navy, and don't fuck around with the Vedmak and the Navy Exec. Those are powerful ships in themselves. But again, they're going up against a Widow and a Scorpion. That's a lot of jams on grid.
Indeed it is, and as we get the match started, we're going to see how those jams start landing, because being able to swap those jams between those two ships, you can make sure that no one can shoot anything that they want to.
Yeah, that's a huge pain in the ass for this team. I'll tell you what, already putting jams on the Rediva. Obviously, you got to get rid of that Logi as quick as you can. Next thing up, you got the Navy Exec, Navy Omen Pontifex, but just spreading around the back end. These are ships that may be a little bit more easy to jam. And they're already going in on the Augury, but that Augury is going to probably tank just fine, even under all this damage, because they're able to mitigate a lot of the incoming damage just with the Scorpion and that Widow jams. And I want to tell you, audience, just so if you don't know what's going on here, these are Armor Scorps and Armor Widows. That's a lot of mid slots left open now for all these jams.
Now, it is worth pointing out that a lot of this damage from the blue team here, the Draugr, that's actually a good chunk of that damage. The Widow and Scorpion, not so much.
No, not at all. Absolutely not. And look here now, they're going in on the Vedmak. Now, here's the problem with these control comps. I'm going to tell you this real quick here, Deebs. The problem with control comps is they're slow, all right? You've got to be patient with control comps because you're not going to do a lot of damage. The Widow and the Scorpion, not exactly. Now, the Widow did get a buff fairly recently, but Widow, Scorpion, not known for being real heavy hitters, all right? But you got to be slow and patient with it. Now, it looks like they're going to feed an Inyo. That's not optimal. You don't want to do that. Because if you're being slow and you're just kind of being methodical about it, if you lose ships, those points add up at the very end of the match.
Yes, they do. Now, you do see here that the Vengeance has that Exec Navy tackle. They're now trying to clear that tackle off the Exec Navy, but damage is now applying onto it, and we're going to see if he's able to hold up for very long.
Now, I didn't look here real fast. Hang on just one second. I'm going to look here on this Widow. What kind of damage, what kind of guns are these guys using? I assume these are rapid heavies. I just zoomed in here real close. I saw some rapid heavies on that bastard. So they're going to go after the Exec Navy. So here's the other problem too: is that you got to be able to clip stuff. All right. Now, if you're using these heavy assault or rapid heavy missile launchers, my God, if you're using these rapid heavy missile launchers on these battleships, you only are able to do damage in clips. All right. Once that clip ends, once you've exhausted your supply of missiles in a clip, then you got to reload, and it's a long reload. So if they can't kill something in that clip, they're going to be in a load of trouble.
Yes, they will. Now, notably, that Exec Navy was able to break that tackle off of it. It got away, no problem. There's now no damage on the grid here.
Oh, heavens to Betsy, look here now, the Augury Navy, or sorry, the Augury here, eating shit, Seacom Rapinage, he's just absolutely getting codwalloped out here on this grid. Lord have mercy, please, somebody step in and save him, but he goes down. Unfortunate situation, because now they have gun spam versus Scorpion and Widow without any sort of Logi support. That's a tight position to be in right there.
Yes, now you do see that Omen Navy issue taking quite a lot of damage, but one thing to point out here, that Rodiva, both good and bad, if it gets its ramp up, this low damage from this control comp not able to apply, but jams do hurt it a lot.
Indeed, one of the worst Logi ships to run into if you're going to be flying control, because control don't got a lot of DPS. Now you can jam out the Rodiva, and that's what they're hoping to do. But again, now they're in a situation where they've got the Scorpion and the Widow both getting into their armor, buffer. They're probably going to be about mid armor here for too long. They ain't got no Logi. They ain't got no Logi at all. They might get the Omen Navy, maybe if they're lucky, but I think it's unlikely. And this Scorpion of Lucretia, bless her heart, she's going to go down.
There's just no more hope at this point. That Omen Navy is going to go down, but it's just too little too late.
Yeah, I'm going to have to pray for them after this, I think. I'm going to have to pray for them. This is a rough situation. You know, it's a good comp. I'll tell you what, we've seen control comps in the past, Deebs. They've been real good control comps, and I've been a big fan of control comps in the past. That one the Hydra used to roll out years ago, I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head. I've been drinking a lot since then. Of course, I've been hitting the shine a little bit too hard. My mama tells me I need to stop doing that, but what does she know? Anyway, they had a real strong control comp back then. They used to wreck shop in these tournaments, but this one here in the 7v7 format ain't quite doing it.
No, it's not. We still have that big wand there, trying to win to live, but not going to do it.
Yeah, that big wand. I'll tell you what. I know that fella here. He's a bit of a tricky varmint, is what he is. He's a real rat, he's got some rat behavior going on over there. He used to be in my corp, and all he would do is ping me at 3 a.m. That guy. I'll watch this. I'm gonna happy to see him go down. He needs to be put in his place. Is what needs to happen here. Shout out, of course, to our friends from Alpha on TQ. By the way, obviously we sit here and talk about these interesting. It's interesting because they had the Widow, they had the Scorpion, all that. That's great. Gun spam. Executed about as good as it's going to get from Alpha on TQ. This was very, very strong. A good comp, a good match. Alpha on TQ comes up on top. Me and Deebs, we're going to go over here and get ourselves a bit of a drink. We'll throw it back to the studio for some commentary.
pythographs, the pythographs, the pythographs. Like Jordy says, dude, the comps might seem bad, but they work. But it doesn't. It only works in Pytha. Yeah, what about it? Stop shooting our Logi!
Makes me want to log in.
That's inspiring there.
That is inspiring.
Thanks, Rand.
What's
You
that
guys feel loved and appreciated right now?
Welcome back, everyone. And despite the best efforts of the transportation to a different world that the casters gave us, the Alabama redacted team found their ships redacted off of the grid. Nova, talk to me a little bit about what went wrong for this comp that had a lot of important pieces that needed to all work together.
I mean, as CCP Odin said, they got codwalloped, right? I think that was mostly it. No, joking aside, this is a thing where you bring a really heavily control-focused comp, and especially in Anger Games, you have 7 pilots, right? The moment that one of those pieces falls, the entire comp has just a tendency to fall apart. You have a Widow and a Scorpion. These are both really strong ECM ships, but oftentimes ECM ships, for example, are best in pairs, so that when something starts getting attacked by something else, tackled maybe, and you want to pull away, the other ECM ship can help support it, jam off the thing that's targeting it, and then they both break free that way. Because, of course, when you jam something, that thing that you're jamming, it can target you, just nothing else. So that's certainly a problem there. And then otherwise, I think it could be a case where their ECM in a lot of cases maybe wasn't quite as effective. There's a lot of free mids on a gun spam setup like this, especially with Armor Tank. So potentially there was enough sensor boosters to go around there to make sure they could load ECCM charges, make it just a little bit harder to actually jam them.
Yeah, and Ren, talk to me a little bit about how this medium gun spam played around this, nasty control that they were set up against.
I think Jotun pointed out that he talked at least about the rapid heavy missile launchers and how they work, and that you only have a set amount of missiles before you enter a lengthy reload. And they played keep away. They danced on the edge of their own ranges, and a Widow with rapid heavies reaches about 40-45 kilometers. Medium gun spam can match that. So they held range, out of range, playing on the edge. So if they took damage, they could pull away, get wrapped. And meanwhile, if one of the NEOs we saw rush forward to grab tackle on any of the gun spam, the medium gun spam boats, the cruisers and battle cruisers, it was just fragged by the things that were not jammed. So it was really patiently played.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think looking at the Enyo really is the best example of that, right? Where the Enyo didn't have to step too far out, but the second it got, just outside that auger range, they snapped on it immediately, and it went down before it could pull back. And so as we're looking, that was a good match, but we've got more matches coming up, and we have Meta Reloaded and Rookie Crookie coming up next. So let's take a look at the bands and see what they might have in store for us. Okay, Ren, what are you seeing here? This looks mostly pretty standard.
It does look mostly pretty standard. I'd say the addition of the curse might point towards something that is capacitor heavy, might point towards something that does not like to get its range reduced, or its application reduced, rather, I should say. The Rookie Crookie here, they definitely do not like damps. Again, there's a team that just does not want to lose that targeting range. I don't know who hurt them, but oh boy, have they been hurt in the past.
Well, Nova, let's actually, because they've banned a lot of damp ships, but they've left up some of the most powerful ones in the Lachesis and the Arazu. Why might they have left those up as opposed to some of these other ones here?
I think this could be a situation where they either think they're going to bring something that can potentially apply to those slightly larger ships a bit better, but they also don't want the discount of giving them the Tech 1 damp ship and the Celestis. So they're saying, like, okay, if you really want the Latch or the Irazu, you can bring it, and you're going to spend way too many points on it for what you're getting. Maybe they're fine with that. I also think the Oneros ban is pretty interesting there. We've seen a lot of other Logi going around with the armor variety, but Oneros is definitely a powerful one. Zarmaz did also end up getting banned by Meta Reloaded there, but yeah, it's interesting to see.
Yeah, it's a good flag, especially because with the armor Logi, there's so much difference in how you can use them, right? The Oneros really is the, okay, you're on your own, you can move around the grid by yourself, but you'll be all right. Whereas the Zarmzad is incredibly tanky, and it just has that unique rep. But we've got the Guardian left. And so, Ren, talk to me a little bit about how strong the Guardian can be and what its weaknesses are.
In the right situation, the Guardian has all the power grid in the world for a set of large repairs. So it has massive hit points per second, basically. The downside is it needs to be fed cap to be able to do that. So you can't do it in this tournament setting where the rules prohibit a second Logi cruiser, and if I recall correctly, they also prohibit cap transfers on any other ships, not logistics, which also nukes Tinker Tank setups from being fielded. The Basilisk and Guardian have cap transfer bonuses, and so they're built around having a buddy who's feeding them that cap. So that's why you don't see them as often. They can be solid solo ships, but they need you need to fit them around that.
Yeah, and if you're trying to get capacitor with the cap booster, that means you've used your only non-prop mid slot, and you are very vulnerable to jams. But, it was perhaps good that we talked a little bit about the Guardian, because I'm seeing some ships on field that might be relevant to that. And so let's kick it over to the casters and see what these teams can make use of in this match.
And welcome back to the arena. We have the two teams on field here. Once again, seeing that Raven Golem, now with a Typhoon as a slight swap, but still with a Hound Purifier for blue. What about red side?
Yeah, interesting. They've got just a single battleship in this one with a Guardian Logi, which is pretty strong. We've seen Drekavacs be really useful in this format as well. The Drekavac being their their second primary DPS rather, following with Arbitrator, which is super useful. Well, is super useful as long as it's got missile disruption. Then a Vexor for DPS, and then two Nurgles in the back. And the Nurgle is really interesting as well. Not bad, obviously, not a bad ship by any stretch of the imagination, but and certainly if they're able to kite away from this drone damage, I think will be or rather this missile damage, they'll be in pretty good shape. So we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, and once again, these missile ships here, the Typhoon, Raven, Golem, are crews, so they've got all the range in the world. They'll be able to apply fairly well to at least the battle cruiser and certainly the Armageddon. They'll struggle a little against that Guardian, though.
Yeah, they really need to keep that Vigil alive. The Vigil is kind of critical here, and really interesting. Oh, they don't have any Logi at all. They're just Logi bots, and this is a full cruise rush. All right, so this is a crush comp. If you don't know what a crush comp is, this is all gas, no brakes. Life is short, and they're gonna send it straight into the abyss here. Full-on cruise missiles straight into the cheeks, as it were, and hope that they can kill some stuff before they get smoked, because they do not have any Logi ships on this grid for rookie crookies.
Yeah, and we see here the Nurgle streaming in, and the Hound and Purifier just sitting there waiting to get tackled. Absolutely no movement from them. The Typhoon now MJDing, the Ravens MJDing with it, but leaving that Hound and Purifier behind to just die horribly to Nurgles.
Yeah, just a misplay. I mean, you've got to be ready to move when it starts, especially when you have two tackle Nurgles burning straight at you. The Hound and Purifier needed to get away. I'm not sure they'd be able to outrun the Nurgle, but they could at least make the attempt. But just sitting there waiting for it to happen is just not ideal. They're gonna go put all their damage in on the Guardian. I think that's maybe a misplay as well. Go after the Arbitrator. The Guardian is just it's got T2 resist. It's way too tanky, and they're gonna feed both. Now the Purifier goes down as well as the Hound. Okay, they are switching to the Drekavac. That's the right move. The Drekavac is also kind of squishy. But yeah, I mean, they've already lost a pretty big chunk of damage just losing those two bombers.
Yeah, the bomber's already gone. The Guardian with no webs on it is going to be very hard to kill. Even this Drekavac now, he's got a whole boatload of heavy and medium armor maintenance spots on it, a Guardian repping it, no webs on it. Even with the Typhoon having that better application, the Golem and the Raven don't. There's no webs. Velocity is just going to hurt them here.
Yeah, you can see there's a swarm of drones now around this Vexor as well. They're just going to pick this team apart at this point. And honestly, this is the right move. I mean, they're still going to have a big chunk of their damage left over, obviously, with the Golem, the Typhoon, and the Raven. And we did talk earlier in the last match about the Golem having a paint bonus, which is still useful. The Golem will be painting their target, so they still get a lot of application that way as well. But they don't have any Logi. They're about to lose their primary source of drones, at least damage drones from the Vexor. And all they've been able to do so far is kind of do some damage to an Arbitrator, which is now catching reps underneath the Guardian from Alexander Choringen.
And notably, the Arbitrator not putting out missile guidance disruptors, so killing it, really not doing anything other than removing a handful of medium drones from the field.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's tough. I mean, it's good to get the points, I guess, but you know, I mean, it is nice to pull the drones off as well. Obviously, good to pull the drones off, but you have to be able to kill something at some point. You need to burst through the Drekavac. You need to, honestly, at this point, put a volley or two into the Vexor, then hard swap to the Drekavac, and hope that you can catch the Guardian sleeping. Yeah, that's your best bet at this point.
Yeah, that or the other way around. We've got the Vigil here running away from the Nurgle, which has now given up Chad Flame, deciding that the Vigil was a little too hot for him and he didn't want to get burned himself. They're now trying to go punch through this Armageddon. I think that is possibly the very, very late call. If you were going to do that, you needed to be pushing through it this entire time while you still had DPS. Yeah,
it would have been great to have those two bombers there to push through the Armageddon, wouldn't it? I mean, they apply the best to the Armageddon. There's no doubt about that. But now you can see the Golem of Ayumi is just getting chunked from all this damage. The Drekavac will just keep spooling up. And we've seen what spooling can do in this tournament already. He's going to hit armor here shortly. And even if they get the Armageddon to like what, maybe 60% armor hit points, the moment they lose one of these battleships, it's Jover.
Yeah, and you see here the other two battleships also fully controlled, fully tackled here. We did see them MJD away at the beginning, but while those bombers were dying and they were ineffectually trying to kill the Guardian, they just didn't do anything. And now you can see here, Chadwick actually at, half armor. If they had been shooting him the entire time and had the bombers up to help them with it, maybe they could have made a play here and gotten rid of the Armageddon. Certainly not saving them necessarily, but it'd sure be better than what they've got.
I mean, so many of these. Obviously, you can get comp diffed in the tournament format if you run into a comp that's just not working for you. They actually kind of got counter comp diffed in this case. They had the correct comp for dealing with a single battleship. The target call wasn't quite there. They didn't really have the execution, and feeding those two bombers straight at the gate was perhaps not ideal. Was not the right move. The Alfonso is going to go next, and Ferran will be shortly after that. QVP and the Vigil will probably stick around for a while just because he's out in Narnia up here, just enjoying the scenery. So, that's tough. I mean, this is, like I said, the dream situation, right? You want triple battleship against single battleship, but not quite working out for them in this situation.
Yeah, I think that single battleship is really, really what hurt them there. With the enemy team being able to have the Guardian, which they identified as a problem, but then I think should have gone, well, it's too late for us to do anything about that. We need to just ignore it and hope that we can punch through. versus trying to kill a Guardian where you have no tackle on it. Maybe if their Vexor got it or something, but
yeah. It's interesting too, from the point of view of the meta reloaded team. I still find it fascinating that teams are going after the golem first. I understand that you pull, and honestly, at this point, it didn't really matter. There's no need to overanalyze this, but you know, it's nice to pull out, get rid of those the paints that the golem provides, but at the same time, they're only shooting the Armageddon. It's not like the Armageddon needs help. They don't need help applying to the Armageddon. And the vigil of QVP getting run down by Kiafor, and the Nurgle is going to get tackled and killed up here, and that will wrap that little adventure up real fast. But what I was saying was the you know, going after the Golem first instead of going after the Typhoon or the Raven, which are both T1 battleships compared to the T2 Golem, I always find that to be kind of interesting. I don't know if it would be the call that I would make, but I'm not, you know, I'm not in meta reloaded, so I'm not gonna think too hard about that one.
it could just be, and I missed this while the fight was happening. We were watching some other things go on. Could be that they were just grabbed the golem first as well.
Yeah.
I think they kind of grabbed them all at the same time, but maybe sometimes it's just you take the target you have, not the target you want.
Real, and again, it didn't really matter. It's not like it made that big of a difference. I mean, they were already cooked by that point. So they'll go. That's the end of that one. They'll go 6-1 against Rookie Crookies. An interesting comp, didn't quite work out for them. And we'll get some more analysis on this one between Meta Reloaded and Rookie Crookies in the studio.
I'm Nalio V, and Test Alliance, please ignore, is recruiting.
Crap. 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 Mega crap.
We're gonna
Exactly, I'm
warp
not
through the
gonna-
planet. Are you ready?
Yeah.
See somebody's house on the way.
What do you think it would feel like if a ship warped through your house?
I might have some weird effect. Like imagine, like,
Yeah,
maybe
yeah,
they
yeah.
get
Just
like
sneezing.
like they get explosive diarrhea or something like that.
I like the sneezing more.
Yeah. If we
Sneeze out of your ass, like.
Oh no! Guys, what the?
Hey,
Whoosh.
you started with the. All right, you know what? Jump. This never happened. Let's move on.
Welcome back to the studio. And despite a few matches ago, we saw Cruise Comp working so well. In this one, it fell quite short. Ren, what was the difference in terms of this Cruise composition just not working out this time?
There's a few notable differences between the match that we saw the Cruise Ravens pick apart two gun battleships and this one. Notably, those gun battleships a few matches ago were supported by Tech 1 logistics frigates, which simply put out less hit points per second than a Guardian does. That's one. The casters already went over some of the target calling and some of the choices made, such as the bombers not moving, etc., etc. There's the application issue as well. This setup only had one battleship where cruisers comfortably apply to, and yes, they had a vigil with a paint, and yes, they had a golem with a paint, but nothing to really lock any targets down, nothing to protect those bombers, nothing to. It was just that's all before even coming onto grid without a logistics ship. And that is, a logistics ship is a sort of bonus hit points for your ship, and not bringing one is, it just means that the snowball is already going against your favor, because every second that the logistics ship lives on the other side, they are being repaired. They're being healed back up again, and it's an uphill battle. It was an uphill battle before they even landed there.
For sure. And Nova, quickly. So this cruise comp, it's something that really wants a specific opponent, right? It needs the battleships on the other side to be, both there at all and important enough to the comp that if you kill them, the enemy falls apart. Why, as a team, do you choose to bring a comp like this that sometimes is a free win and sometimes is, almost like a scheduled loss, right? It's completely doomed.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you just think that you know your opponent. If you have a really good idea of what they're bringing, maybe you've scrimmed a bunch of times with them, maybe you just have some idea, just a feeling, and it can be really worthwhile. If you find, your opponent shows up with APOX and Tech 1 frigate logi, you can just punch through. Those battleships in this case as well, they're less tanky than in some other tournament formats that we've seen. They only have a single plate, meaning that oftentimes you can punch through. Actually, even in this match, when they finally did start applying some damage to the Armageddon, it was getting chunked pretty quickly. Of course, they couldn't break it because of that Guardian, which I believe Ren was touching on, as well as the commentators, but they did have a lot of damage power there. It just really wants the rest of the comp to be a little bit easier to punch through as well, or at least make it a lot easier to not have to go through a Guardian rep. That definitely would help. And the one other thing I just wanted to briefly touch on there as well, it wasn't entirely just a comp diff from their opponents, though. Their arbitrator was actually not set up for this. Notably, there were no guidance disruption effects that we could see going off onto these cruise missile battleships, meaning that they were actually sort of gambling towards tracking disruption. Maybe they just figured they knew with their Guardian Logi that they would be able to survive through a cruise missile comp, or maybe they were just gambling themselves. But these gambles can definitely pay off.
For sure. And one other thing on that note is I've definitely seen sometimes, and it's not a bad call, is if you're a newer team, you're still rusty in the arena, and you know you're going up against one of the best teams in the tournament, sometimes that's not a bad call to say, you know what? We're going to bet on something, and if you bring it, we got you. No matter how better you are at the game. But let's really quickly take a look at the bans for the next match. And then quickly, each of you, starting with Ren, give me a quick prediction on who you think is going to be able to take it.
I would put my money on Rage Quit cancel scrims without even looking at the bans, but looking at the bans, I would repeat myself.
What do you think, Nova?
I think I'm probably on the same page. I think the bans are maybe just like a little bit more tuned for this. I didn't actually expect to see any Prophecy Navy bans, but future Reckland Descendants, I guess they are, that's a ship that they do not want to see. We've seen it in some gun spams, but my money's also on Rage Quit.
All right. And Rage Quit's probably a pretty safe bet. They've definitely had a good track record. And I believe future Reckland Descendants. Is that Slide? No, that's the Procure guys. I don't remember who they are. But in any case, they've got a good opponent. And we'll see if they can pull it off against Rage Quit at the arena.
Welcome back, everybody. It's me, CCP Jotun, here with my very good friend Deebs. We have two really kind of interesting comps here. We have, I think this is just going to be a brawl. We have Rage Quit Cancel Scrim in the red, future Reckland Descendants in the blue, and Rage Quit Cancel Scrim bringing dual APOC Navy, dual Bellicose, dual Inquisitor, and a Pontifex, and walk us through the future Reckland Descendants team, Mr. Deebs.
On that side, we've got an interesting sort of play on half min, half ham rush with dual Claymore Maelstrom Broadsword, supported by a Burst and a Bantam with a Jaguar for a little bit of fast tackle there. This is, I think that the desk has it right. This is definitely an uphill battle for our future Reckland Descendants.
Yeah, I mean, those APOC navies are going to absolutely shit out damage at range, just sort of with impunity. They've got the two Bellicoses there. Bellicoses are supplemental damage as well. as being great for paints. They've got bonus paints, which is super nice. You see damage already coming out. They're going to try and go for the Jag. I don't think they'll be able to track him. And sure enough, hey, that Jag, look at that. That guy moving quickly, straight out the gate. Good move, Jaguar pilot, Stevie G. That's exactly what you want to do. You want to move, and you don't want to not move.
Speaking of not moving, that Maelstrom at 135 meters a second, barely moving, possibly lining up for a local MJD, but really not doing anything here. And Maelstrom, not really a ranged boat.
No, Maelstrom, I'm looking at him. He's just sort of chilling down here. He's just sort of experiencing the joy of... Oh, he is lining up a personal MJD. Fascinating. I think that's very weird. I don't know why you would... I mean, he's going to go right up here into the mix, but by the time he gets up there into the fray, one, he's not really up in the fray. He's still a little bit too far off. He can apply his autocannons a little bit better now, but you've now lost 2 ships. You've lost both of your Logi ships before he ever got up there. That's not ideal.
Yeah, you now have the broadsword coming in, hoping that he can scram something. These guys are all sitting on this MJD beacon, meaning they could run away if they want to. They are perhaps realizing, hey, we've killed the Logi. Nobody was even on us for a few seconds there. We don't need to run.
Yeah, at this point, if you're the Maelstrom, just stop your ship. Stop your ship. You're not going anywhere. In fact, actually, you are going straight to one place, and that place is zkillboard.com. Well, not Z-Kill, this is Thunderdome, so you're not really going to Z-Kill, but imagine if there was a Z-Kill for Thunderdome. That's where you'd be going. He does kill the Pontifex, so that's great, but trading the Pontifex for 2 of your Logi, a Maelstrom and a Jag is, I think, in my opinion, not the best set of traits. Now, they still do have 2 Claymores left and their Broadsword, which ain't nothing, but against 2 APOC Navies and 2 Bellicoses, kind of nothing.
Yeah, they're now trying to kill the Inquisitors, get that rep off field, but they're now down to 2 ham Claymores, which are not going to apply to that Inquisitor very well at all. A broadsword that is rapidly dying. One might call this situation suboptimal.
You know, you might call it that. In fact, I think in the history of situations, this certainly is one of them. The broadsword trying to, well, I mean, just surrounded by a cloud of Valkyries up here, coming in from those 2 Bellicoses et al. The broadsword does drop. All you've got left are the 2 broadswords, or the 2 Claymores, rather. The Claymores, you know, they ain't nothing. Like I said, they ain't nothing. They are burning now towards the Inquisitor. Maybe thinking that's the only thing they have left to kill, but Abbey Hawk 1 and the Claymore is getting getting grabbed down here by the Bellicose in the back line. Will not make it up there to join his friend, and is going to get smoked in short order. Yeah, this is, we said it from the very beginning. This is an uphill uphill battle from the start, and boy, they did not bring climbing shoes. You know.
Yeah, and now we see that Claymore going. The next one certainly soon to follow. I think that the desk can talk about this, but that Maelstrom taking its sweet time getting up there, trying to line up that perfect MJD, still kind of whiffing, and taking so long that they lost their Logifrigs in the process. Just you can see where they were going for execution here. You know that there was clearly a plan. I don't know if it was either the right plan or, frankly, a very good one.
It felt like they got a little bit too cute with it. I mean, if you miss a mid slot when you fit an MJD like that to your battleship, that mid slot can be used for literally anything else. And then you stay away from the rest of your fleet while they're all moving up there by themselves, leaving the fleet alone and abandoned to get smoked. Have the 2 Logi ships get smoked? Bad call. I think maybe the desk will think differently. We're going to go back to the studio to hear about this one between Rage Quit, Cancel Scrim, and future Recklin Dissidents.
you tired of being slow? Are you tired of losing the competition? Order your Quave Turbo today. Lab tested, velocity increase of over 5,000% guaranteed. Propulsion so hot you will explode. Used by all members of Exodus. Call now.
Guys, stop being casual. They're really bad. We should not lose anybody to this. Warp off. Warp off. Take the fleet warp. Everybody warp off. This is really, really bad execution. I'm very disappointed.
And welcome back to the studio after a pretty clean cleanup by Rage Quit Cancel Sub against the Goons. There are a couple interesting ships on both sides I want to talk briefly about. First, Nova. Should we be bringing a Maelstrom?
I mean, based on the performance in that match, maybe not, but I would say I do think the ship is better than maybe we're giving it credit for after that match. It doesn't actually cost that many points, all things considered. It is a little slow. It'll struggle to apply compared to some of the smaller options that you might get for those points. There's better rush ships out there, I think, but I'm not convinced it's entirely unplayable.
I'm going to agree with you. I think, it's got the local tank bonus. They've definitely buffed the Maelstrom a few times. It's cheap on points, but maybe the situation for it hasn't quite appeared yet. Ren, on the other side, we have a couple of Bellicoses, a ship rarely seen, either in the tournament or in TQ. What were they getting out of that ship here?
The Bellicose it uses missiles, it has a paint bonus, and you can only imagine that they would assist in helping those gunboats track, but honestly, it was so quick and so over so quickly. I might have missed what they were actually doing.
Yeah, it was over quickly. I think one of the things that stands out to me with the Bellicose really is the fact that unlike the other E-War cruisers, it does actually basically get real damage and real tank, whereas the Blackbird, it's just jams. The damp boat Celestis, it's just damps. Obviously the Arbitrator has drones, but even then its damage is pretty limited. And so while the Bellicose is doing its job painting, it certainly is also doing a fair bit of damage as well, and for relatively cheap. And our next match on the menu will be between No Numbers and Fancy Pants, if Fancy Pants are back. I know they missed a match earlier in the tournament. But we'll pull up the bans for that and take a look at what might be happening there. We've got Armageddon Navy, Rapier, Scimitar, Tholos Hugin from No Numbers, and we've got the Damp Ball, the Celestis Maulus taken out first, and then Zarm Loki Alligator as well for Fancy Pants. Does anything speak to you amongst the tea leaves here, Nova?
Yeah, I mean, less that I can see a specific comp and more that I'm just interested by these bans on things like Alligator. It is a perfectly serviceable ship. We've seen it in prior Anger games even, and I think a few teams have fielded it by now. I'm just not sure to what extent it's had a lot of success, and there's a lot of similar options that might be even more effective that we have seen. So I think that one's pretty interesting, but yeah, taking Florida Man off the table properly.
What do you see in here, Ren?
No Numbers banning the Armageddon Navy issue off the bat. It's just such a strong and versatile ship, and not wanting to have to deal with that. It makes your life on grid so much easier. If you don't have to deal with range bonus newts, with the possible damage from rapid heavy missile clips, with drones. In a pinch, they can also just abandon them and load the repair drones. they're so versatile, and I'm honestly surprised we don't see him banned more often. Maybe the meta is much different here than in the AT. That said, on that point, I also realized that in the AT you see a lot of these battleships, drone battleship cores drop sentries off the bat, and we have also not seen that here. Maybe there's just not a critical mass because of how you only have 7 pilots. You have to spread your points, but yeah, I'm not surprised to see that as a first ban. Otherwise, it looks pretty standard, as Nova pointed out.
Yeah, I think one of the things that as someone who's spent a little bit of time in tournaments looking at bans, is how teams are looking to attack enemy logistics or how they're looking to protect their own logistics. And so, like, examples that stand out to me here are the Armageddon Navy issue. Those long-range newts, those are very effective against certain logi, like an Oneros that needs to be within 50 kilometers. It's a way to reach out and deal with that any other battleship with their regular heavy newts really can't do. And then on the other side, that might say, hey, the Armageddon Navy issue is out. You know what logi can sit outside Armageddon Navy issue newt range? The Zarm. And so the other team bans the Zarm away and takes out that logistics option that can work very well without the Armageddon Navy issue on the table. And then even beyond that, you can look at something like the Gator in the last ban, where those medium drones are something that are very easy to sick on certain logi options. Is there anything else here that kind of, in terms of logistics, stands out to you on what the team might choose to bring?
I could say there at least that I guess I think, yeah, there's some cases where even banning certain E-War options can help a lot for keeping your logistics up. Actually, I think when we see a lot of Tech 1 cruiser logi, oftentimes it's really helpful to ban things like Crucifier, where you'd have tracking disruption, because, against a gun spam, like an Augurer will not survive. It's just going to go away so quickly. So sometimes those E-War effects can also help for keeping certain types of logi alive that other logi can maybe shrug off a little bit better.
Yeah, especially thinking about ships that I've seen a lot of Tholos bans, and I've seen a lot of Curse bans. And I haven't watched every match, but I have not seen much of these ships. Is it...
Yesterday, we saw a bunch of Tholoses used to fairly decent effect in Arena 2. They're just fast, slippery. All they need is a drive-by, and then your main battleship is taking chunks of damage, and they go off into Narnia to tackle something else for your team. So I understand the ban, but they bring something else to the table than the Cenotaph would in like the ATs, where you see it basically perma-banned for the reason of it's so oppressive. If it touches you, you'll die. The Tholos isn't that oppressive damage-wise, but it brings, in a 7-man comp, quite a lot to the table.
Damage is at a premium for sure. I am hoping at some point, I do really want to see the Curse versus the medium gun spam. It really is a ship to me that kind of is the natural counter, right? It's all these ships that use cap to shoot their guns. Well, Curse ruins that. They need to track, the Curse ruins that. And they're good at snapping small targets, which the Curse is not. And
But if you bring a gun comp like that, you will also be adult enough to ban the Crucifier, the Curse, the Pilgrim, the Arbitrator, the Sentinel, right? If you bring something that dedicated, you will ban for that. And maybe that is giving it away, but definitely you will counter pick such things.
Well, a man can dream.
A man can definitely dream.
Predictions. Who are we thinking is going to take this one here?
I've got my money on no numbers here. I like what they've done with their bans. I think that they're very heads-up players. We've seen them in various other tournaments. It's an excellent squad. I think they've got this one.
I'll agree. I think the last bans from Fancy Pants are a little haphazard. What about you, Ren?
I agree with Nova here. No Numbers has the pedigree. No Numbers has the strategy, and I would go with No Numbers.
Well, With that, the teams are on grid, and we will toss it back to Deebs and Jotun to give us one more match.
Welcome back to the arena. I'm Deep Spar, joined once again with CCP Jotun. We have two setups on field. We see something that I don't think we've seen yet in the tournament, a Dominic's Navy issue paired with an Abaddon, also something that's fairly rare to have seen so far in the tournament. They're supported by two Inquisitors, an Omen Pontifex, and a Curse. What do we have on the other side?
Yeah, a bit of a shrush situation. I'm assuming this is going to be a shield rush. Nighthawk Sleipnir definitely feels like it plays into that with a Kisriel dual Caracal Navies, a Burst and a Bantam for Logi. Very, very interesting, the Domi Navy. Not one we see pretty often on this, but this team does have Ray Fyson, and Ray Fyson, a bit of a mad scientist fellow, you see.
Yeah, we now see them coming in. Now, the thing here is that team has to get past the Dominic's Navy and the Abaddon to do anything, and there's really not any good targets for them either, other than the Omen and the Curse. So now they've got to try and they're now realizing that they're kind of pulling off, jockeying for position a little bit here. That Kisriel coming in, we're going to see if it can get past this Abaddon Dominic's Navy screen. Pontifex also coming in to cover that Curse. So we'll see if they're able to actually get in and apply things on targets that they can kill.
The Kiz caught immediately. Two Caracal Navies burning in. You can see the Omen swooping in to intercept. We've got people are wondering. Okay, so red team is no numbers. Blue team is fancy pants, chat, just in case you didn't see that in the first place. Domi Navy getting a lot of pressure right now, but the Kisriel of Blacklist is caught in armor. Was snagged by the Domi Navy going by. That's not a position you want to be in as a Kisriel, right on top of that, with the Domi, right on top of you. The Domi's got a thick, fat ass, and it's absolutely going to be pressuring you, but putting those cheeks around your throat and just crushing the life out of your Blacklist. That's not a good spot for your Kisriel to be, and now you are resigned to the darkness, my friend. Tough situation.
Yeah, the Dominic's Navy is struggling a little bit, but it does have a gigantic local tank. It's got that same bonus that the Hyperion has. They're now working their way through the Caracal Navy issue. That DPS from the Kisriel is off the Dominic's Navy. If it's got a reactive, it's all nice and spooled against that Nighthawk's damage. There still is a Sleipnir and a Nighthawk up. Now one less Caracal Navy issue, but Sleipnir, Nighthawk, Caracal Navy issue, not zero damage, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to break this Dominic's Navy at this point.
I take a lot of kinship with the Domi Navy in that we are both huge and thick as hell. And the Domi Navy so much as swings sideways, so much as brushes a straight palm, and boom, Caracal Navy explodes into dust. The Burst and the Bantam have nothing to answer for. They just don't have the rep power to keep these ships up. That Caracal Navy came up to assist his homie, and the Domi Navy says, no, my child. And then put one flat palm on them and squish them down into dust. Is what happened to with the Domi Navy situation. The Bantam are also right up in the mix, sitting right underneath the Dominic's Navy. Not a good position for the Bantam. Rasta Rockerman in the Sleipnir is going to be next, and boy, this is they're just running roughshod through these fellows right now.
Yeah, you can see that they did try a little bit earlier to put some damage on the Inquisitor. They managed to clear the shields off the Curse, but with that comp, they just weren't able to get tackle on the right things. Caracal Navy issues, not really having extra mid-slots, so limited tackle ability there. They just weren't able to break anything. Having a rush and not being able to break your enemy's main big target, especially with T1 Logi, just very bad.
Yeah, tough.
Suboptimal.
Suboptimal indeed. You made the right call to begin this one, Deeps. Talking about getting through that Domi Navy and the Abaddon screen. They did not do that. The Omen came down to help as well. They were basically stopped by the fat-ass wall of the Dominic's Navy issue. Ran right into those big old juicy cheeks and could progress no further. The Nighthawk of Andra Autolis getting scoped next. Fancy Pants will drop this match. and no numbers looks very strong. Didn't lose they barely only had a couple ships even drop into armor the entire fight against Shield Rush. Shield Rush is very strong, Deeps.
Yeah, it is, but in this case, a clean 200 to zip. And with that, for the last time, we will send it back to the studio for us.
I'm gonna die, Cyrus.
I know.
Okay.
I'm watching you. I'm making it exciting.
Cyrus, this is not funny anymore.
I think it's pretty funny.
I am in Hull, Cyrus.
Oh, you really are?
Yes.
again. Rain, are you in an armor vagabond or something?
No, I've got Axel ASP.
And polarized guns or what?
Hey, are you tired of being slow? Are you tired of losing the competition? Order your Quave Turbo today. Lab tested, velocity increase of over 5,000% guaranteed. Propulsion so hot you will explode. Used by all members of Exodus. Call now.
Guys, stop being casual. They're really bad. We should not lose anybody to this. Warp off. Warp off. Take the fleet warp. Everybody warp off. This is really, really bad execution. I'm very disappointed.
We're gonna
Exactly,
warp
Mike,
through
and
the planet. Are you ready?
Yeah.
See somebody's house on the way.
What do you think it would feel like if a ship warped through your house?
I might have some weird effect. Like imagine,
Yeah,
maybe
yeah,
they
yeah.
get
Just
like
sneezing.
like they get explosive diarrhea or something like that.
I like the sneezing more.
Yeah. If we
Sneeze out of your ass, like.
Oh no!
Guys, what the?
Hey,
You started with the. All right, you know what? Jump. This never happened. Let's move on.
But I'll tell you what, those folks from Slow, they got some cojones. You know what I mean? They got a little bit of chutzpah going on in there. Like that's a pro gamer move.
And we are back after a pretty clean match there, a smooth 200 to 0. Wingnut, the Dami Navy seems like your kind of ship there. Live up to your expectations?
It lived up to more than I expected, to be honest. See, there was an old joke which we used to call the Dummy Navy syndrome, where it would be like, oh my god, the damage on Pythor is so good! And then you'd never get to use it, ever. And it would be like people would always fall into this trap. But in this case, the opposing team kind of made the trap for themselves and ran straight into it. Like, the Dummy Navy kills things within 10k. They all went within 10k. So it's like, okay, well, thank you guys. Free kill.
Yep. And the issue with rush comps, usually they have around 10, 20 kilometers range. So that's all right, that it can only reach out so far and we can hold it a little bit outside the range. But you don't get that luxury when the other side has a curse that has some TDs, some GDs, and you have some ships that need to get TD'd and some ships that need to get GD'd. And we should note that the on-screen bans were inaccurate, but we'll worry about that later. With that curse on grid, they had no other option than ram face first into a ship that has 0 range, but lots and lots of damage. Didn't work out well for them.
I definitely saw a parable against the dangers of bringing both missiles and guns on that grid. But we are moving right along, so let's take a look at the bans for our next match between Spooky Action at a Distance. Oh no, I'm sorry, I skipped too far down. It is Only Need One Comp versus Physics Says No. Oh, Only Need One Scrim. They keep changing their name on me. It should be illegal.
Every time.
To be the same name, AT to AG. They get me every time. But let's look at these bans. Alright, well, one team just decided to do the long webs, so they're boring. Only Need One Scrim. Demasis has bored me again, but the other side has some fun bans. What do we got there? Wingnut?
That is scattershot as hell. We've got a Slipnir ban, so no AC Rush or Artillery. Abso, so I guess no like pseudo Octo. But then they've gone, you know what? No. We changed our mind. We don't want the Golem now. So, okay, that's suddenly we want to remove, I guess, cruise comps. And then they banned the curse because they're scared of it, and it's just like, okay, you've banned everything, but also nothing. So they're not saying anything, I think, with these bans, which is potentially their plan, because I don't know what they're trying to do.
What's sticking out to me right away is how there's no long webs except Ashamu, and there's also no Guardian or Oniros ban, which means that those extremely powerful T2 Logi Cruisers are on the table, and I know we've been seeing quite a few of those like heavy metal with an Ashamu compositions with 1 or 2 armor battleships. So you're looking at Apocalypse Navy, stuff like that. And I think we might see something that's that flavor to, if I'm looking at it right, along with the curse ban.
Yeah, it's a real mystery what the physics squad is cooking up here. Maybe they're looking at just key power points in individual comps. Maybe the cruise comp without the golem bonus paint is a lot worse. Honestly, even in the medium gun spams we have seen, nobody's using the absolution. So that one's a true and proper mystery. But we'll see what they're cooking against the long web bans and a little Tholos in for good measure. As our teams are now on grid, so we can toss it over to our casting squad. We've got Nuke and Wingnut, who's pulling double duty.
Yep.
Welcome back to the arena with Nuke and Wingnut. And just like the desk was saying, they thought Physics Says No's bans were a little weird. They've brought a little bit of a weird comp here with double Abaddon, a Praxis, and T1 Logifigs and a Dragoon.
Okay. All right then. But to be honest, the opposing team kind of like, no, we're going to be weird too, guys. We're going to bring a Maelstrom, even though the last one we saw did not do too hot.
That it did not, but I am liking the supporting cast for this Maelstrom a lot better. Having a semi-reps, Vulture, Phantasm for projected damage, Scythe Fleet also brings some damage, and then actually Tackle to hold something down for that Maelstrom with double Harpy. I'm liking that.
Can't get my camera close enough. What guns is on that Praxis?
I'm going to take a look as well. I am not sure.
The model's too big. You can't zoom in enough to see it,
I think those are pulse lasers.
Okay, so you've gone all lasers, so you've got only EM Therm. I mean, fair enough.
It's a strange choice since you could put anything on the Praxis. But
the
they
bans
wanted
as well did not lock anyone to shield by any means, so they just kind of took a bet on versing a potential shield comp and kind of won the bet.
Right, but I'm not personally a huge fan of coming in with full laser damage versus a team backed with a semi. That can be a little bit painful for you. We're getting going already, and they immediately are identifying that Dragoon as maybe a soft target here. T1 tank on a Desi hole you can hit relatively easily, and they're pumping it right now.
That poor man's running for his life. But he's at the back. Hopefully he should get some reps. But again, it's only T1 Logi frigates and a bunch of rep drones. He's got lights and mediums and heavy rep drones actually on him. So They went full rep drones on their team.
I don't hate that. Those heavy rep bots can do a lot of work, and this 3 battleship core is just trundling slowly down the middle, trying to see if they can get someone out of position, but the only need one scrim team is doing a good job of keeping everyone just outside of that range.
Yeah, so Abaddon's a great wall battleships. They're great at like almost stopping an opposing force dead, but that's not what the opposing team's even attempting to do. They kind of need a bit more application at range, and they are scratching the Scythe fleet.
I gotta say, that Scimitar is flying so much closer than I would ever be comfortable, but maybe he knows something I don't. That is sketchy, my dude. You gotta get out of there.
Also, their Harpy as well jumped on the Inquisitor.
That is big. Harpy on top of the Inquisitor means they're all going to be applying.
We got the Harpy kill squad out here, buddy. They just took out the Inquisitor, and the Dragoon goes down too. They're going to quickly go over and probably murder the Navitas. Like, yeah, double Harpy just going around murdering all the small stuff. And that leaves these Abaddons too. You get big bricks.
The Draugr is jumping the Scimitar right now because he came in so close. The Draugr has managed to get on top of him, although he is also taking a lot of damage for his effort.
Yeah, the Scythe fleet decided to pop over there and just remove him from that particular problem.
Absolutely. That's a great call. If you let that Draugr sit on your Scimitar for very long, it could be deadly.
Are we sure this team existed, or if it was just 3 battleships? It feels like it was just 3 battleships.
That supporting cast did not last very long, but I suspect we will be looking at these 3 battleships for a while, especially those 2 Battens are going to take some beatings.
I also, like, the one thing with Praxis is always like, okay, how exactly have you fitted this one? Like, okay, what's this one like? And it looks like at the moment it's tanky, but it's definitely not Abaddon tanky, so it's definitely the easiest of targets.
Yeah, it's definitely the softest target. It doesn't get that plate bonus. It's just the easiest one, and if you're not entirely, it's the only one also that has the drone bonus. So it's, even though it is fit with lasers, it could have a flight of heavy drones that could threaten something. And now if you move it, we only got EM therm damage left, and they can't kill our semi.
I think I didn't see DPS drones come out from the Praxis, as far as I can see at least. So I think he also went full Logi drones, even on the Praxis.
That feels like a bit of a waste
because the Praxis kind of needs the damage. So I feel like that's a bit of an overcommitment to the bit.
Absolutely, and with the recent balance change the Praxis got, the gun turret got nerfed, but the drone damage stayed the same. The drone damage is the only thing that didn't get nerfed.
Yep. Well, guess what? We get to sit back, relax, and watch these guys slowly chew through some of the biggest bricks in New Eden.
Yeah, just clean up squad here. How long will it take to burn through 2 Abaddons? They're making faster progress than I would have expected, honestly.
Yeah. This team definitely feel like they're committed to their bit. Like, okay, we're going to bring 3 battleships, all with lasers, and just, all with rep drones and try and work it through that. But bringing the Praxis gave you more options in that, and you could have done many different things that could have maybe made your team better. Instead, they kind of just went, we're going to bring what is effectively a worse Abaddon to this comp, and just lose it anyway.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the plan was here. I'm not sure if I've seen it in the AG yet, but we saw in the previous AT 3 battleship cores that could, mostly using things like APOCs or the new NAPOC to do, we got big lasers and we can kind of project where we want to do, and we'll fight you that way. But this comp looks like it was inspired by that, but didn't quite take all the right lessons away.
Exactly that. Like, they went, hey, this ship has the most EHP when we do that. It's like, well, great, but the Abaddon does not hit like an APOC or NAPOC does.
It does not. The damage looks great, but the lack of that tracking bonus, especially if you're fighting a comp like this, where other than that Maelstrom, you want tracking for every other one of these targets.
Large laser tracking. Absolute pain to anyone who's experienced it.
Absolutely.
Oh. There we go. One's about to go down. They are putting a bit of damage into the Maelstrom, but I'm pretty sure he's got his own XLASP plus a Scimitar. There is effectively 0 chance of that short of catastrophic mistakes.
I mean, realistically, even if they had burned down the Maelstrom there, he DCs something like... that still doesn't win on the match.
No, it does not, but we can dream, okay? We can enjoy the idea that they have a chance.
True, and everyone loves to be able to leave the arena with more than 0 points, even if you don't win.
Also, I feel like the name of that Abaddon's pilot is aimed directly at us. He's saying he's hotter than us two. I feel like that name is rather directly aimed at me.
I have to admit, he's probably right. The whole of that Abaddon is probably getting pretty hot right about now as it starts to
thermal being
bleed
fired at
into
it.
hull.
Yeah, EM therm. Man's cooking.
And he quickly will be colder than all of us as his Abaddon explodes into the coldness of space, and we can head back to the desk to talk about whatever that comp was.
We're gonna
Exactly, I'm
warp
not
through the
gonna-
planet. Are you ready?
Yeah.
See somebody's house on the way.
What do you think it would feel like if a ship warped through your house?
I might have some weird effect. Like imagine, like,
Yeah,
maybe
yeah,
they
yeah.
get
Just
like
the sneezing.
like they get explosive diarrhea or something like that.
I like
Yeah.
the sneezing more. Alright?
Yeah. If we
Sneeze out of your ass, like.
Oh no!
Guys, what the f-
Hey,
Whoosh.
You started with the. All right, you know what? Jump. This never happened. Let's move on.
All right, and welcome back after a match that features a ship very commonly seen on TQ, but rarely seen in the tournament. The Praxis, it can fit everything, do anything, but why might I not want to bring it here, Kevin?
I wish to share with you a reading from the trait bonuses of the Praxis. 20% bonus to large hybrid turret, large energy turret, and large projectile turret damage, as well as 20% damage to heavy missiles, cruise missiles, and torpedoes, and 50% bonus to drone hit points and damage. Now, these are all great. Shooting things, very helpful. Problem, Praxis doesn't get any bonuses to take. Unlike the Abaddon, which gets both a bonus to its armor resist and a bonus to its plate to the amount of armor that plates get. All T1 battleships get a bonus to that plate EHP, but the Praxis doesn't. Which means that the Praxis is really, really squishy, and it's very easy to kill, especially if you're bringing only T1 Logi, and suddenly all of your DPS that you got is gone, and the advantage you got by bringing triple battleship is pushed back because one of them dies super easily.
Yeah, and speaking of this kind of triple battleship core, we've seen Abaddon core comps work in the past, especially in the AT. What do you think kind of went wrong here, Wingnut? What were the gaps in the armor?
So it looks, looking at that team and how they were trying to fly it, it felt like they were getting ready for a rush. It kind of looked like they were getting ready for a rush come to hit them. Abaddons would wall them off. They'd Logi drones would keep them up, and they would potentially kill things after the reactive takes over. But they didn't get that. They're also not built to really pull a kite comp towards them in some way. Like Abaddons are great, but then like 40 kilometers, and then they're kind of useless. They had no way to really force that, besides, frigates that rushed into them who they couldn't shoot anyway. So that comp was very, I don't know, it's like a one-trick pony, and it was not a very good trick. Because they also had one more particular problem, which is, you mentioned all the bonuses for the Praxis. What does it not get? Tracking. You picked the worst weapon to try and shoot without tracking bonuses. That is painful.
Yeah, and the Praxis is also notably a very, very slow ship. So if you need to run people down in the arena, you will get there in 3 to 7 business days, which is unfortunately not ideal when it lets even a quite slow vulture kind of fly around your composition there. And I do want to talk a little bit about that. So despite the fact that the Maelstrom was autocannon fit, the Scythe Fleet issue was autocannon fit, they had a lot of these closer-in weapons. Only Need One Scrim chose to fly kind of very around the enemy team, wrapping around, looking for specific targets. What are kind of some of the challenges or difficulties of doing that, Kevin, when you've got these ships that don't necessarily have the best range?
Well, one of the great things about Minmatar ships in general, and in particular about the autocannon weapon system, is that autocannons get barrage and surprisingly good range when they load barrage and get hit that long fall off. They lose a bunch of their damage, but they can actually still do damage. Unlike where if you load Scorch into your pulse, you get an extra 10-kilometer range of fall off, and then that's it. And when you're backed by a scimitar, and your enemy is backed by 2 T1 Logi frigates, you don't need a ton of damage to push through T1 Logi frigates, especially at range, especially with high tracking weapons. So you just kill their Logi and then you can kite forever. And you're in a Minmatar ship, which means that you're natively going to be a lot quicker than the fattest Amar ships on grid.
Makes sense to me. Now let's take a look at our next match here. We've got Volta versus Church of the Procurer, the former residents of Declan against the current residents of Declan, if you will. Let's take a look at what they've got in store for us here. Volta, we've got a lot of TDs and GDs off the field in the Cursed Sentinel RB Cruci with a Geddon Navy. And on the other side, we hate Kaldari, apparently.
And
with
shields.
A Gator, Nighthawk, well, Gator's not really Kaldari, but close enough. But a lot of shield bands, a little Stardy sprinkled in. What is this looking like to you, Wingnut?
I mean, as you said, like, they banned out full Alligator Nighthawk rushes. They've banned out the Loki for any other kind of potential rush, because even Sleipnirs do like running with Lokis, I feel. The Rook is a very specific one, because that leaves so many things on the table. In my opinion, the Blackbirds are more efficient buy. They did not want to see shield at all. Like that's very specific to me. Like, you really don't want to see shield.
Yeah, I think the big thing that stands out to me here too is that obviously the Loki is out, although we haven't necessarily seen a ton of Lokis so far this tournament. But the Hugin, Rapier, Hyena, a lot of these long webs are still in. So I'm curious to see if either side, with them up for once, will choose to utilize them, or if they're going to go for a different strategy.
There's an extra one as well, actually. The Zarmat is not banned either, so that may be a potential option here as well.
Yeah, a lot of power available.
No Logi bans means that whatever they're bringing, they're thinking, it doesn't matter what you bring. We're going to kill you anyways. We're not afraid of any Logi in the game.
Yeah. Well, with so many powerful ships up, the teams will have plenty to choose from. So let's head to the grid and see what exactly they've got in store for us.
My intro. I am so happy with what I've seen. I'm so happy for what I've seen. Oh, boys, it's party time. They brought a Vindicator.
There's not just a
Unfortunately, it's come
Vindicator.
up against probably the worst thing the Vindicator to me, a Lashak.
Yeah, we got the two big boy battleships. In my opinion, the two big boy battleships in tournament play up against each other. I love to see it.
I'm sorry. I was just so excited. I saw a Vindicator. Immediately, my eyes lit up like ding. I wanted to see this. Oh boy, that's a weird combo with an APOC Navy reaching out to poke at things, but the Vindicator is real up close and personal. Unless there's a rail Vindy. Hold on.
The weirdest thing to me about this comp from Church of the Procurer is double Pontifex plus a Magus. That's a lot of slots that could have been other things. That's a lot more link ships than you normally see.
Hold on a damn second. This is a no Logi Vindicator? I'm sorry, I was too busy looking at the Vindicator. Look at his team. Wait, hold on a bloody second. I see. I wonder if this is the whole Vindy I was told about from Arena 2.
No Logi, well, you have to fight through two Blackbirds before you really get to do anything else, is gonna be rough.
Yeah, they've got one ship that can poke the Blackbirds at range, which is being the APOC Navy, but he can't really break through Guardian reps on his own, so he's shooting. Wait, hold on. That Vindicator is shooting too. What weapon system's on that Vindy?
Unless I have lost my ability to recognize systems, those are still blasters. He is loading Nolan.
Yeah, I'm just
with
amazed to see him
blasters.
trying to shoot from that range. I don't think that reaches, does it?
I don't think it does.
I don't see any tracking enhancers or anything. What the bloody hell?
I mean,
Is
well,
he
this
just
Lashak
barring
is
the
doing
void?
his job here. He's front running for the rest of the team, making it so.
He just drop bouncer ones. What?
Uh,
What is going on?
what? Bouncer ones. Tech 1 bouncer specifically, not 2. Okay. You can't. Never mind. You can't use this, but this is why bouncers.
Are those actually rails? Like I'm hearing someone say it's rails. I need to have that confirmed. Is that actually rail guns? There's no way. I'm looking at it.
I'm looking. Rails are meant to have the little nubbin coming out of the front, and these look like they have the 2.
I thought like the bosses were the thick one. It doesn't matter. Either way, this is a very silly comp. We got bouncers as well. The Lashak is just burning over to blow them off immediately.
Yeah, this is just. Oh, yeah, the Lashak has a smart bomb. Oh,
yeah, I mean, it's a Lashak.
boy.
He's a spare utility hires. He can do that.
Hey, sometimes people will stack them full of newts. Everyone likes some newts, but yeah, 1 smart bomb in there. Wow, this is. And yet, with all the yapping we've been doing, nothing has died, and I'm getting secondary confirmation that we might have been wrong. Those could be rails.
Oh my! There's no way that's rails. Please, like I think we're hopefully just misidentifying. There's no way that's rails.
I have to say that Vindicator went through armor really quickly, and it's going through hull really slowly.
What am I? I'm sorry. I'm just sitting here like kind of losing my mind right now. This is not what I was expecting to see. I was expecting like a crazy blaster rush from a Vindicator, and instead I'm seeing a hull tanked rail Vindy.
Based on our gun expert, these are rails, but the reason no one was recognizing them off the bat is because they are the 1 size smaller rails. Like they're 350 millimeter rails.
What in the world are we? I think Volta like has a
killing this Ishkur though. Drentu in the Ishkur is dying. Kind of.
I think the reason Volta hasn't won yet because they're probably mildly confused about what the fuck is going on too. But
I thought that Ishkur was going to die, and the Guardian just woke up and was like, "Nah, you're good." But the other Ishkur on the Slice team is going to die now. They're slowly killing the Ponty. They're slowly killing the Vindy. I mean,
they're putting some damage down on that Blackbird, and I don't see where their Logibro currently is. No, he's next to it. Never mind. There's no fucking problems there.
I don't know. I feel like the Guardian is being stressed here, trying to keep both that Blackbird and the Ishkur up, and he's going to have to make a hard choice here. And I think he's chosen the Ishkur.
Hey, why not? I don't think we really need the Blackbirds really at this point.
Or he's
go
pulled off both. He's pulled off keeping both alive.
Oh, wow. Oh my god, not this again.
Since you can't see it on screen, that Blackbird of S5 Cameron has 3% structure remaining.
Not this again, where they survive at like a scrape of hull. Well, I'm normally sad when a Vindicator dies. This is a hull tank rail Vindicator. It is heretical and must be gone.
It had to be put out of its misery.
Yeah, like this thing is just suffering.
Will it be able to take that Blackbird down with it?
Maybe,
no.
Maybe. I can dream.
No.
No.
Wow.
Goodbye, sweet prince. You did not deserve what you got there. Well done to Volta there.
I feel like I got blue balled here. I was so ready to watch the Vindicator and the Lashak run right into each other and pump DPS at 0. And I didn't get that. I didn't get that at all.
I know, like I was sitting there going, here we go, a hull tank Vindicator with no logi. This is going to be like an absolute nightmare, bro. And then he just turns and runs the other way and starts shooting things. Like I was so confused. I'm glad that I wasn't just misremembering the numbers on null range.
Well, and Volta is in the cleanup period here. Knowing teams like them, their comms are probably, once they had this match in hand, were probably just as confused and discussing what were they doing.
We're looking at the kill map going, are you sure that's right?
This is when I wish we had Zekiel for Thunderdome. I wish we had Zekiel for Thunderdome.
Wait a second. Hold on. That's also a hull tank Apocalypse Navy issue.
No, no,
What?
no.
What is going on? That's a hull tank. That's going to be like a lot of bulkheads. What in the world is going on here?
I don't understand. I don't understand what leads you to these choices.
So many things, and none of them good. Probably a significant quantity of alcohol and maybe some head trauma.
Yeah, I mean, wow. I've been guilty of myself bringing some weird comps in the past, and even I'm shocked by this one.
Yeah, like all my mates know that I fit a lot of meme ships and a lot of meme fits. Not in my wildest dreams would I have ever thought to run a hull tank Apocalypse Navy. Like that has never even become a thought.
No. And it goes to time. Also, before out, that Blackbird's 42 structure HP.
Alright, now that's all done and gone. Let's get back to the studio where hopefully Murray can explain to me what the hell just happened.
Order your Quave Turbo today. Lab tested. Velocity increase of over 5,000% guaranteed. Propulsion so hot you will explode. Used by all members of Exodus. Call now.
Guys, stop being casual. They're really bad. We should not lose anybody to this. Warp off. Warp off. Take the fleet warp. Everybody warp off. This is really, really bad execution. I'm very disappointed.
I've done some thinking, Wingnut, and I think I have an explanation for you. Slice recently traveled across the galaxy to move to Declan, and on the way there, all their armor tank mods fell out of the back of the truck and got lost in space, and they only have hull tank left. And since they only had hull tank, why would you bring Logi? You can't rep it. Well, you could rep it, but please don't rep it. Can't rep it anyway. Just bring hull tank.
That was a match. Like a bunch of the guys in the back were like, "Are those rails? Like, are those not sure they're blasted. Are those rails?" We're double checking repeatedly, and everyone's like, "Are we sure?" And yeah, the moment I saw it firing back, I was like, that can't reach that far. Is he just shooting for the fun of it?" That was a head. That screwed my head, man. What day is it?
I think the greatest description I can have for that composition is incoherent. That there's no idea behind it, because you think, okay, we're going to go whole tanked. All right, you want to go whole tanked? Fine. You know what whole tank doesn't benefit from? Boosts. Why are you bringing 3 link ships if you have no tank for them to link into? Why do you bring 3 link ships? In general, well, there's a lot of questions for the church to answer here, because, oh man, did that comp not answer anything. And it didn't answer to the point that it had no answers for anything that it could have faced.
Yeah, I think
I have to agree with the guy in chat. Hold on. I don't think anyone in the history of EVE has ever seen 350mm railguns. Like, I don't think anyone's ever thought, you know what, I'm going to fit the mid-sized railguns on my battleship. Like, I don't think that's ever been a thought. Like, what?
Yeah.
I got nothing.
I will say one nice thing about them, which is that they had a bunch of ships, particularly on the low end with a lot of drones, and they did manage to use the damage from their drones to split DPS in a way that let them kill the Ishkur and almost kill the Blackbird. Would they have ever gotten beyond that with the ships available to them? Perhaps not. But they did do that. which is legally something.
Speaking on the drones as well, just to go even crazier, he dropped bounces.
Oh, I forgot about that. Why does he have bouncer ones? You can use Navy drones. It's been this way for 4 years.
He dropped bounces.
The universe that
Why
we live
weren't
in.
they Navy bouncers?
Navy sentries aren't allowed, but
oh, they're not.
Yeah, they're not.
Which is why no one has dropped sentries at all because it
Yeah,
kind
I
of
see. I
sucks.
see. That does explain why there's no sentries on grid.
But that doesn't
He also died
answer,
instantly to a smart bomb from that.
any of the other myriad of problems with that comp.
Honestly, as much as it hurts my head, and I've legitimately got a headache from that. I love that freaking comp. I love those guys. That's amazing. That was so like, I mean, it's in the nicest way, guys. That was so stupid. It was amazing. Like that was beautiful.
All right.
I mean that in the best way possible.
We're gonna clear our minds. Return to the smooth waterfall of spooky action at a distance versus space art. And let us look at some bands. Hopefully, one of those bands is 350mm rails. It probably won't be. Don't think you can do that. But we've got some regular ships here. A Zarm, a Hugin, a Rapier. Normal bands for a normal day. Anything else stand out?
The Absol's staring at us again.
Yeah, still not sure why that keeps popping up. But it is popping up.
We are looking at Curse RB ban, so a lot of the strong TD ships have been banned out. We might be seeing another heavy comp with battleships. Hopefully not hull tanked today, but we'll see.
They also haven't touched the Sentinel or the Crucifier as like cheap variants as well, which is interesting.
Yeah.
It's very specific that they went for both the cruiser versions.
Yeah, I think particularly the Astarte and Absolution bans are an interesting flag at trying to figure out how to ban medium guns. There are certainly different options in terms of the cruisers, in terms of the battle cruisers. How do you guys stand on trying to target these command ships as opposed to, say, the Navy battle cruisers or some of the cruiser options available?
In my opinion, I'd want to ban out the Navy Brutix. I mean, that's just me. I always feel like Navy Brutix is like the best value one of all of them. Maybe it's a bit more expensive here, but the Absol is very specific. I wonder why it's been 2 teams now that have banned Absol. Like, why did they not like this thing?
I know from my experience, right, that banning out the Navy battle cruisers isn't super productive because, like, if you ban Prof Navy, they'll bring a Harpy Navy, vice versa. There's a lot of easy swap outs you can do. Like, you ban Brutix Navy, they bring Harpy Navy, on and on and on. But in the for Absolution and Astarte, there's no like very good ships to replace either of them. I mean, a Octo medium gun spam comp. But it looks like we got to get moving towards the arena, though.
Yeah, our teams are on grid, so I see no reason not to head on over and take a look at this next match.
You.
Welcome back to the arena. I am happy to inform you that there is no hull tank divinity with rails here. But despite the Abso and the Astarte bans, there is an armor gun spam on field.
To be honest, this is a return to normality. I'm very happy. We also see the Rodiva has made a return today, which is going to be very interesting to see against this particular comp. A lot of damage coming at them.
This is an interesting match to me because it's a classic matchup, but with a few differences on both sides. You look at this and your first thought is we have armor gunboat versus AC Rush, but it's a little bit of a weird AC Rush. There's a Tengu there, and the armor gunboat is a little bit weird because there's no command ships. Instead, we went Zealot, Demos, Phobos.
Yes, exactly. It's a lot of interesting choices here. Like double Jaguar for hard tackle. It's honestly pretty good. Jaguars are a nightmare to kill, but it seems like you might have gone to a comp that is going to make that a bit awkward. I'm just kind of going through the team right now.
True, I would be worried mostly about that Osprey. Rodiva is also T2 Logi, yes, but I mean T1 Logi, but it is tankier of the T1 Logis, and the Osprey is not. And this gun spam is not going to have any TDs or damps disrupting it. They can immediately go on that Osprey. That's what I'm watching for here.
Hold on. I think actually looking at this differently, like the other ones, this is kind of like a rush with the Sleipnirs, but the armor version can actually just run away and shoot them as much as they want.
Absolutely.
All this projection with these ships, plus the long scram from the Phobos if needed to keep anything from getting within 20k.
Long scram off the Phobos, and just everything here projects. Brutix, Harb Navy, Deimos Zealot all have really good range, and they've already cleared that first fast tackle off. Looking like they are going to start on the second. Start on the second Jaguar immediately. If you can get rid of those fast tackles, your job of kiting becomes so much easier.
I'm not gonna lie, that Jaguar kind of went into a little bit no man's land there. He was like right in the middle of the curve for the entire opposing team.
Yeah,
He's trying now to like book in for the Vigil. You can see him like beelining the Vigil now, but I don't know, man. That ADC only lasts so long. He's already fired it off. I just saw the animation.
The way he was flying there, he's flying directly parallel to all the BCs and cruisers of the enemy comp. He's essentially transmatching them for them. Now that he's on his target and he's stopped doing that, you can see he's taking a lot less damage.
Yep, but unfortunately, some of the ships that are shooting him have tracking bonuses, so they will still hit him. He's going to get webbed and painted back, specifically by the Vigil as well, so he should get removed once his stuff runs out. But to be fair, is that AB now? Is he running AB?
I'm not sure. He might. I think he's
MWD
pulsing MWD.
Yeah. Well, never mind. He's doing very well. I honestly thought he was going to be dead by now, but he's doing great.
He's doing a very good job here, but the rest of his team is not doing a very good job of killing this Vigil.
Oh, don't worry. They've done
guys.
something better now. They've actually crashed down on the Harb Navy. They've all crashed into the Harb Navy, which is the best target to go for. It's the squishiest one there.
Oh, there goes the Osprey.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Out of nowhere.
Oh, no.
I called it at the start. I said, you got to watch out for that. They just decided, you know what? We don't want to see that Osprey anymore. And it was gone.
So, again, I've said this earlier in the day, I'm not really the best when it comes to subsystems for T3Cs, but the more I look at that, the more I think that's an ECM Tengu, and looking at the fancy, that's an ECM Tengu.
Yeah, there's no EC bots out, and I see that those ECM icons are on the UI, so yeah, that's a Jamgu.
That is an interesting choice. That's a lot of money for that. That's a lot of points for an ECM Tengu.
True, but the ECMgu can do damage now.
Yes.
But not enough.
Logi is down. Yeah, Logi's down. You can jam things, but now they can shoot you back.
True. I mean, normally I'd say Logi being down for a rush comp like this isn't the end of the world. Those Sleipnirs are going to be relatively self-sufficient for a little bit, but they didn't get enough for it.
Yeah,
they only got one DPS ship. You needed... If you had gotten the Brutix as well, if this was Sleipnir Tengu versus the other three cruisers and the Rodiva, there's a game plan there. I don't think there is one now.
No, it's just every man for himself. Let's try and see if we can get a kill here. And I think the Phobos there as well. Let me just double check. Never mind, I thought I saw a scram off from the Phobos, but no, he's just kind of driving by.
Yeah, I mean,
there it is. Yeah, long scram from the Phobos on a Sleipnir. There you go. That's what these Hicks do so well that people like don't quite realize outside of a tournament sometimes is like they can do a 20-kilometer scram, which if you know what you're doing is more than enough to kill any target you want sometimes.
Trade-off being you can't get reps while you have that scram up, but the incoming DPS is low enough and the Phobos, all the Hicks, are tanky that he's going to be able to cycle it down and get reps whenever he needs them.
Yeah, it can be great as like a self-peeling tool. Actually, a long time ago I flew one. It was a very interesting experience when people are scared of you. Not because of piloting, but just because you're in a hick. Oh my god, he must have friends. Like, no, I'm just solo.
Reminds me of the good old days of the Lurch broadswords. I just gave any players who were playing back then in chat some PTSD flashbacks to that crazy stuff. Craziness.
Yeah, I do vaguely remember it as well, and it was not a pleasant experience. But luckily, speaking of unpleasant experiences, we can focus on Sir Furbag's one currently, where he's being shot by a lot of drones and whatever DPS is left.
I mean, credit to him, he's doing a good job of trying to chase down this Brutix here and using his XASB. He's not over-repping. He's conserving charges. I'm not sure what Atane is doing here. If Atane was with him and they could both get on that Brutix and kill it, you're doing something. But Atane is just kind of sitting here.
I believe. Let me double check. Never mind. I think the Phobos has been kind of grabbing him constantly, kind of leaving him in the on his own, basically.
That would do it. That is a painful experience as Furbag does go down.
If you've seen, the drive-by scram from Scepter's like 16k, imagine a drive-by scram at 20k. You basically can't even do anything about it.
Yeah, that does rough. You need some sort of long scram or web of your own to deal with it, but now the Phobos is not keeping him at 20k. He wants to come in close and say hello.
He's a Galente blaster ship at heart. Okay, he wants to go in and get his scalp himself.
He's got to show up his cousin the Demos and say, "This is how you do it."
Though it is also rail, so he doesn't need to be within 0, thankfully. And good fights and legal from the guys as well. And yeah, that was very well flown indeed by Spooky Action at a distance.
Absolutely, showing off ideally how you deal with being rushed. Get out of their way, pick off their fast tackle, and you're good to go. As Atane almost pops.
Oh, there we go. Thank you very much to Spooky Action and Space Art, and we'll head back to the studio and see what, I think.
Welcome back. Spooky Action at a distance, certainly living up to their name and keeping distance against Space Art there. Kevin, talk to me a little bit about the tools that were available to close that gap, those Jaguars. What is the secret to kind of getting those to work well?
So the Jaguars, especially in this kind of matchup, are basically going to die no matter what. So the question is, what can you trade those Jaguars out to get in return for them? And right at the beginning, we saw one Jag gunning straight towards the enemy fleet and the other Jag take a more roundabout route. The one getting gunned in, that gun straight in, gets screened away by a Phobo, hosts his long scram, and does nothing. You trade it for nothing. And the other Jag, on its roundabout way, decides to go all the way around that at one Phobos, between all of the DPS, it flying parallel to all those DPS along the way, flies past all of them to go scram a Vigil, which is a very peculiar decision because the Vigil is only really necessary for killing that last Jag that's left up and the Tholos. And so the Jag is now sacrificing itself to kill the ship that only really threatens it, which is questionable again. What I suspect happened there is at the beginning of the match, the one Jag said, I'm going to go scram this, and the other Jag said, okay, I'm going to go scram the Vigil. And so they were tunnel vision into, I'm going to go get the Vigil, I'm going to go get the Vigil. Oh, okay, I've almost got the Vigil, I've got the Vigil. And in the middle there, they didn't notice there was other opportunities available to them.
All right, and it's definitely the challenge of Rush vs. Kite, how you get on top of them, how you use the ships that you have to get on top of them. But let's take a look at the next match here. We've got, it is Kick Zoot versus But Not Tackled. Wingnut.
Okay.
How are you feeling about these bands?
Well, I need to move my head away from my mic. So we've banned out the quote-unquote good cruiser webs, but you've left the hyena there, which is curious. But then the other team decided, no, we'll join in, and we'll ban the Loki for you as well. So everyone wants to get rid of like the cruiser-sized webs, but none of the smaller stuff. But speaking of small stuff, they banned the Deacon and left the Thalia alone. So a lot of armor hatred, a lot of web hatred, but specific ones are being left alone to either bait people to try and use them or try and convince them not to use them.
I do have a thought. I kind of love the Deacon ban, actually. I'm kind of in love with it. Because unlike most frigates, Logi frigates do have a stacking penalty for point inflation. So if you bring a Deacon and a Thalia, each are 16. If you bring two Thalias, each are 17 points. Which means you have to spend extra points to bring the T2 Logi frigates for armor now. You've just, by banning Deacon, you've not just stopped the tanky armor of Logi frigate, you've also gotten rid of the most point-efficient setup for the armor Logi frigates. And I kind of love that.
Yeah.
I like it because it's the last call too. Like it's everything else is like, okay, this is where we're going, and then all suddenly you throw the curveball at the end like that. Like it's, and now we're banning Deacon. Get good luck.
Yeah. I'd say Thalia's much less tanky than Deacons, but also worth noting that I think the Ashmu also leads up to that ban, where the Ashmu is particularly effective against those Logi frigates that can't rep from far enough away to avoid the webs and newts from an Ashmu, and so it's a extremely deadly threat to them. So weakening those Logi frigates after taking the Ashmu off the table makes a lot of sense. Any predictions between these two teams? Strong feelings?
Not particularly, no, because I don't particularly know the teams at the moment. So these teams both have interesting bans, and I can see the ships on the grid, so I would be kind of cheating if I said anything more.
Like I said, I like the Deacon ban, so I'll vote for Kickzoot today.
I will say, looking at the grid, I think things are going to explode pretty quickly once the match starts. So let's head on over and take a look at what they've brought together for us.
Welcome back to the arena. I'm still here, but now I've got Kevin joining me for the rest of these casts, and we are looking at a Mimitar Shield Rush, reminiscent of the one we just saw with the Jamgu, into Shield Kite.
Yes, with the Rapier and Hugin ban, and this Shield Kite does not get access to those super long webs to be able to screen off stuff, so they're going to be leaning very heavily on the Barghest and Orthruses, having long scrams to do the best they possibly can to hold back these extremely high DPS ships. We'll have to see how that works out for them, though.
Yeah, and one ship I want to shout out here that gets forgotten when we talk about long webs is the Vigil Fleet. It does have a web range bonus. It's not the best, but it does have one.
Yep, it also gets a solid paint bonus, which for a rush comp, that'll be very nice. We'll see if that Jackdaw is able to maybe threaten that Vigil Fleet overly much.
It looks like Vigil started running in. He was immediately forced to turn back to his Logi. Is his Logi going to pick him up in time? No.
Nope. These are Rapid Light Orthruses, so they are going to be very, very good at just slamming through that bottom end ship.
Yep, and that's combined with the Rapid Heavy, of course, Barghest. I'd be shocked to see anything else here as they start to make their turn. the requisite turn every kite comp needs to make, where you sketchiest part of kiting, that first turn.
Yep, they cannot keep going in a straight line like they can on TQs. We do have boundaries in this arena, so it looks like they're trying. Vargas is straightening out, trying to get as much range as he can here as the Boa and Sleipnir are hot on his heels.
That Osprey is right on top of the Tengu, and he is getting all his reps on him. They just have to try to keep him alive just long enough to make these clips run out.
And remember, that Tengu is also the only links in this entire rush comp, or one of the significant numbers of links. They do have Sleipnirs in to give the shield and skirmish links that make them very, very fast, but not quite fast enough as the Vargas keeps slipping away.
Just so hard when a Bargus pilot is on the ball and is using that long scram, it can be so hard to get on top of him. But it looks like the Jackdaw of Doomandi has just managed it. He is there.
Yep, Jackdaw swapped into prop mode and gunned it in, getting that scram off just as the Moa had taken the screening scram from the Barghest, opening that opportunity. With that Barghest caught, these Sleipnirs are going to rip it apart in a moment here, or as soon as they get in range.
See if this Jackdaw, if he can get into defensive mode in time, he cannot.
However, the Jackdaw has traded himself well. One Jackdaw to scram to catch that Barghest is 100% worth it, and even as the Osprey starts taking heavy damage.
Absolutely. I think Red Kick saw that right now with their Bargus caught, they've got to kill something big and important so they can trade out the rest of the DPS. They pop that Logi, the Orthuses can fight the rest of this even if the Bargus goes down.
And it looks like the Barghest is holding fairly well, even against his comp that should be destroying it right now. Oh, those Sleipnirs maybe want to get right up on top so they can apply Hail fully here.
Yeah, they got to get in there, get all their damage, but that Barghest is going to be living on his XLASB, but as that Tengu goes down, incoming damage is going to drop pretty hard.
Without that Tengu's hands and without its jams, they're not able to push off the reps from the site, and they're not able to push through the Barghest nearly as quickly. But the Boa's going down as well.
Yeah, they're going to trade their whole low end, everything but the Sleipnirs for this Barghest, it seems, and it might even not be enough.
If this Barghest even does go down, it's catching reps again. I think the XLASB came off reload in the meantime, and with that Scythe unpressured by jams anymore, it's tanking remarkably well.
Yeah, that is going to be an incredible feat on the Reds team to keep this thing alive. Even if it goes down now, you've bought so much time. You make that trade every day.
The problem will be, if this Barghest does go down before either Sleipnir, that the Rapid Light Orthruses will have a very hard time pushing through the Sleps because they need to reload, and if the Sleps time their Ansel reload at the same time as the Orthruses reload, it's going to be very hard to push through that before one cancels out the other, and the Sleps can take a bunch.
Absolutely, that is a risk if these Sleipnirs can make it very difficult since it's only 2 Orthuses of DPS. But they're still down on points. They need to catch something, and everything on this grid should be able to keep away from them.
However, we do see the Sleipnirs burning back towards the MJD unit. They are going to line up for an MJD play. That's their best shot. I agree fully with that this is their best shot possible at getting in close and actually catching one of these Orthruses. That's a lot of DPS coming into it, though.
That is not a good boost from Abby. That is going to send Abby out of the arena.
Abby heading out and subject about to die. This is not a good move.
Wow, I don't know if that was an intentional suicide or someone didn't realize that when you hit that MJD, you're going the direction your ship is pointing then. You do not get time to turn your ship back around, because that didn't seem like a situation you should suicide in. They still had a chance.
Well, I'll let you know. If you hit the approach button, you go towards it. If you right-click and hit the activate button, the moment you get close to it, you're going.
And you're going wherever the front of your ship is pointing. And if that's out of the arena, see ya. As we say, see ya to the arena and head back to the desktop.
We're gonna
Exactly, I'm
warp
not
through the
gonna
planet. Are you ready?
Yeah.
See somebody's house on the way. What do you think it would feel like if a ship warped through your house?
I might have some weird effect. Like imagine, like
Yeah,
they,
yeah,
maybe
yeah.
they
Just
get
the
like
sneezing.
like they get explosive diarrhea or something like that.
I like
Yeah.
the sneezing more. Alright?
Yeah. If we
Sneeze out of your ass, like.
Oh, no. Guys, what the?
Hey,
Whoosh.
you started with the. All right, you know what? Jump. This never happened. Let's move on.
But I'll tell you what, those folks from Slow, they got some cojones. You know what I mean? They got a little bit of chutzpah going on in there. Like that's a pro gamer move.
We could keep this meeting actually super short by just talking about what worked.
Well, I mean, what doesn't work is also important because it means we can just stop going with it, right?
He didn't get the joke.
No, I didn't get the joke.
Because nothing worked.
And welcome back to the studio. That was a pretty clean handling of Rush, where this time we had some rapid light clips and rapid heavy clips to project damage downrange. Kevin, when it comes to Rushers trying to go after these kite comps, what kind of options do they have available in terms of ships, and why might they choose ones that are slightly different than just a Vigil fleet?
Well, we saw last time 2 Jags being brought as the primary tackle wing, and the great thing about Jags and the other assault frigates and stuff like Raptors is that they are very fast and very tanky, that they can actually be able to hold stuff down. The problem with the Vigil fleet issue is that even though you get both long-ish webs and a very good paint, the problem is that you are very, very squishy. And as we saw there, even if you back up right off the bat, like that Vigil fleet did, you're still liable to get salvoed off the grid.
Yeah, well, that makes sense. We've also seen some bigger options used. The Loki was banned, but that's definitely the premier rush tackling option for many folks. And then in past tournaments, we've seen a lot of the cruiser ones, right? A lot of, I don't want to say Scythe Fleet, but Osprey Navy issues, Caracal Navy issues, teams fitting those to kind of run down
broadswords and cinnaballs.
But yeah, things with a little more heft that can handle rapid light clips a bit better. But in any case, didn't quite work out for them. So let's see.
Yep, I want to take a second to Lena, tell me about that bar guest living forever there.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention, like, when I was watching that fight, that seriously, the Zoot team was doing amazing there. Like, the bar got caught. That's all right. He did everything he could to not get caught. He was screening everyone he could. Like, he was cycling the scram constantly. Inevitably, he got caught. But instead of, like, panicking and trying to get rid of the tackle, they did kill one tackle once, but then they went, hey, let's go kill the Ospreys over there. So they, like, while they were keeping him up as long as they could, their entire team was working together amazingly. They were killing off the rest of the opposing team. So even if they had to sacrifice the Barg, they traded it for like half of like all the support, leaving dead to 2 Sleipnirs. Like there are some teams that can't quite pull that off, but I love watching it when they can. Like that is the right calls, the right time with the right team members. You know.
Yeah, I will say I did also like the Jackdaw chose the right time to dive for the Barghest, where Jackdaws can't sit in prop mode 95% of the time, because if they ever get turned on by those rapid lights, they'll die. But once the clips were on reload, he saw the angle to dive in, use his extra speed to get past the screening scram, and get onto the Barghest. Now, did that win them the match? No. But it was a good play nonetheless.
And that match as well, if they did not boundary, I honestly think they had a chance of winning that. At the very least, they were exactly 25 points from the opposing team, which means it would have gone into reverse tie-dye. which makes it very interesting. These opposing teams need to kite 2 Sleipnirs under a sped up gameplay state. That's a lot more chances to make mistakes. So that could have gone the entire other way if they kept it going.
Maybe. I don't know if I completely.
Maybe. There's a chance, okay? I'm not saying it's guaranteed. Like, there was an opportunity there, you know?
The other Sleipnir did die about 20 seconds after or not even, like pretty much
dream,
instantly
damn it.
after the other guy boundaried.
Stop ruining my dreams, Murray. What have you done to me? I want to be enthusiastic and optimistic, but you just keep on stamping on it.
Well, let's take a look at our last match of the day, as I believe the other stream is wrapped up as well. So the last match of the weekend for anyone anywhere, we've got Feed Matar, Dead Alliance versus If All Else Fails. Now let's take a look at the bans they've brought up for us here. We've got a couple of fresh ones, a couple of new things in there.
Ooh, I love the Rodiva ban. I love that. We've been seeing a fair few with the Rodivas.
I kind of prefer the Rodiva ban to Zarmad because like it's a more budget build that people try to jam in, whereas the Zarmad, the comps can be usually built around it or broken around it. So the Rodiva is a lot more splashable. The Abaddon ban, though, that's very specific to me.
I'm a bit amused seeing the Abaddon and the Tengu, as we have seen both ships, but they keep losing. So maybe it's, to just prevent yourself. You say, look, we can't bring it if we ban it, and then we won't lose with it. Thinking ahead.
If I ban it, I won't bring it. I can't stop myself from bringing the Abaddon, okay?
I feel like the Abaddon's like almost either telegraphing or trying to telegraph that you want to bring a brawly comp. Because in brawls, Abaddons tend to win just by being the biggest brick in the room. So I wonder if that's them wanting to bring one or trying to pretend they want to bring one.
The Abaddon, for me, I mean, it's really a classic ban for a lot of rush comps because it's this battleship that you can't outrange because you're a rush comp. It's cheap, it's a giant brick. And so if you're doing like a classic shield rush, especially if you don't have Sleipnir available, it's kind of a classic ban of that thing we will automatically lose to. So that's to me what that says usually.
That's what I mean though. Are they doing it because they want to bring a brawly comp that would die to a rush comp that would die to it? Or are they doing it to like pretend that's what they're going to do? You know what I mean?
Those may be some advanced mind games, but whether those advanced mind games result in a victory, or if you are just doing a backflip to land on top of the rake and crack yourself in the head, we shall see as we head to the arena one last time for Feed Matar versus If All Else Fails.
Oh, welcome back to the arena for one last go of it with me, Nuke, and with Kevin here. We have what looks like 2 shield rushes ready to brawl.
Absolutely. This is a near mirror, but very much not. On Feed Matar side, we do have a Bazzi to backbone this and 2 battle cruisers versus If All Else Fails here, we got 1 Sleipnir and a Loki with an Osprey to back it. That Loki, I don't know if it's going to pan out well here. The Bazzi has lots of range, and the Loki, he can't reach out to web it from its optimal range.
No, it can't, but I do think that I like the idea of bringing the Loki with your shield rush. It makes it so much easier to get on targets, and the Loki can, if you're good at your target calling, grab a secondary with its longer webs while staying on your primary to do damage. And that's super valuable in rushes. You always need to have your secondary already tackled to make sure you're getting as much damage uptime as you can.
If this wasn't a rush mirror, I'd be in total agreement with you, but Loki is not a Kizrael, and it's not a Serb, and it's not as much DPS as you could be bringing for the points. But we'll see how it pans out.
I like what Blue is doing here at the start. They are saying we might be a bit weaker in the rush, so we're going to pull back, see if we can stretch out the enemy team and split their rush up.
We'll see if that works out. This Vipul is still right in the mid. It's lots of DPS going into the Scythe Fleet issue of Ender currently.
It's a good first target. I like that. You know there's strong Logi on the other side. Don't go for something that the Logi might be more likely to keep up. Go for this Scythe fleet that should be squishy enough you can pop it under the Bazzi.
And it looks like there's not a ton of DPS coming out of Feedmatar right now. Oh, despite the fact that they have twice as many battle cruisers to kick it out. Oh, it looks like the... Sorry.
They are split into two groups, it looks like right now. Most of them are sitting on top of Altine and the Loki, but that's separate from where the Scythe fleet was tackled down and where the Sleipnir of Axel was being interdicted there.
It looks like they coalesced onto Altine. They're getting all their DPS, getting into hail range, absolutely ripping apart the Loki now.
Absolutely, but the other team, Blue, has gotten that Kiz, and they're burning through him as well.
Yeah, and that Kiz is dropping a lot faster than I'd anticipate. Hey, if the Kiz goes down before the Loki does, his Feedmatar is way behind here.
Absolutely, that's a massive loss to lose that Kiz and lost your Scythe fleet for nothing. It's a sketchy trade even if you get the Loki here, but if you don't, that's catastrophic.
And that Kiz does go down. The Bazzi unable to hold it up. I'm wondering if that Bazzi is full rep fit or if it's got one or two cap transfers on it that aren't letting it output nearly as much reps as it might be needed right now.
They get the Loki anyways, and I also have to say that Bazzi is flying really close. He is in there, and buddy, that's really dangerous.
Yeah, as is the Osprey. Hey, getting kind of close here. Maybe a potential swap onto it. With the Loki dead, though, the Bazzi's at a lot less threat than it was a moment ago.
Absolutely. I like the call to get the Sweeple here. Get rid of any fast tackle that could threaten your Osprey and try to stabilize the fight.
Yep, with this Vipple going down, that opens up it massively into, if all else fails, his favor here. Without that solid tackle and substantial DPS that this Vipple gives, the Osprey is at less danger, but it looks like it is tackled.
Yeah, the Saber of Vex Drake got the initial on him, and the Sleipnir of Axel was there to quickly follow it up. But they're gonna quickly clear that Saber off and see if this Osprey can start trying to pull away.
And then even if the Osprey goes down here, if all else fails, they do still have theirs Vipple up. They still have their Outrider. The Cerberus especially can project hams a very long way. And that Bazzi is still quite close into that fight. Hey, that Vipple can grab that scram in seconds.
I feel like I don't like Laxicum sitting in the brawl here. I know you want to have as much damage on the target as you can, but what you could do right now is make a run for that Bazzi and change this fight immediately.
And it looks like the Outrider's going for it.
There.
The Outrider's coming into the Bazzi right now.
Absolutely, that's a great call. Love that.
But does the Outrider have a scram? Does it have a web?
He's next to him, but
is he just coming to check out the Bazzi, give him a high five?
He's leaving. He's leaving now. Okay.
He's changed his mind.
he just went out there to say hi. And they're going to lose the Sweeple, which was their only left fast tackle. Oh no. That's disastrous, but
it might not matter, though.
Dying under the Bazzi reps.
It might not matter here as Axel's bleeding armor or chugging in those XLASB charges trying to keep up.
My opinion on this fight keeps flipping. I feel like Blue's got it in the bag, and they whiffed on the Bazzi and lost the Sweeple. Blue doesn't have it in the bag. Now they're killing the Sleipnir. They might be back.
The Sleipnir of Axel should hold better than Deebs, but Deebs has a lot more damage on his side, sticking it into that Sleipnir. The Sleipnir seems to have recovered, probably on XLASB reload very soon here.
Yeah, the Basilisk is
What are you doing, Bazzi? Hey, Bazzi!
Really close!
Hey, Bazzi, you have like 50 kilometers of optimal range, Bazzi. Hey, Bazzi, you probably shouldn't control space.
The Careful Navy!
Hey,
the Careful Navy's got him! He scrammed! Why? Bazzi, why?
Maybe he's baiting them, trying to get the Sleipnir enough time or something to get a reload off? Why? Trying to get DPS off it, I guess?
It's not gonna work.
It doesn't work. The Sleipnir dies, and now the Bazzi is very scrammed.
Yeah, and all they have left to help the Bazzi out is a shield Draugr. I feel like we hadn't mentioned that up to this point. That is a shield Draugr.
Yeah, it's been here. It's far
been
from
here.
the weirdest that's happened today.
And yeah, there goes the Bazzi. The Bazzi was flirting with danger the entire match, and it only bit him at the very end, but it did bite him.
We should mention that if there is ties, the amount of points you win or lose by matters. So losing the Bazzi there does matter, like in the grand scheme, but it won't change the outcome here at all.
No, but if that Bazzi stays away and that Sleipnir holds, they could the match wasn't over yet when the Bazzi got caught.
Well, either way, the match is over now, and we'll throw it all back up to the desk.
Absolutely.
We're gonna
Exactly,
warp
Mike,
through
and
the
just-
planet. Are you ready?
Yeah.
See somebody's house on the way. What do you think it would feel like if a ship warped through your house?
I might have some weird effect. Like imagine, like,
Yeah,
maybe
yeah,
they
yeah.
get
Just the
like
sneezing.
like they get explosive diarrhea or something like that.
I like
Yeah.
the sneezing more.
Yeah. If we
Sneeze out of your ass, like.
Oh no!
Guys, what the?
Hey,
Whoosh.
you started with the. All right, you know what? Jump. This never happened. Let's move on.
But I'll tell you what, those folks from Slow, they
Welcome back after a nice little mirror match to round out the day. Some shield rush into some shield rush. Now, one of the most important things in that mirror matchup is target selection. Wingnut, how are we feeling about some of the target selection choices that teams are making here?
Well, I know that both you and me were not particularly pleased by the choice of shooting a Loki first. So I always kind of say this when it comes to rushes, and it's not always the case, but it makes life a bit easier. You always want to try and kill the thing with the most DPS with the least tank. And the Loki was neither of those things. It was the support, but it was not providing that much DPS. Honestly, they could have probably merked the Caracal Navy and then maybe gone for like the Loki or something if they wanted to. But that is your first target call, the first thing you're going for. They must have a thought. Maybe. I mean, I don't know if they had a thought. That Basilisk pilot, I'm not sure he had a thought in his head. He kind of flew directly into that Caracal Navy. So I don't. That match, I think they had the end of the day jitters. You know, just want to go to bed.
Yeah, so you may have heard the voice of me and my lovely commentator, Duke, that we were quite surprised at many of the decisions made.
Yeah, some ships on both sides really that on the low end had a lot of damage and no EHP. The Shield Draugr, the last thing to die. Very funny. But also the Sipples on both sides living for quite a while. Ships that, if you leave them alone, spitting out 500, 600 DPS for very few points. Any other thoughts on that last match on the day?
It was chaos. It was beautiful to watch.
Gorgeous match. It gave me plenty of things to talk about.
Yeah. All right. Well, with that, that'll be it for the Anchor Games this weekend. You can find the next round of matches next weekend at the same channels here and at EVE Tournaments. And a big thank you to all the other folks who are running this, both here and behind the scenes, the cameramen, referees, everyone else, doing a ton of good work to bring this production to the folks watching it on Twitch. And with that, we will see you on the other side.